At 0023 local time on October 6th, 2025, 12 Ukrainian operators sit in 3 hidden bunkers outside Odessa, watching their screens light up. In exactly 47 seconds, they will launch the most complex drone attack in naval warfare history. Their target, the Russian landing ship Olenogorski Gornyak, a $675 million warship currently docked at Novorossiysk port, completely unaware it has less than 4 hours to live. But first, they need to blind the Russians. At 0024 hours, 48 decoy drones launch simultaneously from positions spread across 15 kilometers of Ukrainian coastline. These aren't military drones. They're modified commercial quadcopters. Each one costs about $800. Total value, $38,400. The Russians are about to waste $50 million worth of missiles shooting them down. Before we begin, make sure to hit like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. The moment those 48 motors spin up, every Russian electromagnetic sensor within 20 kilometers goes crazy. The sudden spike in electrical activity lights up their screens like someone just turned on 48 flashlights in a dark room. At the Sevastopol Integrated Air Defense Command, Lieutenant General Volkov sees the incoming swarm and makes the exact decision Ukraine wants him to make. Engage all contacts immediately. This is where the trap springs. Every S-400 missile costs $1.2 million. Every Panzer interceptor costs $140,000. Every Tor missile costs $250,000. The Russians are about to trade Ferraris for bicycles, and they think they're winning. At 0026 hours, the first S-400 battery opens fire from position Alpha 7 near Yevpatoria. The massive 48N6E2 missile accelerates to Mach 6 in 12 seconds, racing toward a plastic drone that costs less than an iPhone. The missile's 180-kilogram warhead detonates, turning the $800 drone into confetti. The Russian operators cheer. They just played themselves. Here's what the Russians don't understand yet. Every time they fire, their radar has to paint the target with electromagnetic energy. That energy has a specific frequency, a specific pattern, a specific location. Ukrainian SIGINT, Signals Intelligence teams, are recording everything. It's like the Russians are drawing a map of their own defenses with neon markers. By 0029 hours, the Russians have launched 31 interceptor missiles at the decoy swarm. Success rate, 87%. They've destroyed 42 drones worth $33,600 total. Cost to Russia, $14.7 million in missiles alone. But the real cost is much higher. They've just revealed the exact positions of every air defense system protecting Crimea. While this expensive fireworks show lights up the night sky, the real attack force is already moving. These aren't toys from Amazon. These are purpose-built killing machines with names that sound like mythology. Peklo heavy strike drones, UJ-26 Bober extended range platforms, and AQ-400 scythe sea skimmers. At 0018 hours, 6 minutes before the decoy launch, the first wave of Bober drones had already taken off from hidden launch sites near Berezivka. Why so early? Because Bobers are marathon runners, not sprinters. Maximum speed, 135 kilometers per hour. Time to target, 2 hours 47 minutes. Each one carries a 50-kilogram penetrator warhead designed to punch through reinforced concrete. At 0031 hours, with the Russians still shooting at decoys, the Peklo missiles launch. These are the opposite of Bobers, pure speed demons. 0 to 700 kilometers per hour in 23 seconds. Time to target, 41 minutes. Each Peklo carries a 120-kilogram warhead with an imaging seeker that can recognize specific targets from memorized satellite photos. At 0033 hours, the AQ-400 scythes join the party. These are the ninjas of the group. They fly just 30 meters above the ocean waves, so low that Earth's curvature hides them from radar until they're basically on top of you. Speed, 290 kilometers per hour. Warhead, 30 kilograms of shaped charge explosive. The timing is everything. Different speeds, different launch times, but all calculated to arrive at their targets within the same 90-second window. It's like ordering pizza, Chinese food, and burgers from different restaurants and having them all arrive at exactly 0145 hours. At 0035 hours, Russian radar operator Sergeant Dmitry Volkov at Station November 3 notices something weird on his scope. The 96L6E radar, part of the S-400 system, shows targets appearing and disappearing. 1 second there's nothing, next second there's a contact, then nothing again. This is because the scythes are literally surfing the radar horizon. When they ride up on a wave, they appear. When they dip into a trough, they vanish. The radar computer tries to track them, but keeps losing lock. It's like trying to watch a dolphin from shore. You see it jump, then it's gone. Then it jumps again somewhere else. At 30 meters altitude, the radar horizon for a system positioned at sea level is exactly 19.6 kilometers. The scythes know this. Their flight computers keep them at precisely 27-33 meters. Low enough to hide, high enough to avoid actually hitting the waves. 1 meter too high, and they're visible from 50 kilometers away. 1 meter too low, and they're submarine. At 00, 42 hours, the Russians activate their trump card, the Kuka-4 electronic warfare system. This $8 million vehicle starts pumping out 10 kilowatts of jamming power across every GPS frequency. It's like screaming so loud that nobody within 30 kilometers can hear anything else. But the Ukrainian drones don't care. When GPS dies at 00, 43 hours and 12 seconds, their flight computers instantly switch to INS, Inertial Navigation System. Inside each drone, a ring laser gyroscope spins light around a fiber optic loop 100,000 times per second. Any rotation of the drone changes the time it takes light to complete the loop. By measuring these tiny changes, the drone knows exactly how it's moving without any external signal. The INS accuracy, 0.1% drift per hour. Over a 2-hour flight, that's 200 meters of error. But the drones don't need to be perfect. They just need to get close enough for their terminal guidance to take over. At 01:45 hours, the first strike package reaches inland Crimea. Target, Jankoy Railway Junction, the main supply artery feeding Russian forces in southern Ukraine. 3 AQ-400 scythes approach at 290 kilometers per hour, 30 meters altitude, following the exact path of the E105 highway to mask their approach. Russian BTR-82A at checkpoint. 17 spots them at 1.2 kilometers. The gunner has exactly 14.8 seconds to engage before they pass. He opens fire with the PKTM machine gun, 800 rounds per minute of 7.62mm bullets. But hitting a target moving 80 meters per second at that angle requires leading by 18 meters. By the time he calculates the lead, they're gone. The first scythe slams into the rail signal box at 01:46:07. The 30-kilogram shaped charge punches through 400 millimeters of reinforced concrete like it's cardboard. The signal system dies instantly. Every train within 50 kilometers automatically stops. Safety protocol. The second and third scythes hit the switching points at 01:46:09 and 01:46:11. These aren't random strikes. Ukrainian intelligence studied this junction for months. They know destroying these specific switches will take 72 hours minimum to repair. For 3 days, nothing moves through this junction. At 01:47 hours, 4 Bobers and 1 Peklo converge on Ammunition Storage Site 7 near Armyansk. This facility holds 1,200 tons of artillery shells for the 18th Combined Arms Army. The Russians think it's safe. It's 45 kilometers from the front line, surrounded by S-300 batteries, protected by 2 Panzer systems. The first Bober impacts the perimeter fence at 01:47:33. Its 50-kilogram warhead seems wasted on a fence, but this is intentional. The explosion creates a gap, and more importantly, a smoke cloud. For 12 seconds, thermal imaging can't see through the carbon particles in the air. During those 12 seconds, 3 more Bobers and the Peklo slip through undetected. The Peklo's imaging seeker has memorized what Russian 152mm shell crates look like from satellite photos. It finds the biggest concentration and dives. At 01:47:51, the Peklo's 120-kilogram warhead detonates in the middle of Storage Building 3. The initial explosion is just the trigger. 1 millisecond later, 400 tons of artillery shells start chain reacting. 2 milliseconds later, the building doesn't exist anymore. 3 milliseconds later, the shockwave hits Storage Building 4. The explosion registers 2.1 on the Richter scale. Windows break 8 kilometers away. The mushroom cloud climbs to 2,100 meters. Estimated damage, $87 million in ammunition. 4 months of shell production, gone in 3 milliseconds. While Crimea burns, 10 drones are screaming toward Feodosia Port's fuel terminal. This is the big prize. 14 storage tanks holding 120,000 tons of diesel and aviation fuel. Without this fuel, every Russian vehicle in southern Ukraine stops moving. At 01:51 hours, Panzer system at grid reference 44.5521. 35.3792, gets the first lock. The operator sees 10 targets approaching at different altitudes, different speeds, different angles. His 57 E6 missiles can engage 2 targets simultaneously. He has 1.3 seconds to decide which 2. He chooses wrong. The 2 high-altitude drones he engages are the slowest ones, easy kills but lowest priority. While his missiles chase them, 8 others slip past. By the time he can re-engage, they're inside his minimum range. The Panzer's guns can't depress below -5 degrees. At 300 meters distance and 30 meters altitude, the drones are geometrically impossible to hit. At 01, 52, 17, the first drone hits Tank 7, a massive cylinder holding 15,000 tons of diesel. The explosion punches a 2-meter hole at exactly 4.5 meters height, calculated to be above the fuel line, but below the vapor space. This prevents immediate ignition, but ensures maximum fuel spillage. At 01, 52, 19, the second drone hits the same tank, same height, opposite side. Now fuel is pouring out from 2 holes at 300 liters per second. At 01, 52, 22, the third drone carries white phosphorus incendiary. It doesn't aim for the tank. It aims for the growing pool of fuel, spreading across the containment area. Tank 7 explodes at 01, 52, 31, launching its 500-ton roof 200 meters into the air. This pattern repeats across the tank farm. Precise hits, calculated damage, inevitable ignition. By 01, 54 hours, 7 tanks are burning. The heat is so intense that Tank 11, completely undamaged, starts boiling anyway. Its safety valves release, adding more fuel vapor to the inferno. At 01, 47 hours, while everyone's watching the fires, 6 Ukrainian sea drones slip out of hidden bays near Odessa. These aren't regular boats with remote controls. These are purpose-built naval killers. The Sea Baby Mark V, 5.5 meters long, 850 kilograms total weight, 200 kilogram warhead, maximum speed 42 knots, 78 kilometers per hour. Cost to build, $46,000. Extige. The Magura F5, 7 meters long, 1,100 kilograms weight, 320 kilogram warhead, maximum speed 48 knots. Cost $67,000. Their target, the Olenogorsky Gornyak, a Ropucha-class landing ship built in 1976, currently docked at Novorossiysk. Value $675 million. It's the last operational landing ship in the Black Sea Fleet capable of carrying main battle tanks. The sea drones don't take a direct route. That would be suicide. Instead, they follow commercial shipping lanes, hiding in the radar shadows of cargo vessels. When the bulk carrier Volga Dream passes 2 kilometers from Novorossiysk at 02, 11 hours, 3 Sea Babies tuck behind it, invisible to Russian coastal radar. At 02, 23 hours, Russian coastal defense picks up intermittent contacts on radar, but the returns are weird. They appear for 2 seconds, disappear for 8, appear again somewhere else. The operator thinks it's wave clutter. It's actually the drones surfing waves. When they ride up a wave, they're visible. When they slide down the back, they disappear below the radar horizon. The drones are also smart about their electromagnetic signature. They emit no radio signals, except for a 100 millisecond burst every 30 seconds, just enough for operators to confirm they're on course. The rest of the time, they're electromagnetically invisible. At 02, 34 hours, the lead Magura 5 is 800 meters from the Olenogorsky Gornyak. The operator, sitting in a bunker 180 kilometers away, takes manual control. Through a satellite data link, he can see the live camera feed. Grainy, green-tinted night vision, but clear enough to see individual sailors smoking on deck. At 02, 35, 44, the operator picks his impact point. 2 meters below the waterline, 38 meters from the bow, directly under the engine room. This isn't random. Ukrainian intelligence knows from stolen blueprints that this spot has the thinnest armor, just 8 millimeters of steel. At 02, 36, 17, the Magura hits the Olenogorsky Gornyak at 48 knots. The 320 kilogram warhead detonates on impact. The explosion creates an instantaneous cavity in the water, 8 meters wide. Water pressure at 2 meters depth is 1.2 atmospheres. When the cavity collapses 0.3 seconds later, it generates a secondary pressure wave of 15,000 psi. The combined effect tears a hole 6 meters wide in the hull. Seawater rushes in at 14,000 liters per second. The engine room floods in 47 seconds. Without power, pumps stop. Emergency lighting fails. The ship immediately lists 7 degrees to port. At 02, 36, 51, the second Sea Baby hits 15 meters behind the first impact. This warhead is different. Thermite incendiary designed to burn through bulkheads. It punches through the hull and ignites inside the fuel bunker. Diesel fuel doesn't explode like in movies. It burns. Slowly, intensely, impossible to extinguish with water. At 02, 37, 23, the third drone aims for the propeller shaft. When it detonates, it doesn't just damage the propeller, it bends the shaft 11 degrees. Even if the ship somehow survives, it will never move under its own power again. By 02, 40 hours, the Olenogorski Gornyak is listing 18 degrees. The captain orders abandon ship at 02, 41. But there's a problem. The lifeboats on the port side are underwater. The ones on the starboard side can't launch because of the list angle. Sailors jump directly into the harbor. In October, the Black Sea temperature is 14 degrees Celsius. Without survival suits, they have maybe 30 minutes before hypothermia sets in. At 02, 44 hours, the ship's list reaches 35 degrees. Internal bulkheads, designed to withstand 15 degrees of list, start failing. Each failure floods another compartment, increasing the list, causing more failures. Naval architects call this progressive flooding. Once it starts, it's unstoppable. At 02, 47, 33, 4 hours and 24 minutes after the first drone launched, the Olenogorski Gornyak capsizes completely. The ship that survived 49 years of service, that transported thousands of tanks and vehicles, destroyed by 3 robot boats built in a garage. The aftermath. At 0800 hours, Russian Ministry of Defense releases a statement. Ukrainian terrorist attack largely repelled. Minor damage to port infrastructure. No significant losses. At 08:15 hours, commercial satellites release images showing the Olenogorski Gornyak upside down in Novorossiysk harbor. 7 fuel tanks still burning at Feodosia. Ammunition depot crater visible from space. Railroad tracks twisted like spaghetti. The images go viral. Russian Navy sleepers, with Fish's trends worldwide. The minor damage becomes a global meme. But the real damage isn't the money or the embarrassment. It's the fear. Every Russian ship captain now knows that any night, robot boats could come for them. Every ammunition depot commander knows drones can appear from nowhere. Every train engineer checks the sky constantly. This attack proves 3 game-changing facts. First, naval superiority means nothing against swarm tactics. The Olenogorski Gornyak had defensive weapons worth $50 million, useless against a drone moving 3 meters above water at 48 knots in darkness. Second, electronic warfare isn't a magic shield. The Russians jammed GPS perfectly. The drones didn't care. INS, fiber optics, and human operators beat billion-dollar jamming systems. Third, cost asymmetry is the new king of warfare. Why build a $2 billion destroyer when $2 million in drones can sink it? In the Ukrainian bunkers, operators watched their screens as months of planning executed perfectly. These weren't soldiers in the traditional sense. Some were gamers, some were engineers, some were university students who grew up flying racing drones. In Russian defensive positions, professional soldiers with decades of training discovered their expertise was obsolete. You can't use tactics from 1980 against technology from 2025. At 0247 local time, a Russian patrol boat watches its radar scope draw an impossible picture. Tiny contacts drift straight toward the most protected airspace over Crimea, moving too slowly for cruise missiles and too low for conventional aircraft. For the watch officer on duty, it looks like a software glitch. For one Ukrainian engineer hundreds of kilometers away, it is the moment a long calculation meets reality. Months of simulations, field tests, and arguments inside windowless rooms have led to this exact frame on that Russian screen. If he is wrong, the drones will die in seconds. If he is right, one of Russia's most valuable radars is about to vanish. On another monitor, far from the Black Sea, that engineer watches a different kind of display, a calm grid of telemetry numbers and signal strengths. He is not a pilot, not a special forces operator, just a specialist in radio links and geometry. His idea had been dismissed as unrealistic more than once. Drones this small were supposed to be for short-range attacks, not strategic strikes hundreds of kilometers deep into heavily defended territory. Yet the evidence on his screen says the system is working. The drones are flying directly into the defensive bubble around Mount Petri, and Russian sensors are still behaving as if nothing serious is happening. The first Russian reaction comes from the shore. A Panzer S-1 air defense vehicle swings its search radar toward the incoming group. This is not outdated equipment. It is a modern point defense system designed to intercept fast cruise missiles and precision-guided bombs. In theory, it should have no trouble destroying small, slow targets. Its crew has drilled for years against simulated threats. On paper, they have every advantage. In practice, their radar is about to meet a flight profile deliberately shaped to exploit a blind spot in the physics of Doppler processing. On the drone's thermal camera, the Panzer's missile tubes flash white as the first salvo rises into the night sky. Each missile represents tens of thousands of dollars and countless hours of industrial work. They accelerate, roll, and curve into their intercept trajectories with mathematical precision. Yet as the smoke begins to clear, the drone's video feed shows something that contradicts all of that training. No airburst, no shockwave, no fragments ripping through its frame. The drone is still flying, its electric motor humming steadily, its course unchanged. The missiles have flown past empty air. The Russian operator has just encountered a term that, until now, lived only in his radar manuals: the Doppler notch. Radar does not simply detect objects. It measures how fast they are moving toward or away from the antenna, a quantity called radial velocity. Moving targets produce a shift in frequency that allows computers to separate them from the static reflections of terrain and buildings. When a drone flies sideways across the radar beam at nearly constant distance, its radial velocity falls close to zero. To the software, it suddenly looks indistinguishable from the sea surface and shoreline behind it. To avoid being overwhelmed by false alarms, modern radars filter out returns that appear stationary. Ground clutter, wave crests, harbor infrastructure, all of this is suppressed so that missiles do not waste shots on meaningless echoes. The Ukrainian engineer has built his entire plan on that single design choice. By holding the drones at a very specific altitude above the water and forcing them to cross the radar beam at nearly a right angle, he keeps their apparent radial velocity barely above the threshold at which the filter begins to erase them. The Panzer's radar is functioning exactly as intended, but its logic is being used against it. As if that were not enough, the sea itself is assisting. Each drone's radar reflection does not come from a single point. Waves scatter the signal and create a mirror image below the real target. The tracking computer attempts to average these two returns into one stable path, placing its predicted intercept point in the empty space between the drone and its reflection. The proximity fuse on the missile expects a radar echo roughly the size of a car door to trigger reliably. These first-person view drones present a radar cross-section orders of magnitude smaller. The missiles pass between reality and its reflection without ever entering the tiny volume of space where their fuses would decide to detonate. On the Russian side, radio traffic becomes tense. One voice reports multiple contacts that cannot be engaged. Another demands confirmation. Someone mentions missiles that refuse to hold lock. The system was designed and tested against high-speed threats approaching at hundreds of meters per second. Here, the closing speed is closer to highway traffic, and that seemingly trivial difference has rearranged the entire engagement geometry. 12 seconds from detection to flyby is not enough for a crew trained to sort, classify, assign, and fire at targets that behave like the manuals expect. The simple fact that these drones are too slow and too small is making them functionally invisible. From the engineer's perspective, however, the timing is not accidental. In the planning phase, he had rewritten the mission profiles again and again until the numbers aligned. Detection ranges, arming distances, fuse thresholds, all had been assembled into a single corridor in space and time where Russian defenses would be present but unable to respond effectively. To the operators on the ground, it appears as chaos. To him, it looks like a carefully sculpted gap. Holding the drones at a fixed height above the water while they cross each radar beam ensures that, for a brief but critical interval, every defensive algorithm is solving the wrong problem. The next move from the Russian side is predictable. If ground-based systems are struggling, call in a fighter. A Su-30 descends through the pre-dawn haze, its twin engines leaving a faint trail across the sky. On paper, this aircraft is a symbol of modern Russian aerospace power, roughly comparable to legacy heavy fighters in Western inventories. Its BARS radar promises long-range detection against small targets, and its missile load includes weapons designed to engage agile aircraft in close maneuvering combat. None of those design briefs imagined a sky filled with hobby-grade airframes, barely larger than seagulls. As the fighter approaches the area, its radar begins to show specks that refuse to behave like normal tracks. For one sweep, they appear. On the next, they faintly smear into the general noise pattern and vanish. The radar software demands multiple consistent returns in a row before it will call something a solid target. The drones never provide that. Their tiny radar signatures wander up and down near the noise floor, the natural background of radio reflection and interference that every sensor must ignore to remain usable. Each time the computer almost believes in them, their signal strength dips and the algorithm resets its confidence back to zero. The pilot, watching these erratic marks blink on and off, has to decide whether to trust the system or his instincts. Training tells him to wait for a firm track before committing weapons. The situation on the radio says there is no time. He chooses to fire. An air-to-air missile drops from a wing rail, its motor igniting and driving it forward faster than any drone can possibly move. Its infrared seeker searches for the bright plume of a jet engine. Instead, it finds only the faint warmth of small electric motors and batteries, hardly more distinct than the ambient air. By the time the seeker finally senses that slight contrast, it is already too close and moving too quickly to curve sharply enough. The missile flashes past, its fuse never seeing a convincing target. A second missile follows, then a third. Each one is a masterpiece of engineering, guided by control laws refined over decades. They are designed to outturn fighter pilots pulling extreme G-loads in high-altitude engagements. Down here, at low altitude against slow targets that make jittery micro-corrections every few seconds, those same control laws become a liability. The missiles are always solving the last position, not the current one. By the time they have rotated their control fins and adjusted their flight path, the drone has shifted just far enough that the blast passes to one side. The thermal cameras on the drones capture each near miss as a wash of white that fills the frame, followed by the steady return of the horizon. Frustration grows in the cockpit. There is one weapon left that does not depend on complicated seekers or fragile lock conditions. The pilot selects the internal cannon. The fire control computer calculates the range, speed, and heading, then generates a perfect lead solution for a target that continues in a straight line. That is the assumption baked into the model. The drones, however, are following a different script. On the engineer's orders, their guidance software injects tiny random offsets every few seconds, lateral shifts of only a few meters at a time. Over the distance, a shell must travel. Those minor deviations translate into misses wider than entire vehicles. Shells tear through the air where the drones were supposed to be, not where they actually are. While the fighter expends ammunition, one of the lead drones from the first wave reaches its assigned objective. On the plateau near Mount I Petri, a 96 L6E radar sits on its vehicle mount, its distinctive array oriented toward the horizon. This system feeds targeting data to long-range surface-to-air missile batteries, acting as an essential sensor for the broader network. Without it, those much-publicized systems can still launch, but their effective reach collapses to the narrow slice of sky their organic radars can see. The engineers selected this antenna for a reason. It represents not just hardware, but the connective tissue that turns individual batteries into a layered shield. The drone's flight controller executes the final dive without human corrections. Its shaped charge warhead is designed not to blast outward in all directions, but to focus energy into a narrow jet of metal, traveling at several kilometers per second. When that jet strikes the array, it does more than puncture metal sheets. It digs through waveguides, power distribution paths, and sensitive receiver modules, creating conductive channels between circuits that were never meant to touch. In a fraction of a second, high-frequency electronics that took years to manufacture become a maze of short circuits and molten fragments. From the engineer's point of view, a key node has just switched from active to permanently offline. The Su-30 climbs away, low on fuel and munitions, reporting an inability to defeat the threat. Below and ahead, more drones are still advancing. On Russian scopes, a new pattern begins to emerge that unsettles radar operators. Additional contacts are appearing on the coastal approaches, but they do not line up with expected routes from Ukrainian territory. Instead, they seem to materialize well out at sea, as if arising from the water itself. Displays in the regional command center repeat the same story, dots blooming inside a volume that the defensive plan treated as covered and safe. The more they examine the geometry, the less it makes sense according to their assumptions. The explanation sits on the surface of the Black Sea, riding slow swells far enough from shore to be out of visual range. Uncrewed boats belonging to a new Ukrainian class serve as floating relay stations. They carry antenna masts, satellite communications terminals, and racks of electronics rather than heavy weapons. The engineer had argued for this architecture early in the war. Directly piloting first-person view drones from a distant city is not feasible over such ranges. The curvature of the Earth, losses in the atmosphere, and line-of-sight limitations would kill any direct radio link after a relatively short distance. Relay platforms stationed partway to the target solve that without needing to be large or heavily defended. From his control room, the engineer's operators sit behind consoles that look like any other ground station. They connect to the relay boats via encrypted broadband links, often leveraging commercial satellite networks adapted for wartime use. Commands travel from the city to the boat, then from the boat to the drones, using high-gain antennas optimized for short-range reliability. Video feeds follow the same route back. To the person guiding a drone through a thermal image, it feels as if the aircraft is only a few kilometers away, even though the actual geography involves hundreds of kilometers and multiple network hops. Latency remains low enough for precise maneuvers because each leg of the journey is tuned for minimum delay. This system has additional advantages that the engineer had emphasized in his design brief. By placing the relay boats within a few tens of kilometers of Crimea, he turned them into local nodes that are hard to distinguish from ordinary maritime traffic. Coastal surveillance radars are usually configured to ignore slow-moving small vessels, treating them as non-threatening clutter. To reduce false alarms, filters suppress returns from anything below a certain speed. The Ukrainian boats intentionally stay under that threshold, mimicking fishing craft and service barges. When their signatures appear alongside dozens of legitimate civilian contacts, automated processes downgrade their priority. Human screens show them as just more noise on a crowded coast. At the same time, the main long-range radar on Mount Petri, a Podlet K1 system, faces an unavoidable constraint set by geometry. Its antenna sits high above sea level, with a mechanical limit on how far it can tilt downward. The combination of altitude and minimum depression angle carves a wedge-shaped blind zone close to the mountain, a region where low-altitude objects simply cannot be illuminated by its beam. Inside that zone, the only way to achieve coverage would be to add separate sensors at lower elevations. The engineer mapped this blind volume using public topographic data before the operation ever began. When he positions his relay boats within that invisible pocket, they become ghosts to the very radar meant to protect the peninsula. As the relay boats quietly hold position inside that blind pocket, their launch rails elevate and hum to life. Fresh drones rise from each deck like sparks lifting from a fire. They do not form neat formations or fly predictable arcs. Instead, they scatter outward along paths that look random to any observer. The less these paths resemble military attack patterns, the lower the chance of software triggers, assigning them higher threat levels. To Russian algorithms, the swarm looks unstructured, weak, and unworthy of urgent response until it is too late. One of the incoming drones closes on the first of the protective domes near the summit. These fiberglass shells were engineered to withstand heavy bombardment from above. Designers calculated blast overpressures, fragmentation patterns, and shockwave dynamics, ensuring the radars within could survive near misses from powerful bombs. The engineer had noticed maintenance access points built at the base of several domes, each sealed with reinforced steel, but never intended to stop a focused jet of metal driven at extreme velocity. The drone's onboard camera captures the final meters before impact. Barriers that could shrug off large bombs become irrelevant inside the dome, delicate components that require precise alignment. A radar designed to detect objects hundreds of kilometers away becomes incapable of sensing objects even a few meters distant. Simultaneously, another drone reaches the Nebo radar, a meter-wave system valued for its ability to track targets that evade traditional bands. The shaped charge from this drone enters at an angle that intersects its power distribution lines and critical switching modules. When the copper jet carves through insulating materials, it creates conductive channels where none should exist. With these major sensors eliminated, the integrated air defense network loses the pieces that allow long-range coordination. Without the low-altitude coverage from Podlet K1, the terrain-hugging drones vanish behind Earth curvature. Without the 96L6E dish, handoffs between batteries become impossible. Each system is now an isolated island, seeing only what is directly in front of it. Farther downslope, a BK-16 landing craft attempts to intervene. Its crew has spotted the swarm visually and through its navigation radar. The crew cycles through every weapon they have, from heavy machine guns to small arms, saturating the air ahead with rounds. Yet the drones, guided by precise position references and flying low enough to blend with thermal noise, navigation radars can paint dots. They cannot lead targets, drifting laterally at unpredictable intervals. On the mountaintop, the final stage unfolds. A drone aimed at the Ipetri command post descends into the reinforced entrance corridor. This bunker directs data flow for the entire western Crimean air defense structure. When the door crumples under the shaped charge impact, the blast wave travels down the confined passageway with amplified force. Cables rupture, processors shatter, and internal components ignite. Fire spreads rapidly through bundles of wiring, insulated with materials never intended to withstand direct heat. Secondary detonations follow as small stores of ammunition and reserve fuel ignite. The engineer watching from afar sees the telemetry collapse in sequence. First one radar, then another, then the primary command node. Bits of data that mark them as active change state or disappear entirely. Each sensor falls within a few minutes of the others, creating a cascading blind spot across the entire region. The remaining Russian batteries continue scanning, but they have nothing to guide them. No shared tracks to follow, no coordination to support a response. Smoke rises from the summit as the final drones strike their targets. With the radars offline, the defense grid cannot reacquire anything approaching at low altitude. The strike did not succeed because the drones were particularly advanced or because Russia's equipment was inherently flawed. It succeeded because the geometry of the battlefield, the thresholds in radar design, and the predictable filtering behavior of modern air defense systems created narrow windows of opportunity. When the last transmitter on the mountaintop goes silent, the operation reaches its end. A network once advertised as impenetrable now struggles to sense anything beyond its immediate line of sight. The gap the engineer constructed is no longer theoretical. It is carved into the radar picture itself, a void where detection should have been. In that space, hundreds of millions of dollars of equipment have failed to stop aircraft built from off-the-shelf components and guided by calculations that began as sketches on a workshop board. This outcome reshapes assumptions across the region, marking a moment when a single idea, applied with precision, altered the reach and stability of an entire defensive system. September 15th, 2023, 0223, the Black Sea, 180 kilometers from the Russian coast. 3 Ukrainian FP-1 naval drones cut through the darkness at 180 kilometers per hour, skimming just 3 meters above the waves. Their target, a Russian spy ship that had been strangling Ukraine's naval drone operations for 6 weeks. This wasn't just any ship. This was an intelligence-gathering vessel, bristling with R381T electronic surveillance arrays, sophisticated antenna systems capable of intercepting radio signals from hundreds of kilometers away. For 6 weeks, this ship had been logging Ukrainian drone launch patterns, tracking frequencies, mapping routes. Russian analysts were days away from predicting future strikes before they happened. If this ship completed its mission, Ukraine's entire naval drone campaign, The campaign that had been terrorizing the Russian Black Sea Fleet would be dead in the water, but the Russians had no idea what was coming. Those 3 drones approaching at wave-top height were constructed from plywood, not fiberglass, not composite materials, plywood, the kind of wood you'd use to build a bookshelf. And that simple material choice was about to make them nearly invisible. Here's something most people don't know about radar. It's designed to detect metal. Specifically, radar works by bouncing radio waves off objects and measuring the reflection. Metal reflects radio waves extremely well. That's why aircraft are so visible on radar. But wood barely reflects radio waves at all. It's mostly air and organic fibers. To a radar system designed to track aluminum aircraft, a plywood drone has a radar cross-section smaller than a seagull. The FP-1 drones exploited this weakness perfectly. Flying low, just 3 meters above the water, they blended into what radar operators call sea clutter. The chaotic radar returns from waves that make it nearly impossible to distinguish small objects. But the Russians weren't relying on radar alone. They had reconnaissance drones overhead and thermal cameras that could detect heat signatures. A Russian 4-post-R reconnaissance drone appeared on the horizon, flying its standard patrol pattern 30 kilometers off the Ukrainian coast. This isn't some cheap commercial quadcopter. The 4-post-R is a sophisticated platform carrying a Canadian-made MX-15D camera system that can spot a basketball from 5 kilometers away. In thermal mode, it can detect temperature differences as small as 2 degrees Celsius. That means it can see the heat from a drone's engine, even if the drone itself is invisible to radar. At 0245, the lead FP-1's engine heat spiked on the 4-post's thermal display. 3 small contacts. Low altitude, heading east at 180 kilometers per hour. The Russian operator zoomed in, trying to classify the targets. Unknown contacts approaching Russian-controlled waters would normally trigger an immediate alert, but the Ukrainian drones had a trick for this too. The FP-1 drone's pre-programmed evasion protocol kicked in immediately. They dropped from 3 meters to just 2 meters above the water, so low their propellers were creating spray. And here's where the plywood construction became brilliant again. Metal holds heat. Even after you turn off an engine, a metal drone stays warm for a long time, showing up bright on thermal cameras. But wood transfers heat rapidly. Within minutes of the engines throttling down slightly, the plywood frames had cooled to match the sea temperature. To the 4-post's thermal camera, the drones simply vanished. One moment they were there, 3 heat signatures moving across the screen. The next moment, nothing but cold ocean. The Russian operator logged the contact as possible birds and continued his patrol. He had no idea he'd just let through the vanguard of an attack that would cripple Russian intelligence operations in the Black Sea. But you won't believe what happened to the Ukrainian launch site just minutes later. Behind those 3 drones, chaos was erupting at the Ukrainian launch site. Russian Shahed drones, Iranian-designed kamikaze UAVs that Russia had been using extensively throughout the war, had found the location. They arrived just minutes after the FP-1s had cleared the area. Ukrainian operators barely escaped as 50-kilogram warheads turned their equipment into scrap metal. Explosions tore through the improvised launch ramps. Fire consumed the support vehicles. If the FP-1s had launched even 5 minutes later, they would have been destroyed on the ground. The mission would have been over before it started. This is the reality of Ukraine's naval drone operations. Every launch is a race against Russian detection. Every mission requires accepting that the launch site will probably be destroyed. Operators set up, launch, and evacuate, knowing they're working against a ticking clock. The spy ship's intelligence network was working, just not fast enough to stop what was already in motion. At 0330 a.m., while the 3 FP-1 drones were crossing the Black Sea toward their target, 20 Ukrainian naval drones launched from a different location, heading towards Sevastopol at 80 kilometers per hour. But these weren't attack drones. These were decoys. The decoy swarm was a mix of modified jet skis and cheap commercial boats fitted with basic guidance systems. Each one cost less than $10,000. Throwaway assets designed to look exactly like Magura Vi-5 naval drones on radar. They maintained formation. They transmitted the right radio signatures. They moved at attack speed. To Russian radar operators watching their screens, this looked like the largest naval drone assault since October 2022, and the Russians took the bait completely. Making convincing decoys requires more than just sending boats toward a target. The drones had to follow realistic attack patterns. They spread into assault formations, the same formations Ukrainian strike drones had used in previous successful attacks. They converged on likely targets, using approach vectors that matched historical patterns. They even performed evasive maneuvers, zigzagging as if avoiding defensive fire. Ukrainian operators controlled them via satellite link for the first 50 kilometers, then switched them to autopilot. Each drone broadcast on frequencies known to be monitored by Russian intelligence. Some even carried heat sources to mimic the infrared signature of armed drones. The deception had to be perfect, because the goal wasn't just to distract, it was to force Russia to commit their most valuable defensive asset. The Russian admiral commanding Black Sea Fleet operations had 6 Ka-27PL anti-submarine helicopters at Novorossiysk and 4 at Sevastopol. These helicopters are the fleet's primary defense against naval drones. Here's why helicopters matter so much in this fight. Ships are too slow to chase drones. Fighter jets fly too fast and can't hover to search. But helicopters can cover 100 kilometers in 20 minutes, drop RBU-6000 depth charges that neutralize everything within 50 meters, and use dipping sonar to hunt underwater threats. Without helicopter coverage, naval approaches are essentially defenseless. Russian doctrine demanded responding to the visible threat first. All 6 Novorossiysk helicopters launched west at 270 kilometers per hour. Every minute they flew west was another minute. The real drones flew east, unopposed. By the time they realized the deception, they'd be 360 kilometers out of position, and the spy ship sitting 15 miles off Novorossiysk would have no air cover, no quick reaction force, no way to vector helicopters to investigate suspicious contacts. For the next 2 hours, any drone that got past the patrol boats would have a clear shot. The 3 FP-1 drones adjusted course 15 degrees north. This wasn't random. It exploited something Ukrainians had discovered through months of careful observation. The Russians had 2 Podlet K1 radar stations covering this sector. Each radar rotated at exactly 10 revolutions per minute, one complete rotation every 6 seconds. Picture 2 searchlights spinning in circles. For a brief moment every minute, they're both pointing away from the same area. That creates a dark corner, a corridor where nothing is being actively observed. That corridor was just 2 kilometers wide. The drones had to hit it precisely, but the Russians had adapted. They'd started randomizing the radar rotation patterns to eliminate predictable blind spots. The corridor was shrinking, appearing at irregular intervals. The first drone entered at 0447, 4 seconds invisible, 2 seconds visible as one radar swept past, then invisible again. The radar operator saw a brief contact, something small, moving fast, but it disappeared before he could get a solid lock. The second drone followed 30 seconds behind, still on course, still invisible. But the third drone had developed a problem. A microscopic flaw in the third drone's autopilot gyroscope, probably a cheap Chinese component that couldn't handle temperature cycling, caused it to drift right, 200 meters off course and growing. At 0448, Russian operators received new orders. Randomize rotation patterns further. The predictable corridor was collapsing. The third drone corrected hard north, burning precious fuel. It entered the shrinking corridor at 0449. Both radars painted it clearly. Contact, bearing 270 degrees, speed 180 kilometers per hour, altitude 50 meters. The operator had a decision to make. 20 confirmed targets attacking Sevastopol versus one questionable blip that appeared briefly and might just be a bird. He marked it probable bird and returned to tracking the decoy attack. The third drone had made it through, but that emergency maneuver burned 12 minutes of fuel. It would reach the target area with less than 60 seconds of flight time remaining. The patrol boat screened, Russia's last line of defense. The Russian spy ship wasn't sitting alone. 15 miles off Novorossiysk, two Project 03-160 patrol boats maintained a protective screen, circling at 5-kilometer radius around it. This was standard doctrine since the loss of the cruiser Moskva. Never leave high-value assets undefended. The spy ship's powerful radar could see threats the patrol boats couldn't, vectoring them toward contacts like a quarterback calling plays. It should have been an effective defense. Should have been. At 0500 a.m., as Russian helicopters closed to engagement range on the decoy swarm, the 20 fake drones performed their final act. They scattered in different directions. Some beached themselves on empty coastline. Others circled in place until their fuel ran out. A few simply stopped moving. None attempted to reach actual targets. Their job was already done. The helicopters spent another hour hunting stragglers, burning fuel, wasting ammunition on drones that cost less than a single depth charge. By the time they headed home, they were 180 kilometers from Novorossiysk with half their fuel gone. The real attack was still coming, and visibility was dropping as morning fog thickened across the Black Sea. 0600 a.m. The lead FP-1 was 240 kilometers from the target when something strange happened. Its GPS position began sliding east. The drone wasn't turning. Reality was being rewritten. The Russians had activated their R330Z electronic warfare system from Crimea. This isn't crude jamming that just blocks signals. This is sophisticated spoofing, broadcasting fake GPS signals that are stronger than the real satellite signals. Real GPS satellites transmit at about 0.00001 watts. The R330Z broadcasts at 100 watts. It's like trying to hear someone whispering while someone else is shouting in your ear. Russian operators had perfected this trick. They could walk drones toward the ground, or, in this case, toward a Panzer air defense battery waiting to shoot them down. But Ukrainian operators had learned too. Every 50 kilometers across the Black Sea, oil platforms dot the water, fixed structures that haven't moved in decades. The FP-1's primitive cameras could spot these platforms from 5 kilometers away, resetting position based on preloaded coordinates. No amount of GPS spoofing can beat visual navigation. The Mark I Mod 0 eyeball, as military folks call it. The lead drone corrected its course using an oil platform as a reference point. GPS said one thing, the camera said another. The drone trusted its eyes. The second drone wasn't so lucky. 0615, hardware failure, the cheap component problem. At 0615, the second drone's GPS receiver died. Not from jamming or spoofing, but from a junky Chinese capacitor that couldn't handle repeated temperatures cycling between the cold night air and the relatively warm sea surface. Without GPS and without the visual acuity to spot distant oil platforms, it switched to inertial navigation, basically dead reckoning, using gyroscopes to track direction and speed. But inertial navigation systems accumulate error. Over water with no reference points, the drift is about 10 meters per minute. After 80 minutes, the drone was 800 meters off course. After 160 minutes, it was 8 kilometers off course, heading for empty ocean instead of the target area. At 0645, it hit the water. No explosion, just gone. 2 drones left. The spy ship goes active. Detection at last. The third drone was 5 kilometers behind the lead, still maintaining course on clean GPS. But that was about to change. The Russian spy ship went active. Its mineral ME radar began painting the western approaches with radio waves, searching for incoming threats. At 0723, they found something. Bearing 285 degrees. Speed 180 kilometers per hour. Range 15 kilometers. The ship's radar locked on. The lead drone's primitive threat receiver registered the lock. Basically a simple device that detects when radar is focused on you, but wood confuses radar designed for metal. The Mineral ME's targeting algorithms look for sharp, clean returns from aluminum aircraft. Wood gives mushy, inconsistent returns. The signal keeps fluctuating. The radar kept losing lock, reacquiring, losing it again. The operator reported intermittent contact, possibly birds. Here's where things get interesting. The Russian spy ship was running its R984UM jammers to protect against naval drones. These jammers flood certain frequencies with electronic noise, making it hard for drones to receive commands or navigation signals. But those jammers operate at 20 to 1000 megahertz, right in the middle of the ship's own communication frequencies. Every time the jammers transmitted, they degraded their own radar returns. Russian doctrine has a term for this: electromagnetic fratricide. Your own systems interfering with each other. It's a calculated risk. The manual says the degraded radar performance is worth the protection against command-guided drones. They were about to learn the true cost of that calculation. 0725. The spy ship vectored a patrol boat to investigate the intermittent contacts. The boat accelerated to 35 knots, crew manning the forward PKM machine gun. The gunner loaded a fresh 200-round belt, checked the iron sights, braced against the mount. His loader stood ready with 2 more belts. They'd drilled this hundreds of times. Engage low-flying targets at 500 meters. Walk tracers into the target. Maintain fire until splash. Standard procedure: investigate, identify, engage if hostile. But they'd been briefed for aluminum drones with infrared signatures. Nobody mentioned plywood ghosts flying 3 meters above the waves in heavy fog. The lead drone had 3 minutes of fuel remaining. Behind it, the third drone flew on, invisible because it had shut down all electronics to avoid radar detection, but blind because it was flying on compass, heading alone. Morning fog was now thick enough to cut visibility to 500 meters. 0730. The lead FP-1 reached the target area 15 miles off Novorossiysk. The Russian spy ship sat exactly where Ukrainian intelligence predicted, still vectoring patrol boats toward incoming threats. At 0734, it broke through the haze, just 10 meters above the water, and moving 180 kilometers per hour as the first drone's engine died in a final glide. Russian eyes followed the decoy's fall, missing the real threat. The spy ship's radar, unable to depress below -5 degrees, left it blind to the incoming attack. A lookout saw the third drone at 300 meters, but it was too late. At 0734 a.m., the 25-kilogram warhead struck the mast housing the R381T surveillance antennas. The explosion gutted the bridge, melted the arrays, destroyed the mineral ME radar, and triggered secondary blasts that raged for 18 hours. 6 weeks of intelligence, frequencies, routes, and predictive data gone. The ship could be repaired, but the lost intelligence was irreplaceable. Within hours, Ukrainian drones launched anew with fresh patterns, again invisible to Russian tracking. Moscow's sophisticated radars, patrols, and helicopters, worth tens of millions, were defeated by plywood drones costing a fraction of that. The strike proved that high technology is not invincibility. June 1st, 2025, 2347, the M4 highway, Kursk region, Russia. The convoys stretched for 3 miles along Russia's M4 highway, the critical artery connecting Moscow to the southern front. Over 200 vehicles crawling through the darkness. Fuel trucks, ammunition carriers, mobile command posts, artillery tractors hauling 152mm howitzers. This wasn't just any resupply mission. This was the logistics backbone for Russian forces operating across the entire Kursk sector. The convoy commanders weren't worried. They were deep inside Russia, over 100 kilometers from the Ukrainian border. They had Panzer S-1 air defense systems positioned at regular intervals, Torm-A-2 mobile units scanning the skies, and overhead, multiple layers of radar coverage tracking everything within a 200-kilometer radius. They believed they were untouchable, protected by geography, defended by some of Russia's most sophisticated air defense systems, operating in what should be completely secure territory. They had no idea that 162 Ukrainian drones were already in the air, closing in from multiple directions. And they definitely didn't know that Ukrainian planners had spent weeks studying this exact highway, mapping its choke points, identifying its vulnerabilities, and waiting for the perfect moment to turn Russia's main supply route into a death trap. This operation didn't start the night of June 1st. It started weeks earlier with something most people would find incredibly boring: traffic analysis. Ukrainian intelligence had been monitoring the M4 highway using a combination of satellite imagery, intercepted communications, and reports from sources on the ground. They were looking for patterns. When do Russian convoys move? What routes do they take? How are they protected? What are the choke points? And they found something interesting. Russian logistics officers had gotten comfortable. Convoys were moving on predictable schedules, same routes, same defensive postures, same assumptions about what was safe and what wasn't. The M4 highway was particularly attractive as a target. It's a major expressway linking Moscow to Voronezh, Rostov-on-Don, and Krasnodar. Basically, the main road feeding supplies to Russian forces across the entire southern front. Disrupt that highway, and you create logistics chaos across hundreds of kilometers. But hitting a convoy deep inside Russia, protected by air defenses, required more than just launching drones and hoping for the best. It required a plan that could overwhelm Russian defenses through sheer numbers while maximizing damage to critical targets. So Ukrainian planners designed what they called a saturation attack. The idea: launch so many drones from so many directions that Russian air defenses simply can't engage them all. Some drones will get shot down, probably most of them, but enough will get through to achieve the mission. The drones Ukraine used for this operation weren't sophisticated military hardware. They were modified commercial quadcopters and fixed-wing platforms, each carrying warheads weighing around 50 kilograms, about 110 pounds of explosives. Think of them as flying IEDs. Each drone probably cost somewhere between $5,000 and $20,000 depending on the sophistication of the navigation system and the type of warhead. Compare that to the Pantsir missiles designed to shoot them down. Each missile costs approximately $250,000. The economic equation is brutal. Ukraine can afford to lose 10 drones to destroy one air defense missile, and once those air defense systems run out of ammunition, the remaining drones fly unopposed. But the real innovation wasn't the drones themselves. It was how they were employed. Ukrainian planners divided the 162 drones into multiple waves approaching from different directions. The first wave, about 60 drones, came from the west, flying low over the Ukrainian border, directly toward Kursk. These were the bait. Their job was to light up Russian air defenses, force them to reveal positions, and start burning through ammunition. The second wave, another 50 drones, approached from the southwest, targeting the Voronezh region. These drones were programmed to hit infrastructure, power lines, road junctions, anything that would create chaos and divert Russian attention. The third wave, the final 52 drones, took a longer route, looping north before turning south toward their targets. These were the real killers, timed to arrive after Russian air defenses had already engaged the first two waves. It's a classic military tactic called saturation and exploitation. Overwhelm the enemy's defenses with targets they can't ignore, then exploit the gaps that creates. 2350. Russian air defense operators in the Kursk region watched their screens light up with contacts. Dozens of them. Small, fast, coming from multiple vectors. The automated threat assessment system started categorizing targets: high priority, moderate priority, low priority. But with 60 contacts approaching simultaneously, the system was overwhelmed. Everything became high priority. The Panzer S-1 operators did what they were trained to do. They started shooting. The first volley of missiles streaked into the night sky. Each Panzer system can engage 4 targets simultaneously, and with multiple systems active across the region, the sky filled with missile contrails. Explosions rippled across the horizon as Ukrainian drones were intercepted and destroyed, one after another. Russian air defense was performing exactly as designed. But here's the problem. Every missile fired is one less missile available, and the drones kept coming. The ammunition problem, Russia's critical weakness. The Panzer S-1 system carries 12 ready-to-fire missiles. After that, it needs to reload from a support vehicle, a process that takes several minutes and leaves the system defenseless. The Tor M2 has a similar limitation: 16 missiles per launcher, then a reload cycle, Ukrainian planners knew these numbers. They'd studied Russian air defense doctrine. They knew exactly how many missiles each system could fire before running dry. And they'd launched more drones than Russia had immediately available missiles. It's simple math. If you launch 162 drones at air defense systems that collectively have maybe 80 to 100 ready missiles, some drones are getting through. It's not a question of if, it's a question of which ones. 0003. The highway goes dark. The second wave of drones approached the Voronezh region from the southwest. These weren't targeting the convoy directly. They were targeting infrastructure. Several drones dove on the power lines, running alongside the M4 highway. The 50-kilogram warheads detonated on impact, severing the high-voltage cables. Sparks cascaded across the highway as the lines fell. One section of cable, still carrying current, landed directly across the roadway. The highway suddenly became impassable. The convoy ground to a halt. Brake lights stretched for miles as hundreds of vehicles bunched up, waiting for the obstruction to be cleared. And bunched-up vehicles make excellent targets. The decoy strategy, making Russia shoot at shadows. Not all 162 drones were carrying the same payload. Ukrainian engineers had gotten creative. Some drones carried full 50-kilogram warheads designed to destroy vehicles and infrastructure, but others, maybe a third of the total, carried much smaller charges, just enough to create an explosion and debris when shot down. These decoy drones served multiple purposes. They forced Russian air defenses to engage, burning through ammunition. When shot down, their debris created secondary chaos. Fires in residential areas, damaged buildings, more panic and confusion. The Russian air defense operators couldn't tell the difference. A drone is a drone on radar, so they shot at everything. Regional Governor Alexander Kinstein later reported that falling debris from destroyed drones sparked fires at several houses in the Kursk region and damaged private apartments. That wasn't accidental damage. That was part of the plan, creating multiple small crises that would overwhelm local emergency services and divert attention from the main targets. While Russian air defenses were busy engaging the first two waves and emergency services were responding to fires and downed power lines, the third wave of drones approached from the north. These 52 drones had taken the long route, staying low to avoid early detection, and they were arriving just as Russian air defense systems were running low on ammunition and starting their reload cycles. The targeting was specific, not random attacks, but precision strikes on high-value convoy elements. Fuel trucks. These are obvious targets. Hit one and you get spectacular secondary explosions that can take out multiple vehicles. Ammunition carriers. Same principle. One direct hit can trigger a chain reaction that destroys entire sections of convoy. Command vehicles. These are the specialized trucks housing communications equipment and tactical computers. Destroy these, and the convoy loses coordination. Artillery tractors. These are pulling the heavy guns that Russian forces desperately need on the front lines. Immobilize these and the artillery never reaches its destination. The drones dove on their targets in coordinated strikes. When a 50-kilogram warhead traveling at 80 miles per hour hits a fuel truck, the results are catastrophic. The initial explosion ruptures the fuel tank. Diesel or gasoline sprays across the surrounding area. The heat from the explosion ignites the fuel vapor instantly. What happens next depends on what's nearby. If the fuel truck is next to ammunition carriers, which is common in military convoys where different vehicle types are mixed together, the fire spreads to the ammunition. Artillery shells don't need a direct hit to detonate. Sufficient heat will set them off, and once one shell detonates, the overpressure can trigger sympathetic detonation in nearby shells. A single drone hitting a single fuel truck can destroy 10 vehicles through secondary effects. That's the multiplier effect Ukrainian planners were counting on. By 00:30, the situation on the M4 highway was chaos. Multiple sections of the convoy were burning. Power lines were down across the roadway. Emergency vehicles were trying to reach multiple fires simultaneously. Local fire departments, designed to handle maybe one or two incidents at a time, were completely overwhelmed. Regional Governor Alexander Gusev announced that a section of the highway was closed. No timeline for a reopening, just closed. And here's what that means strategically. The M4 highway is one of Russia's primary logistics routes. Close it, even temporarily, and you create a massive traffic jam that backs up for hundreds of kilometers. Supplies don't reach the front lines on time. Fuel deliveries are delayed. Ammunition shipments sit in warehouses instead of supporting combat operations. It's a logistics paralysis that ripples across the entire operational theater. Russian authorities reported destroying all 162 Ukrainian drones, and that's probably true. Eventually, all the drones were either shot down or crashed after completing their missions. But here's what the official Russian statements didn't mention: how much damage those drones inflicted before being destroyed. Fires in residential areas, damaged apartment buildings, power lines severed, a major highway closed, an unknown number of military vehicles destroyed or damaged, secondary fires continuing to burn, emergency services overwhelmed, logistics operations disrupted. The official statement said no injuries reported. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not. But focusing on casualties misses the point. The goal of this operation wasn't to kill people. It was to create chaos, destroy infrastructure, and disrupt Russian logistics operations. By that measure, mission accomplished. Here's where it gets interesting from a strategic perspective. This attack happened just as Russia and Ukraine were preparing for another round of peace talks. You might think, why launch a major attack when you're about to sit down for negotiations? Doesn't that undermine the peace process? Actually, it's the opposite. Ukraine was sending a message. We have the capability to strike deep inside Russia. We have the resources to launch operations of this scale, and we're not negotiating from a position of weakness. It's diplomatic signaling through military action, demonstrating capability and resolve before sitting down at the negotiating table. Russia talks about peace while continuing military operations. Ukraine responds by showing that the war isn't confined to Ukrainian territory. It reaches into Russia's heartland, disrupts Russian infrastructure, and makes the war expensive for Moscow to continue. The cost-benefit analysis. Asymmetric warfare mathematics. Let's do the math on this operation. 162 drones at an estimated average cost of $10,000 each equals $1.62 million in total hardware cost. Add operational expenses, planning, coordination, logistics, and maybe the whole operation cost Ukraine $2 to $3 million maximum. In return, they forced Russia to expend somewhere between 80 and 100 air defense missiles at approximately $250,000 each. That's $20 to $25 million just in wasted ammunition, shooting down relatively cheap drones. Then add the damaged vehicles, the closed highway, the disrupted logistics operations, the emergency response costs, the infrastructure repair expenses. Conservatively, Ukraine probably inflicted $50 to $75 million in direct and indirect costs. That's a return on investment of 25 to 1 or better. But the real value isn't measured in dollars. It's measured in strategic effect. Russian logistics are disrupted. Supply lines are delayed. Frontline units aren't getting ammunition and fuel on schedule. Air defense systems need to be resupplied with missiles that could have been used protecting other targets. Every drone Ukraine launches forces Russia to make difficult choices about what to protect and what to leave vulnerable. Here's the fundamental problem Russia faces. They can't defend everything. Kursk region alone covers over 30,000 square kilometers. Voronezh region is even larger at nearly 52,000 square kilometers. To provide comprehensive air defense coverage over that much territory would require hundreds of Panzer and Tor systems operating continuously. Russia doesn't have that many systems. Even if they did, maintaining that level of defensive posture would be prohibitively expensive and would pull resources from other critical areas. So Russia has to make choices. Defend the major highways. That leaves cities vulnerable. Defend the cities. That leaves logistics routes exposed. Defend military installations. That leaves civilian infrastructure unprotected. Ukraine exploits these gaps. They find the weak spots, plan operations to hit them, and force Russia to respond by redeploying defenses, which creates new gaps elsewhere. It's a game of strategic whack-a-mole, where Russia is perpetually on the defensive and Ukraine controls the tempo. For 3 years, most Russians living far from the Ukrainian border have experienced the war primarily through television propaganda. the special military operation happening somewhere else, not affecting daily life. Something to support from a comfortable distance. Drone attacks deep inside Russia change that calculus. Fires in your neighborhood aren't abstract. Power outages affecting your home aren't distant news. A closed highway disrupting your commute isn't something happening to other people. The war stops being something happening over there and becomes something that affects you personally. This is psychological warfare aimed at eroding Russian public support for continuing the conflict. Every drone attack, every disrupted service reminds Russian civilians that this war has costs. Costs that are being paid inside Russia, not just on distant battlefields. What this operation demonstrates is how fundamentally drones have changed warfare. Traditional military thinking focused on expensive platforms operated by highly trained personnel, fighter jets costing $50 million each, flown by pilots who took years to train, cruise missiles costing $1 million each, systems where every loss was significant. Drones flip that equation. A $10,000 drone, operated by a technician with a few months of training, can achieve effects that previously required million-dollar weapon systems. And because drones are cheap and expendable, you can use them in ways that would be unthinkable with manned aircraft. This shift represents more than just a technological evolution. It's a strategic revolution. The democratization of air power means that smaller states, insurgent groups, and even private actors can now project force with unprecedented reach and precision. Warfare is no longer confined to the front lines. It has become decentralized, networked, and perpetual. At 13:47 hours in occupied Zaporizhzhia, 12 Ukrainian drones push through the low morning haze, flying toward a Russian ammunition train at just under 100 kilometers per hour. In a concrete bunker several kilometers away, their operators watch grainy video feeds instead of the sky. What they do not see is that Russian artillery has already begun to bracket their position. The first 152mm shell lands roughly 800 meters away, close enough to sprinkle dust from the ceiling and rattle loose stones from the tunnel walls. The Russians pick them up the instant. 48 brushless motors spun up at the same time. That burst of electromagnetic noise rose from the tree line like a flare on every spectrum analyzer within 10 kilometers. To an artillery battery watching the electronic environment, it looked like someone had turned on stadium lights in the middle of a blackout. Inside the bunker, the Ukrainians understand what that means. They can cut power and live, abandoning the mission, or keep the drones in the air while shells walk closer. To reach the train, they need around 12 minutes. To pinpoint the launch site, the Russian guns need perhaps 3. They keep the drones moving. Far ahead, a Russian armored personnel carrier rolls along a dirt road parallel to the tracks. A gunner standing half exposed behind the turret hatch notices a dark cluster against the sky. 12 dots, low and fast. He swings his machine gun up and opens fire. Tracer rounds climbing in bright arcs. The swarm fractures on command. 4 drones climb. 4 drop to treetop height. 4 continue straight through the middle. Rounds crack through the air where they had been a heartbeat early, but there is something the Russians cannot see from below. Trailing behind each of the drones is a line of glass thinner than a strand of human hair, a fiber optic tether spooling silently from a reel. While Russian electronic warfare vehicles flood the air with noise across every common frequency, those filaments carry control signals as rapid pulses of light. Jamming works on radio waves. The fiber simply ignores it. The very expensive electronic warfare truck, parked near a junction, bristling with antennas and emitters, is reduced to the usefulness of an oversized diesel generator while the drones hum overhead, untouched by the storm of interference. The Russian artillery, however, is a different problem. The second shell lands 600 meters away, the blast rolling through the bunker like a muted thunderclap. The Ukrainians are not surprised. They planned for this. Their control teams are divided across 3 bunkers spaced roughly 500 meters apart, connected by narrow communication tunnels. That number was not random. A 152mm shell can produce a lethal fragment radius of around 300 meters. At 500 meters of separation, a direct hit on one bunker might shred it completely, yet leave the others untouched and fully functional. The Russians could be fortunate and smash one shelter. With extraordinary luck, they might catch 2, but they can never destroy all 3 at once with map fire. At least 8 drones will remain under competent control, no matter how accurate the barrage becomes. That guarantee is the backbone of the plan. The third shell lands closer still, roughly 450 meters away. And this one does more than shake dust from the walls. Shrapnel scythes through the air above the bunkers and across the valley, tiny shards moving at several times the speed of sound, indifferent to distance or intention. 3 fragments find their targets, slicing through 3 of the near-invisible tether. The glass filaments are only a few millimeters thick and part instantly. Drones 2, 5, and 8 lose their lifelines. Each of the severed aircraft shifts automatically to backup radio control and internal battery power. Logic boards following contingency programming without hesitation. It keeps them flying, but it also exposes them to the full weight of Russian jamming. The other 9 drones, still linked through their fibers, continue to receive guidance as pulses of light racing through curled glass at a significant fraction of light speed. In Bunker 1, the senior operator issues the order they rehearsed. Maintain control of all surviving drones while shifting station. Equipment is unplugged in a practice sequence, consoles folded, cables coiled. As the team withdraws into a low connecting tunnel, the next artillery shell slams into the empty bunker behind them. A direct hit that would have shredded human bodies. Chunks of reinforced concrete bounce off steel ribbing above the passage, while the team runs toward their alternate position, several hundred meters away. When they plug back in, their drones are still flying, still closing the distance to the train. The difference between radio and Viber is now painfully clear to the Russians as well. Inside the electronic warfare vehicle, an operator watches his wideband display as the system lights up. The incoming drones are detected at around 7 kilometers. He instructs the system to transmit across a broad band from around 100 megahertz through several gigahertz. Kilowatts of power pour into the sky in a controlled roar, designed to drown out everything from civilian drone link frequencies to satellite navigation signals. On his screen, 3 of the tracks wobble, then vanish into noise as their control links die. 9 others remain, disturbingly crisp. Their signal paths are not in the air at all. They travel through glass that runs all the way back to Ukrainian bunkers buried under meters of earth. The operator checks his equipment, then pushes more power into the air, saturating even more spectrum. He is trying to shout down a flashlight beam by yelling louder. The physics are indifferent to his effort. The 3 drones on radio backup are gone, their pilots staring at frozen frames and static. They will fly straight until batteries die, or they meet a tree, harmless now. The side effect of all that jamming begins to surface. The armored vehicle, at a checkpoint near the line, can see the swarm on thermal imaging and attempts to warn a nearby air defense unit. The crew hears only static, their encrypted radios live in the same spectrum, being hammered into uselessness by their own specialists. Russian forces have pulled a thick electromagnetic curtain across the battlefield and cut off their own vision beyond it. The 9 tethered drones do not care. They slide under that curtain like fish beneath a frozen river, following waypoints set by hands that never left the shelter. Out along the rails, the train engineer has been briefed about the rising threat from drones. His response is simple. He pushes the throttle levers forward until they meet their stops. The heavy consist groans as thousands of tons of steel, fuel, ammunition, and classified cargo begin to accelerate along worn track. Speed creeps upward from the low 40s to the high 40s and beyond. Inching toward the maximum the aging rails can safely handle. Each increase seems small from the cabin, but it has a brutal effect on the men guiding the drones. Every extra kilometer per hour, the train gains moves the planned intercept point several meters farther down the line. The operators must continuously adjust their courses, burning precious battery reserves as they fight both headwinds and moving coordinates. Back near the checkpoint, the crew of the armored carrier gets their own short window. The swarm is crossing their field of fire at an oblique angle, just inside the envelope, where their main gun can reach. The gunner tries to solve a geometry problem in his head. Small targets, fast lateral speed, very little time. He knows he must fire not at where the drones are, but where they will be after bullet flight time. At their current speed, that means leading them by several body lengths, pushing rounds into empty air and waiting for the drones to intersect the stream. In theory, it is routine. On a range, targets move predictably along rails. In reality, every drone jerks up, down, left, and right in random evasive movements every second or two. Their fiber optic tails flash and vanish like spider silk in sunlight. He is chasing phantoms that change direction faster than he can adjust. He walks his bursts across open sky, but by the time his tracers touch a path, a drone once occupied, the machine has already slid somewhere else. 8 seconds after he starts firing, The swarm disappears behind a line of trees, leaving nothing but empty branches and drifting smoke. His commander slams a fist against the hatch rim, frustrated and powerless to report the failure, his radio still choked with friendly jamming. The drones, untouched, continue to close, now only a few kilometers from the part of the track the Ukrainians have named simply the window. That window is a stretch of line where the rails run straight through open country for several kilometers, away from heavy defenses, away from urban cover, and away from overhead protection. The Ukrainians watch this section for weeks through satellites and scouts, measuring timing and speed. They know how long a train will remain exposed here. They know which side roads lead to it. They know that in this brief corridor, the train is naked. The artillery rounds continue to fall behind them, but those echoes are growing less frequent, the guns shifting fire, unsure if the target is still there. At the edge of that corridor sits the Russian air defense system tasked with making sure no threat reaches the rails. Its search radar struggles to distinguish the tiny drones from ground clutter and heat shimmer, so the crew switches to optical tracking. On their screen, the swarm appears as a loose cluster of flickering specks. The operator selects gun mode. Under the turret, twin 30mm autocannons spool up, each shell pre-programmed to detonate, not on impact, but at a specific distance, turning single rounds into expanding clouds of steel fragments. The gunner knows he cannot afford to aim at individual drones. They are too small, too agile, and too numerous. Instead, he paints the sky with calculated volumes of shrapnel. At a few thousand meters, the first string of shells erupts in mid-air, each one bursting into hundreds of razor fragments. One of the drones simply disappears in a white flash, its video feed cutting to static. A second is torn apart seconds later, its last frame showing streaks of metal rushing toward the lens. The remaining drones react as if they were stung. On the Ukrainian side, the operator responsible for overall coordination orders an immediate split in 3 dimensions. 3 drones climb sharply, presenting darker silhouettes against the sky. 3 drop so low that their propellers almost comb the tops of the grain stalks. 1 holds an intermediate altitude, sliding sideways in erratic movements, a decoy in open space. The air defense computer flags the higher group as easier to track. Training doctrine insists that the closest threat should always take priority. The gunner has only a heartbeat to choose between instinct and algorithm. He raises the barrels toward the climbing drones, committing to the path his computer recommends. In that moment, the low group races forward, almost untouched, hugging the folds of the terrain and taking advantage of every blind angle. By the time the gunner senses the mistake and tries to swing his guns down, the low drones are already beneath his optimal engagement arc, slicing into a region of space his weapons cannot cover. Without redesigning the turret ring, the system has been built to fight cruise missiles and fast jets, not slow insects crawling along the ground. Along the line ahead, a small Russian observation post sees the drones coming and adds its own fire. Dozens of rifles and light machine guns snap from their rests as soldiers aim at the sound of buzzing engines. The geometry is unforgiving. The drones are crossing perpendicular to their firing line, moving at the speed of a car on a highway, but much closer and much smaller. Human reaction time eats a quarter of a second before a trigger finger even tightens. Aiming adjustments take another fraction. By the time a sight picture settles on a target, it has already moved on. Tracer rounds stitch the air behind the drones, painting straight lines where curved solutions were needed. Some soldiers fire rocket-propelled grenades upward, hoping to detonate near the swarm, but the fuses and trajectories were never meant for small aerial targets. The explosives burst in impressive fireballs with no practical effect. While that chaotic curtain of fire burns itself out, 4 of the Ukrainian drones that have been loitering at higher altitude peel away from the main axis, banking in a tight arc toward a segment of track far behind the moving train. Those 4 machines are not aiming for the train at all. They dive toward the rails themselves, targeting a section several hundred meters behind the last wagon. On approach, each drone releases a small, dense canister. On impact, the canisters crack open and pour out a stream of material that does not explode so much as ignite in an almost blinding white glare. It is a mixture of metal powders and oxidizer designed to reach temperatures that ordinary explosives cannot match. Where it touches steel, the rails do not bend or crack. They begin to burn. Railroad steel softens and fails at temperatures lower than that sustained by the burning mixture. Within moments, neat parallel lines of heavy metal are transformed into molten gaps, sagging and collapsing under their own weight. To a train approaching at speed, the rails will appear intact until the very last seconds. Structurally, though, they are already gone. The drones that delivered the charges have already expended their payload and value. Their sacrifice was planned into the mission profile from the beginning, one set of tools to prepare the ambush for another. Back at the air defense system, those twin cannons have been firing at near maximum rate. Modern autocannons can maintain extreme output for a short burst. If firing continues beyond a safe threshold, the rifling inside the barrels warps. Rounds begin to tumble instead of spin, spraying unpredictably and chewing up the guns from the inside. The gunner has to make a choice between continuing ineffective fire or pausing. He releases the trigger. For a dozen seconds, the sky near the train is free of large caliber fire. The surviving drones push forward, batteries draining faster than planned as they fight both distance and wind. On their control screens, icons begin to flash amber as charge levels fall into critical ranges. One drone shows less than 1/5 capacity. Another drops toward that threshold. The operators know exactly how many seconds of flight remain at their current power draw. They also know it is barely enough to cover the distance if nothing else goes wrong. Smoke from the burning rails and ignited grass is now drifting across the battlefield, pushed by a light crosswind. That smoke carries carbon particles that absorb infrared energy across a wide range of wavelengths. Thermal cameras that could easily see through darkness and rain now stare into an opaque grey wall. Russian positions lose their only reliable way to track the drones. For a brief window, the aircraft are not just small and agile. They are effectively invisible to anything that is not close enough to hear their electric motors whining in the air. As the drones emerge from the far side of the smoke, they are less than 2 kilometers from the train. Every bolt, rivet, and identification number on the wagons is visible on their feeds. The fiber optic lines trailing behind them are nearing their own limit. Each reel holds a fixed length of glass filament. Beyond that, tension rises and tangles become a threat. To prevent a tether from snapping at the worst moment or dragging on obstacles, each line is rigged to release automatically once it reaches a predetermined extension. Meters tick down on a small indicator in the operator's field of view. When the line plays out, a simple mechanical latch opens and the fiber falls away, whipping back toward the earth. One drone drops its tether a few meters earlier than expected as the spring lets go. Instantaneously, its control link shifts from fiber to radio, and its battery display drops into single digits. The others follow over the next few seconds. All remaining drones are now exposed to jamming, but they are also close enough that inertia, if properly used, can carry them to the target. In the locomotive at the front of the train, the engineer finally sees the incoming threat clearly, a cluster of dark shapes rising and falling over the tracks ahead. He pushes the throttles beyond their designed limit, overpowering mechanical stops. Diesel engines roar as injectors flood cylinders with fuel. For a few heartbeats, the speedometer nudges higher. Then physics takes its own revenge. Steel wheels on steel rails can grip very well under controlled load, but once they begin to slip, the friction curve collapses. The driver is now polishing the track instead of pushing against it. Hidden under the forward part of the train, the air defense system attempts one last engagement. The drones have crossed into its minimum effective range. The guns cannot depress far enough to fire on targets that low and that close without hitting their own protective berm. The system has been optimized to shoot at threats coming from above, not level with the track. The operator can only watch his screen as the drone tracks drop below his engagement arcs, sliding into a blind spot defined not by enemy cunning, but by simple angles and engineering constraints. Russian troops near the final checkpoint throw everything they have into the air. Machine guns vibrate on bipods, rifles snap, and more rocket-propelled grenades arc upward. The drones stay centered over the railway, directly above the line of wagons. Soldiers would need to fire through their own train, punching holes in the very cargo they are there to protect. Few are willing to take that risk. Most rounds pass wide or high. Some ricochet off metal sides. One drone takes a glancing hit that cracks its battery casing and tumbles into a field. spent. Another drone suffers a different kind of failure. Its battery monitor hits zero while it is still a short distance from the target. The electric motor cuts out abruptly, propellers turning into windmill. Yet momentum has no need for power. The drone continues forward on its existing velocity, losing height only slowly over the last stretch. In the control bunker, the operator watches the final video feed as the image jitters and drifts. Guided now only by the balance between drag and inertia, no longer an aircraft, but not yet wreckage. Behind the drifting dust and shuddering steel, the final wave arrives. One drone slams into the coupling between the locomotive and the first wagon, its shaped charge punching a narrow jet of molten metal straight through hardened steel. A heartbeat later, more impacts ripple across the train. Fuel lines rupture into vapor. Brake systems seize. An ammunition wagon, its internal seals weakened by days of vibration, takes a direct hit that forces its temperature past the point of ignition. The resulting blast is not an explosion so much as an eruption, a pressure front racing outward faster than sound. Entire wagons vanish into incandescent fragments. Others lift from the tracks and tumble across open fields in twisting arcs. In seconds, what had been thousands of tons of cargo becomes a cratered scar along the rails and a rising plume of smoke. A handful of lightweight drones, costing barely more than a family appliance, have erased a vital artery, feeding multiple Russian formations, and ended the voyage of a train meant to hide its purpose behind routine movement. The rails collapse into molten gaps, the sky fills with drifting embers, and the battlefield settles into a stunned silence broken only by the crackle of burning metal. The mission, built on precision, endurance, and relentless adaptation under fire, closes with the simple truth that reach and mass matter less than timing, ingenuity, and the patience to wait for the exact moment the enemy loads the wrong cargo onto the wrong train. At 5:01 in the morning on an icy February night in 2025, 20 Ukrainian strike drones lifted off from a concealed strip of coastline facing the Sea of Azov. The air temperature hovered around 23 degrees Fahrenheit, cold enough to numb fingers in minutes, and sap battery performance by a brutal margin. On the Russian side of the water, lights still glowed in apartment blocks around Taganrog, where shift workers on the night line at the Beriev aircraft plant had no idea that in less than 15 minutes, their hangars would become the brightest objects in the entire region. The drones were not imposing machines. Each weighed roughly 5 pounds, small enough for a single operator to carry two in rugged cases. Their carbon frames were closer to racing quadcopters than to anything that appeared in official military brochures. What distinguished them was not size, but software. Their flight controllers ran custom code trained on thousands of hours of bird flight footage, giving each drone a slightly irregular, organic wobble. To ground radar and optical trackers that relied on smooth trajectories, the swarm did not look like 20 distinct aircraft. It looked like one indistinct anomaly. On a folding table inside a dim Ukrainian command shelter, 3 operators watched the first telemetry traces scroll across ruggedized tablets. The drones were climbing through a layer of coastal haze at a shallow angle, riding low over the water to avoid line of sight from Russian radar posts near the border. A mesh network linked them together, each airframe acting as both sensor and relay, sharing position data and signal paths in microsecond cycles. If one node dropped out, routing shifted automatically, like a flock tightening up when a bird fell away. The target lay roughly 50 miles from the launch point on the northeastern shore of the Sea of Azov. Taganrog's Beriev plant was more than just another industrial facility. Inside its long concrete halls and corrugated metal hangars, technicians maintained and modernized Russia's Tu-295 strategic bombers. Those 4-engined turboprop aircraft, with their swept wings and iconic contra-rotating propellers, formed a key part of Moscow's long-range strike capability. From runways deep inside Russia, they launched Kuk-55 cruise missiles at cities and infrastructure across Ukraine. In Ukrainian planning cells, a single phrase kept appearing on whiteboards and encrypted chats, expressed in different ways, but always carrying the same logic. If you cannot intercept every cruise missile in the air, you make it harder for the bombers to take off at all. The Beriev plant was not just a repair shop, it was a bottleneck. Mk-12 turboprop engines were not easily replaced, and the specialized tooling needed to handle them was scattered across only a handful of sites. Damage there would not be measured in days of downtime, but in seasons. By 5:03 in the morning, the swarm had already crossed the invisible maritime extension of the international border. Instead of flying a straight line, the drones followed a path pre-computed to weave along low-lying terrain and shallow folds in the coastline elevation. Digital elevation models loaded into their onboard memory allowed them to dip behind ridges, skim reservoir banks, and hug the darker gaps between isolated farmsteads. From the perspective of a Russian radar operator watching a glowing screen in a warm cabin, nothing unusual drifted into the main search volume. The first major defensive ring around Taganrog did not consist of fences or guard towers. It was electromagnetic. Russia had positioned S-400 batteries and Panzer S-1 gun and missile systems to cover the approaches to military infrastructure across the region. Their search radars were tuned for cruise missiles, manned aircraft, and larger drones. None of them were designed to treat a cluster of 5-pound electric quadcopters as a primary threat. When the swarm's combined radar signature finally nudged above the background clutter, automated classification flagged it as a single small object, most likely a slow-moving missile or stray weather return. Inside one S-400 command module, a duty officer acknowledged a tentative contact reported by a subordinate radar station. The trace was low, slow, and intermittent, appearing and fading as the cluster dipped behind terrain. Engagement priorities were already stacked with higher altitude traffic near other sectors. Doctrine dictated that such marginal contacts should be monitored rather than engaged, especially when ammunition stocks for ready-to-fire missiles were not easily replenished. The officer tagged the track with a generic label and moved his attention back to other blips, unaware that each delay of a few seconds gave the swarm more room to advance. The drones themselves were not ignorant of the attention. Embedded in each flight controller was an electronic support package that sampled the radio spectrum many times per second. Spikes in known radar bands triggered micro-adjustments in altitude and spacing. When the swarm software detected a rise in emissions consistent with search radars to the north, the front rank of drones dipped 30 feet lower, dragging their companions with them in a graceful bird-like roll. To an external sensor, the already faint ghost of a target smeared even further into noise. Communications followed similar principles. Instead of locking onto a single control frequency, the swarm used artificial intelligence-driven frequency hopping, shifting among dozens of channels in patterns derived from pseudo-random sequences and real-time interference maps. At any given moment, some drones listened on one band, others on another, passing packets through the mesh like whispered messages in a crowded room. To a system like the Krasika 4 electronic warfare complex deployed near key air bases, the aggregate signature looked like a glitch rather than a clear pattern. Attempts to blanket jam one band simply caused the swarm's algorithms to shift emphasis to cleaner slices of spectrum. The Sea of Azov's surface beneath them, dark and lightly ruffled by winter wind, provided one more layer of protection. Cold water held a narrow temperature range, while the low-flying drones shed just enough heat to blur into background when seen through medium-resolution thermal sensors. Only when they crossed the shoreline and began to sweep over drier land did the contrast sharpen. Farm buildings, transformer stations, and exhaust from distant factories painted the infrared landscape in brighter strokes. But by then, the distance to Taganrog had dropped to less than 20 miles, and reaction windows were narrowing fast. By 5:04 in the morning, the swarm had broken into smaller elements. The lead group of 8 drones took on the role of pathfinders, spreading out into a loose arc that extended across several city blocks. They flew just high enough to clear power lines and rooftop structures, their cameras streaming compressed infrared and low-light imagery back to the operators. A second cluster lagged behind as a reserve, ready to substitute for losses or exploit gaps. The remaining drones tightened up into what looked on radar like the body of a single object, using the Pathfinder's mesh links as a communications backbone. Above them, an aging Russian surveillance radar swept through its cycle again and logged a slightly stronger return, now plotted just kilometers from the Beriev perimeter. Correlation software attempted to reconcile the track with flight plans and known patrol routes. No scheduled Russian aircraft matched the profile. Someone in the command chain marked it as a probable unmanned object and forwarded a recommendation for engagement to a nearby Panzer S-1 battery. The self-propelled gun and missile systems operator acknowledged the order and began to slew his sensors toward the sector, expecting to see a clear cruise missile silhouette. Instead, the optical sight returned only faint points of moving light against the city's thermal clutter. At the same moment, the Krasuka 4 complex ramped up its emissions, flooding a set of suspected control frequencies with powerful interference. The beamform jamming was designed to blind reconnaissance drones and disrupt SATCOM links. The swarm's response unfolded in milliseconds. Signal strength indicators inside each drone flashed alerts, and the mesh network reoriented itself, shunting critical control packets away from the most heavily jammed bands. As a final layer, a subset of drones shifted into a semi-autonomous mode, relying more heavily on preloaded waypoints, terrain matching, and visual cues. If every external signal vanished, they would still continue toward the last known vector to Hangar 3. Inside the Ukrainian shelter, the operators monitored the last approach in near silence. A narrow status window showed battery levels dipping faster than ideal due to the cold, but still within expected tolerances. Speed indicators held steady around 40 miles per hour as the drones threaded through the industrial outskirts. Their internal gyros compensated for turbulence sweeping in from warehouses and rail lines. Despite the electronic interference, telemetry remained stable enough to maintain coordinated flight. The operators adjusted nothing beyond small course corrections. Most of the work was now in the drone's onboard logic. The frontmost drone reached the outer fence of the Brzeev complex first. Its downward-facing sensor captured the grid of security lights, the long shadow cast by Hangar 3, and the faint glow of the motorized door partially raised for early shift maintenance crews. Through a mixture of routine and oversight, workers had begun preparing workspaces earlier than usual. The door's lower edge was already lifted enough for a person to duck under. For the swarm, that gap was a pathway. The software flagged the opening, and 2 drones peeled off to investigate, while others maintained spacing overhead. At 5:05 in the morning, the factory password vulnerability shaped the outcome. One drone hovered at a precise angle, broadcasting the unchanged maintenance code through a low-power transmitter. In a small control box mounted beside the door, a relay clicked. The motor engaged. The steel door lifted with a heavy, rhythmic clatter, rising just enough to expose more of the interior. The drone did not force access. It merely nudged an overlooked weakness that had been waiting for someone to exploit. As the gap widened, 4 drones darted forward in quick succession. Their silhouettes slipped past the threshold before the door reached its halfway point. Inside Hangar 3, fluorescent lights cast a pale glow on concrete floors and the curved forms of the 2 Tu-295 bombers under maintenance. Hydraulic jacks supported their wings at precise angles. Tool carts lined the aisles. A cluster of oxygen tanks stood near one aircraft's midsection. Pallets of training K-55 missiles, their solid propellant cores sealed in protective casings, were stacked along the far wall. Technicians elsewhere in the building were gathering equipment for the morning routine, unaware that the first drone had already glided above the wing of a bomber that had launched cruise missiles only weeks earlier. The drones carried shaped charge warheads designed to pierce metal rather than disperse fragments. Each warhead weighed just over 1 pound, optimized for focused energy rather than raw explosive volume. Fired directly against thin steel, an explosively formed jet reached temperatures high enough to perforate structural members or ignite sensitive stores. Against oxygen cylinders or aluminum wing sections filled with tens of thousands of gallons of JP-8 fuel, the effect would magnify. The operators watching from Ukraine saw the first drone's camera lock onto the reflective surface of an oxygen tank. No additional signals were required. The drone's autonomous routines understood the target profile. The hangar's automated suppression system hesitated. Sensors registered rising temperature, but metal surfaces distorted readings with streaks of reflected heat. Only when the flames reached a threshold near the ceiling did the system prepare to release suppressant. By then, the third drone had already targeted a cluster of K-55 training missiles. Though inert in terms of warheads, the solid propellant inside each casing was energetic enough to burn intensely once exposed. The shaped charge struck the nearest missile casing at an angle that ruptured its outer shell. Burning propellant spilled across the floor, accelerating the spread of fire toward tooling racks and engine stands. Outside, the drones that had not yet entered the hangar circled above the facility. Their thermal cameras showed the growing intensity of the fire inside. Secondary explosions from ruptured tanks, propellant spills, and engine compartments created rolling shockwaves that vented through the widening gaps in the roof. One drone attempted to descend for a final strike, but was consumed by heat rising from the opening. The remaining airborne units switched to surveillance mode, capturing the spread of fire along the hangar's interior framework. Through tendrils of smoke, the shape of one Tu-95 sagged as its wing collapsed, its aluminum structure losing rigidity under sustained heat. By 5:07 in the morning, the defensive systems around Taganrog recognized that something catastrophic was unfolding. Radar operators who had dismissed initial traces attempted to reacquire targets amid the thermal distortions rising from the burning hangar. The Panzer operator, seeing the plume from a distance, assumed incoming munitions or a fuel explosion. He fired 2 missiles toward the general area, but the drones had already fragmented into patterns too irregular for tracking. One missile detonated harmlessly in open air. The other veered off into the dark, unable to locate a stable reflection. The blackout of reliable sensor data prevented any coordinated response. In the Ukrainian command shelter, the operators watched the final telemetry streams blink out one by one as rising heat and structural collapse overwhelmed the drones still inside. The fire had grown into a self-sustaining event that no human intervention could reverse quickly. Flames raced along tool racks and across aluminum skin panels. Roof supports buckled, creating cascading failures that brought down large sections of overhead structure. By the time the last drone signal faded, Hangar 3 was in full structural failure, and the 2 strategic bombers inside were already beyond salvage. At 5:13 of the morning, the first exterior wall of Hangar 3 failed. The panel buckled outward as internal pressure exceeded its load tolerance, releasing a pulse of heat and smoke that rolled across the tarmac like a low, drifting cloud. Fire crews stationed on the far side of the complex scrambled to respond, but the intensity of the blaze forced them to keep distance. Burning JP-8 cascaded through openings in the structure, feeding a fire that brightened the pre-dawn horizon. Even from several blocks away, residents awakened by the blast saw an expanding glow above the industrial district and assumed a fuel depot had ignited. Inside the plant's operations center, supervisors attempted to coordinate a response while alarms blared across every console. The facility's internal cameras failed one after another as heat warped casings and melted cable insulation. Automated systems struggled to compensate for the loss of data, switching between partial sensor feeds and fallback modes. Emergency protocols directed teams to isolate power circuits, but rapid fire spread rendered the hangar unsafe for entry. With each passing minute, the temperature climbed, compromising additional structural members. Engineers monitoring temperature readouts realized that the roof would not hold. That failure came shortly after 5:15. A deep metallic groan echoed across the complex as remaining trusses twisted under load. When the roof collapsed, it did so in several sections at once, dropping tons of heated debris onto the burning air raft. The impact forced burning fuel outward in a bright surge that flashed through gaps in the walls. The resulting fireball rose higher than the plant's lighting towers, leaving a plume of black smoke suspended above the city. Local emergency dispatch centers fielded calls from residents across Taganrog, reporting explosions and flames near the airfield. Responders dispatched units, but warned crews to expect extreme hazards. By 5:20, the destruction inside Hangar 3 had progressed beyond containment. The NK-12 engine stands nearest the collapse zone toppled, spilling burning oil across the floor. Hydraulic reservoirs ignited. Composite insulation panels, once designed to withstand moderate heat, shriveled into brittle remains that crumbled under the weight of falling debris. The second Tu-95, positioned closer to the rear wall, lost structural integrity in its wing root, causing the wing to fold downward and fracture. With critical systems destroyed, both airframes were now unsalvageable fragments of aluminum, steel, and ruined machinery. The events of that February morning demonstrated that decisive outcomes can emerge not from large platforms or overwhelming firepower, but from precision, planning, and exploitation of the smallest vulnerabilities. As Taganrog's hangar smoldered into the afternoon, its collapsed walls and charred aircraft stood as evidence of a shifting landscape in which autonomy, adaptability, and modest resources could produce consequences once thought achievable only by large strike packages. The lessons drawn from the incident would shape strategies, budgets, and defensive doctrines long after the fires cooled and the debris was cleared. At 03:15 hours, over a remote sector of southern Russia, a ring of Ukrainian drones orbited in silence above the clouds, their electric motors barely audible even to each other. Beneath them lay a sprawling military airfield assessed by analysts to be worth roughly $500 million in hardened shelters, fuel farms, and one experimental laser aviation complex that Russian media had quietly described as a leap in airborne directed energy research. For months, this base had been the starting point for bomber sorties and glide bomb attacks across Ukraine. Satellite imagery and radio intercepts showed transport, aircraft, fuel convoys, and maintenance brigades moving in a steady pattern. Hidden at the far end of the runway system was the real prize, a cluster of rectangular halls with reinforced roofs, housing what Western observers believed to be Russia's principal airborne laser laboratory and associated test hangars. Russian planners trusted a layered bubble of protection. Long-range surveillance radars scanned the upper airspace. Shorter-range engagement radars watched the mid-altitude bands, and point defense systems ringed the runways. On paper, the airfield could detect and intercept almost any conventional strike package. In practice, that protection depended on human judgment, crew fatigue, and the invisible quirks of atmosphere and timing. For nearly 6 hours before the main strike, 2 small reconnaissance drones flew a slow racetrack pattern well outside the known engagement zone. Their optics were modest, but their real job was to listen. They captured emissions from tracking radars, voice chatter between tower and patrols, and the regular pulses of ground-based laser rangefinders aligning test equipment in the experimental sector. Each sweep revealed a repeating schedule that would eventually decide the moment of attack. The pattern that emerged was deceptively simple. Shortly after shift change, the command post routinely reconfigured its radar coverage to run diagnostic checks on the newest sensor, leaving brief gaps at low altitude in the eastern sector. At the same time, a maintenance convoy drove across the taxiway toward the laser test hangar, forcing one of the mobile launchers to park with its search sector slightly misaligned. On a map, the paths and timings looked like routine logistics. To Ukrainian planners, they outlined a narrow corridor. The problem was that Russia had learned from earlier strikes. After previous raids on air bases, engineers had added extra optical sensors, thermal cameras, and passive radio receivers around the field. Any single weak point was backed by another layer. To reach the laser facilities, Ukraine could not simply fly in. They had to make the entire defensive grid look the wrong way, at the wrong height, for just long enough for the real weapons to arrive. The real weapons were not small. Intelligence suggested Russia had been testing heavy laser-guided bombs, weighing around 1.5 metric tons, similar in class to known KAB series weapons. Ukraine's answer this time would be different. Instead of inexpensive munitions, they had prepared a pair of custom-modified 2,900-kilogram penetrator bombs, each designed to punch through thick concrete before detonating deep inside a structure. Those weapons could not be carried by a drone. They required a crewed aircraft or a large standoff missile adapted to haul that mass across hundreds of kilometers. That meant a second phase to the operation. Drones would open the gate, blind and confuse the defenses, and mark the target complex. Only then would the heavy strike element commit, following a pre-computed path through the transient hole in the radar pattern. Inside a low-profile control shelter on Ukrainian territory, operators watched the airfield through multiple feeds. One screen showed a composite radar picture built from their own ground-based sensors. Another showed the downlinked camera views from the loitering drones, their grainy infrared images enhanced by software to highlight heat sources and sudden changes. A third screen displayed a rolling timeline down to the second, marking when Russian systems typically cycled modes. They called the management software a mission planner rather than giving it a dramatic name. It continuously recalculated likely reaction times for each Russian system, based on past drills and live signal analysis. When a radar briefly changed frequency, the software flagged it as a calibration cycle and updated the predicted downtime for that sector. When a patrol vehicle crossed in front of a launcher, the system estimated how long the crew would need to restore full coverage. At 0320 hours, a group of small, fast propeller drones rose from concealed launch rails far from the border, each programmed to climb to medium altitude and fly a route that would be very visible to long-range radar. Their radar cross-section was intentionally amplified using corner reflectors, making them look much larger than their true size. The intent was not to survive, but to trigger a certain response. As they crossed into Russian airspace, tracking screens at the airfield and regional command center lit up with fresh tracks. Multiple contacts at moderate altitude, inbound from the southwest, speed profiles resembling larger aircraft. Controllers followed doctrine, classifying them as probable unmanned threats and assigning engagement units to each cluster. Missiles lifted away from their launchers, climbing to meet the approaching decoys. From the Ukrainian control shelter, operators watched the decoy indicators wink out, one after another. Each lost symbol meant a missile expended, a launcher cycling, a radar narrowing its field of view to establish a firing solution. Energy was being focused on the obvious intrusion. That was the first layer peeled away. What mattered was how the defenders would adapt when they realized the initial wave was not the real attack. The second wave was already in motion, but it did not come from directly outside. During earlier weeks, small first-person view drones had been moved closer to the airfield, using civilian-style delivery trucks, and hidden in agricultural structures. On a prearranged signal, operators in occupied territory activated them one after another. These craft flew at treetop level below many radar beams, heading toward the perimeter from multiple directions. Sensors around the airfield began to register unusual movement at low level. The picture on the Russian tactical display became cluttered with slow, small returns at the edge of detection, overlapping with ordinary ground clutter from vegetation and small buildings. Some operators suggested these were local drones or ground vehicles. Others argued for broader rules of engagement. The commander had to decide whether to escalate to continuous fire against uncertain targets, risking ammunition and revealing positions. While that debate played out, another variable entered the system: weather. A shallow layer of cool air had settled over the runways, while warmer air flowed above, creating a minor temperature inversion similar to those often seen in continental interiors just before dawn. To radar beams, it altered the path enough that very low objects could dip under parts of the coverage envelope. Ukrainian planners had not created the inversion, but they had chosen a window when such conditions were probable. Their pre-mission models had shown that at certain hours, given typical regional humidity and wind, the effective radar horizon near ground level would rise just a little. The loitering drones were now feeding live temperature readings into the mission planner, and the software adjusted the estimated safe corridors accordingly. At 0330 hours, with the main radar units focused on the medium-altitude decoys and the local units struggling with confusing returns, Ukraine committed the most critical asset of the first phase, a specialized drone carrying a compact laser designator and high-resolution camera. It approached from an angle that exploited both the radar blind strip and a masking hill line, flying so low that its sensors intermittently picked up reflections from scattered puddles on the ground. When it crested the final terrain feature, the airfield spread out in its camera view, rows of revetments, fuel dumps, and hangars glowing at different temperatures. The experimental complex was identifiable by its unique configuration: long roof spans, external cooling units, and fenced-off aprons where an unusual aircraft had been seen during previous months. Open-source reports had linked that craft to airborne laser testing and the building cluster to support labs and power infrastructure. The designator drone did not rush. Its task was to build a precise three-dimensional model of the chosen strike point through repeated passes, compensating for crosswinds and small positional errors. Each second it remained exposed increased the chance of discovery, yet each additional measurement tightened the margin of error for the later heavy strike. Operators watched its telemetry climb toward the required confidence threshold. In the Russian command building, awareness lagged behind reality by just enough to matter. The decoy wave had been mostly destroyed, but the engagement had consumed not only missiles, but also attention. Crews were reviewing their logs and searching for confirmation of secondary threats. A few lower-ranked operators noticed irregular low-level blips moving in ways that did not match ground vehicles or birds. But their reports competed with other alarms and procedural checklists. When one of the shorter-range systems finally swung its radar to sweep the approach axis used by the designator drone, the drone's onboard receiver registered the change at once. Its guidance logic shifted to emergency mode, dropping its altitude even further and cutting its transmission power to reduce its electronic signature. The beam that might have tracked a more reflective target briefly brushed across it and moved on, cataloging only noise. By 03:35 hours, the designator drone had done enough. It transmitted a final compressed package of coordinates, building layouts, and approach vectors via a narrow beam link back toward Ukrainian territory. The mission planner integrated the data into its firing solution for the heavy weapons. At the same moment, dozens of small distraction drones advanced toward the perimeter, each programmed to vary its altitude and heading in irregular patterns. These drones were inexpensive and lightly built, but their movements created a shifting mosaic of contacts that forced Russian operators to continually reassess their screens. Every sweep revealed new flickers, some genuine, some illusions generated by the atmosphere. The defenders had to choose which signals to prioritize, and no single operator could track them all. To the Ukrainian mission planners, this widening confusion was the final condition they needed. Far from the border, the aircraft carrying the two massive penetrator bombs received updated coordinates and a revised ingress vector. It remained beyond the reach of most Russian sensors, flying low and using terrain to mask its approach. The crew monitored a countdown provided by the mission planner, showing the shrinking interval during which the corridor would remain open. Inside the airfield's command post, tension was rising. Reports from patrols around the perimeter described strange noises and inconsistent visual sightings. Thermal cameras picked up warm spots near storage sheds, but the spots vanished before operators could focus their optics. One team insisted they had seen a drone skim along the fence line before disappearing into low shrubs. Another dismissed it as a heat reflection from a passing vehicle. What finally shifted the atmosphere was a sudden spike in radio traffic from a patrol near the experimental sector. They reported unusual activity near the cooling units and requested a dedicated sweep. That request forced the command post to redirect a short-range radar toward the one direction Ukraine had hoped to avoid. As the radar rotated, the Ukrainian designator drone detected the renewed threat and transmitted a final coded message confirming it should be considered lost if detected. Operators classified it as a probable drone and began preparing a firing solution. The commander authorized the interception. Within seconds, a missile left its launch rail, arcing toward the climbing target. The designator drone's camera captured a brief flash of the ascending missile before the feed cut out. The signal on the Ukrainian control screen dimmed to a static blur and disappeared. But its sacrifice had already secured the last element of the strike. Its data had been fully uploaded, and its final maneuver had ensured that the defenders' attention remained fixed upward, exactly where the heavy penetrator bombs would not be coming from. At 0340 hours, the aircraft reached the release point. The crew performed the final checks, confirming distance, altitude, and path. Once released, the bombs would follow a preset trajectory, guided by inertial systems and updated by brief satellite corrections squeezed between Russian jamming cycles. The crew acknowledged the release order and triggered the mechanism. Two dark shapes separated cleanly and began their silent glide toward the airfield. Descending at a shallow angle, the bombs rode the airflow with remarkable stability for objects of such mass. The Russian defenses remained preoccupied with the decoys and the destroyed designator drone. Searchlights swept the wrong sectors, and launchers recalibrated for threats already neutralized. Radar operators focused on medium altitude. Only one operator noticed a faint downward creeping trace near the eastern boundary, but he hesitated to escalate it without further confirmation. By the time the operator attempted a second scan, the trace had vanished below the radar floor, lost in the marginal layer where ground reflections overwhelmed the receiver. The penetrator bombs continued their descent unobserved, closing the distance to the experimental hangar cluster. Operators at the Ukrainian control shelter monitored their telemetry, noting that both remained precisely on a vector. At 0343 hours, the first bomb struck. It hit near the junction of two major roof beams on the central hall that analysts believed housed the laser optics calibration equipment. The explosion was contained momentarily by the surrounding walls. Before the dust had settled, the second penetrator bomb impacted the adjacent hall that reportedly contained the main power conditioning units necessary for high-energy laser experiments. The combined blasts triggered cascading failures across the complex, and emergency systems struggled to activate. Fire erupted in several sections, fed by ruptured conduits and damaged generators. Automatic suppression systems attempted to respond, but many had been disabled by the initial shockwaves or severed from their power feeds. Thick smoke billowed through ventilation shafts and out of rooftop vents, spreading unevenly as fans failed. Sensors in the command post reported multiple simultaneous alerts, overwhelming operators who struggled to isolate functional systems from damaged ones. By 0345 hours, the airfield descended into partial blackout. Lighting failed across sections of the runways and within several maintenance buildings. Communications between units became erratic as relay points went offline. Patrols reported faint tremors in the ground from within the experimental sector. The Ukrainian control shelter observed the unfolding chaos through the remaining drone feeds. Secondary explosions flickered across the damaged halls, likely caused by unstable equipment reacting to heat and pressure. The mission planner updated its assessment, marking the strike effects as catastrophic to the designated targets. No further offensive action was required. With the main objectives neutralized, operators began issuing commands for surviving drones to withdraw or power down to avoid unnecessary losses. As smoke rose above the airfield, Russian emergency teams struggled to approach the damaged structures. Heat intensity forced them to keep their distance, and the risk of electrical discharges from compromised laser equipment complicated the response. Cranes and specialized vehicles remained idle, as the integrity of the surrounding area could not be confirmed. In the hours that followed, satellite imagery showed a plume rising from the experimental sector and significant deformation of the roofs. Analysts reviewing the images noted collapsed sections, scorch marks, and displaced debris, indicative of deep penetration explosions. At dawn, as the smoke thinned into a lingering haze, the extent of the damage became undeniable. The heart of the experimental complex no longer resembled a functioning research facility, but a distorted cavity of exposed beams, buckled panels, and collapsed machinery. The precise alignment rails once used for optical calibration were buried under layers of shattered concrete, and the specialized cooling arrays had been torn from their mounts. What had been Russia's principal laser aviation hub for advanced trials was now a Klunt Usland darkened shell with no remaining operational output. Russian investigators moved cautiously through the wreckage, their instruments registering unstable temperatures and residual electrical hazards from damaged power systems. Teams discovered that not only had the primary equipment been destroyed, but interconnected laboratories and testing chambers had suffered structural shifts from the pressure wave. Critical data servers housed in protective enclosures had been compromised by the internal blasts, leaving researchers without the experimental records and schematics required to resume development quickly. For Ukrainian planners, the outcome marked a strategic turning point. The strike had not merely damaged a high-value complex. It had removed a cornerstone of Russia's advanced aviation research at a moment when such programs were accelerating. The airfield's defenses had been diverted, overwhelmed, and manipulated by a sequence of deliberate actions that exploited timing, weather, and human reaction. In the end, 2 precisely guided penetrator bombs had achieved what dozens of smaller munitions could not: a deep, irreversible disruption to a facility considered secure by design. The mission was complete, and the battlefield calculus had shifted once more. At 3:40 a.m., 300 feet above the Kors Hills, an infrared streak cut across the sky, missing a lone aircraft by less than a car length. Inside that jet, a 32-year-old Ukrainian pilot hauled back on the stick, feeling 6 times his own weight press him into the seat as warnings screamed through his headset. Somewhere ahead, a Russian Panzer battery had locked onto him, and a missile, traveling near Mach 3, was already correcting its path to meet him. He had only a heartbeat to execute a maneuver that would decide whether a mission lived or died, and whether he would land on a runway or not land at all. For him, this was the sharp edge of the operation. In truth, the moment had been set in motion 34 days early, when a damaged hydropower dam in Russian-occupied territory briefly fell quiet. Engineers rushed to weld a thick steel plate over a shattered sluice gate. Trucks lined up to move new equipment into a hardened command bunker downstream. What looked like a routine repair to restore power and logistics became the anchor for a long, patient plan that would turn water, terrain, and physics into weapons. At 300 a.m. at Izium Airfield, fog lay over the concrete in a dense, colorless sheet, muting the world into shades of gray. A MiG-29 taxied through that haze, its twin Climov engines leaving a dirty trail as it accelerated. The aircraft was a product of the late Soviet era, noisy, far from stealthy, and never meant to carry Western precision munitions. Yet under its wings that night hung two American-made GBU-62 JDM extended-range glide bombs, bolted to custom pylons built in hurried workshops by Ukrainian engineers. Those engineers had forced two worlds of technology to cooperate. Old analog wiring ran from the MiG's systems into digital interfaces hidden inside the pylons, translating Soviet-era signals into instructions the American kits could understand. It was the avionics equivalent of connecting a modern smartphone through a maze of adapters into an ancient cassette deck, and somehow hearing crystal clear sound. The result was inelegant but lethal. With the pop-out wings of the JDAM extended range kits, each bomb could glide several dozen miles if released at the right speed and altitude, allowing the pilot to strike the dam from beyond the densest air defense zone. On paper, that meant the pilot never had to fly directly over the target. In practice, Russian air defenses around the dam were layered, modern, and alert. A Nebo-M radar system scanned the skies, designed to see small objects at considerable distance. Nearby, a Panzer S-1 combined radar, electro-optical sensor, cannons, and missiles into a single defensive bubble around the hydropower control complex. If the MiG flew high to give the bombs more glide range, it would appear instantly on the Nebo's display. If it flew low, the Panzer's optical trackers could pick it up against the horizon and engage with guns or missiles. The solution was to make the Russian systems look in the wrong direction at the wrong time. That required more than a single pilot and two bombs. It required a noisy supporting cast of expendable machines. At 3:30 a.m., as the MiG hugged the terrain at roughly 130 feet, using hills and tree lines to stay inside radar shadows, a small launch site located a short distance from the dam sent a first wave of improvised unmanned aircraft into the night. These lightweight plastic drones, cheap enough to be almost disposable, carried not explosives, but radar reflectors and radio repeaters. Their role was to create what Ukrainian planners called a reverse echo, an electronic illusion where the decoys shouted their presence so loudly that the real attacker could move in under the noise. The drones flew in tight formation from the northeast, broadcasting amplified radar signatures that imitated the reflective profile of full-sized combat aircraft. To a distant radar operator looking only at symbols on a scope, it would appear as if a group of jets was approaching at medium altitude on a textbook attack vector against the dam and its nearby infrastructure. By 3:38 a.m., the MiG's cockpit display showed data link icons representing that disposable swarm. The pilot watched lines and symbols instead of contrails, monitoring how his decoys approached the engagement envelope of the Panzer system. His own pulse remained controlled, his breathing measured, but his grip on the control column was tight enough to ache. When the timing matched the plan, he spoke a single word into an encrypted radio channel, authorizing the drones to switch behavior. Dozens of kilometers away, the first wave of decoy drones obeyed. Tiny onboard computers activated their repeaters at full power, flooding the air with radio frequency energy shaped to imitate the radar cross-section and emissions of manned fighters. On the Russian side, inside the climate-controlled cabin of a Panzer S-1 fire control vehicle, a radar operator saw his previously calm display erupt into clutter. Where there had been empty space, a dense cluster of fast-moving targets bloomed from the northeast, all at once and all apparently closing. For a heartbeat, human instinct rejected what looked impossible. The cluster seemed too numerous, too sudden, like a software glitch. Training overrode doubt. Multiple high-priority tracks in a critical sector triggered a standard response. Classify as a mass raid. Engage immediately. Outside, the Panzer's phased array radar antenna pivoted, its fire control logic selecting the leading group of decoys. The twin 30mm cannons elevated and traversed. And then, the night around the dam erupted into a continuous, violent roar as the gun system spat out shells at a rate of several thousand per minute. The first decoys that crossed into that stream of tungsten and steel did not fail gracefully. To the radar operator, icons winked out in quick succession, yet the decoys were not programmed to die passively. Their guidance code included routines to mimic fear and confusion. As the guns opened up, the remaining drones broke formation, jinking and diving, throwing off new vectors that suggested human pilots trying desperately to stay alive. The result was computational chaos on the Russian side. The fire control system had to recalculate trajectories for multiple maneuvering targets, each emitting a convincing radar and radio signature. Under pressure, the operator shifted from guns to missiles to guarantee kills beyond the gun's effective range. A missile that cost tens of thousands of dollars leapt from the launcher, accelerating rapidly toward a drone built for a fraction of that price. When it intercepted, the blast from the proximity fuse erased one more decoy from the sky. Far to the south, still low and masked by terrain, the MiG's pilot saw those flashes light up the cloud base. In his display, symbols representing decoys disappeared one after another. He counted them, not out of morbid curiosity, but to track missile expenditure. Each intercept was a munition that would not be available when he exposed himself. Every destroyed decoy meant a brief window of breathing room later. The sky above the dam was now an arena of tracer arcs, smoke, and falling debris. The Panzer battery continued to engage relentlessly. Its design philosophy assumed that if something appeared within its engagement envelope and behaved like a threat, it should be treated as one. Autocannons walked streams of shells across diving decoys, turning them into short-lived comets. Missiles chased climbing drones and detonated against them with bright flashes that briefly silhouetted concrete and steel structures near the dam. The decoys reacted by splitting into subgroups, turning sharply, and sometimes deliberately, allowing themselves to be seen. Inside the cabin, the Russian operator worked rapidly, his hands moving from controls to switches, his eyes flicking between radar scopes and optical feeds. Sweat collected under his headset. Targets split, merged, and vanished. He fired missiles until the ready launchers were empty, then leaned harder on the guns, even as barrel temperature warnings climbed. The battery's immediate missile supply was exhausted, and its guns were hot, their mechanisms stressed from sustained bursts. In the MiG, the pilot watched the final decoy icon blink out. When the first wave was gone, and the defenses had spent a significant portion of their immediate ammunition, the second act could begin. He advanced the throttle, letting the engine spool up while still keeping low. The electronic noise created by the reverse echo had done its work, but the operation was not yet safe. Air defense systems rarely worked alone, and higher command would have been watching the same chaotic radar picture and issuing new orders. The Russian operator barely had time to register a momentary calm on his scopes before a new pattern appeared. This time, contacts emerged from the northwest, fewer in number but flying faster and in a more disciplined formation. These were not carrying oversized reflectors or screaming their presence with repeaters. They were reconnaissance and strike-capable drones with more capable navigation and more deliberate flight profiles. Command channels instructed immediate re-engagement, and the exhausted battery crew had to fight through their own fatigue to respond. The operator designated the leading pair and triggered missile launch commands. 2 missiles streaked upward, accelerating toward the incoming shapes. Even without heavy reflectors, the drones' profiles were clear enough for guidance logic to follow. The first pair disintegrated into fiery arcs that tumbled into forested terrain. The remaining drones executed a preloaded split maneuver, dividing into symmetrical groups of 4 to overwhelm tracking software. The operator chose one branch and fired again. Another explosion blossomed above the tree canopy, marking another kill. With remaining drones now inside the missile minimum range, the operator reverted to guns. The 30mm cannons roared once more, tearing bright lines through the murk. One drone vanished instantly. Another attempted a roll, but broke apart under the shell impacts. The surviving drones closed the distance rapidly, weaving and crossing paths to confuse optical trackers. The operator pursued with the turret, hydraulics whining as the system strained to match their rapid changes in vector. He scored another hit when a drone entered the center of his firing arc and lost a propeller, spiraling into concrete structures below. The operator depressed the guns almost to their mechanical limit and fired a sustained burst. A single shell clipped its motor housing. The drone skipped across the reservoir like a stone and vanished beneath the surface. The operator allowed himself one exhale, believing the second wave neutralized. He did not register that 2 other drones had climbed quietly above the engagement envelope and were now descending nearly vertically. He shouted warnings into his headset as the system blared altitude alerts. Hydraulic actuators strained to elevate the turret to a near-zenith angle, but friction and heat slowed its movement. The operator opened fire anyway, rounds arcing upward into the clouded night. The descending drones continued downward without returning fire. They were empty. Their true value lay in the direction of the operator's gaze. As he focused above, the MiG-29 breached the southern radar shadow. 4 miles away, its afterburners lit the valley in a brief reflection. The climb rate spiked as the pilot pulled back, converting speed into altitude. The NABO radar picked up the aircraft instantly. A bright return appeared on the Panzer's secondary screen. The operator pivoted the turret with urgency, but its mass resisted, forcing a slow arc. At the same moment, the pilot continued climbing, needing only a short window of altitude for his release parameters. When the turret finally aligned, the acquisition radar locked. A tone filled the operator's headset. He launched the battery's final missile. In the cockpit, a warning tone filled the pilot's helmet. He monitored altitude, angle, and glide calculations. He needed a precise count before releasing the glide bombs. The missile closed the distance in seconds. He held his climb until the last fraction of the required time, then released both weapons. Immediately, he pulled hard into a negative G maneuver, rolling inverted and diving toward the valley floor. The pilot leveled out below the ridgeline and disappeared into darkness. Above, the 2 glide bombs extended their wings automatically and began adjusting course. The night over the dam seemed calm again. Russian personnel inside the hydropower command hub believed they had repelled a concentrated attack. The air outside carried the lingering haze of spent propellant and burning debris. No contacts appeared on local radar. Commanders relayed preliminary success reports. The hardened bunker below the dam served as a central node for energy regulation, military logistics routing, and coordination across the sector. At 3:42 a.m., the first of the glide bombs reached its programmed aim point. It descended silently, lacking the acoustic signature of a powered weapon. It struck a 10-inch thick steel patch, welded over the damaged sluice gate. The detonation occurred on impact, delivering several hundred pounds of explosive force into the repair structure. The welded plate did not deform gradually. It ruptured in less than a millisecond, sending fragments downstream. The anchors securing the plate to the surrounding concrete separated under the sudden force. Water behind the gate surged through the breach. Under reservoir pressure of roughly 50 pounds per square inch, flow did not begin as a gentle leak. It initiated as a jet, wide and forceful, accelerating down the spillway. Sediment, rock, and debris lifted instantly as the flow carved deeper into the structure. The second bomb impacted a fraction of a second later. Within moments, a wall of water, roughly 18 feet high, formed and advanced down the channel. The hydropower command hub lay directly in its path. Inside, officers monitored schematics and communication lines that linked the installation with distant command elements. Their displays still showed nominal reading. Then the ground vibrated. Seconds later, the reinforced doors buckled as waters, carrying concrete chunks and soil forced its way in. Electrical systems failed instantly. Backup generators activated but drowned under the rising torrent. Servers, charts, and communication modules vanished beneath opaque water. Armored vehicles stationed nearby were caught in the flow. Even machines weighing several dozen tons shifted under the force, some rolling onto their sides, others dragged down embankments. A Panzer vehicle positioned on a lower access road was struck broadside. The water lifted it briefly and pushed it downstream, grinding its radar assembly against rocks and soil. Within a minute, the installation that coordinated defenses across the region no longer functioned. The flood continued outward, affecting rail lines, roads, and supply positions downstream. Railway ballast along nearly 19 miles of track dissolved under the runoff. Sections of rail hung unsupported over channels carved by the water, their foundations stripped to mud. Logistics officers attempting to reroute supply convoy discovered that the main corridor feeding ammunition and equipment to frontline positions had become impassable. A heavy tank attempting to cross a partially submerged segment sank until only its turret remained visible. Units downstream reported immediate shortages. Calculations showed that several thousand troops would face at least 9 days without standard ammunition ammunition replenishment. The hydropower command hub's destruction also severed encrypted communication lines that linked regional defense systems with central coordination nodes. Without those lines, radar coverage, artillery assignments, and drone launch windows operated without unified timing. A sector that previously relied on tightly synchronized defensive layers now functioned with delays measured in minutes. Meanwhile, the MiG-29 that had delivered the glide bomb remained low and westbound, following river valleys and forest lines to stay clear of any surviving radar system. The pilot monitored engine performance and control responses, confirming that the earlier shockwave damage had not compromised critical components. His internal clock ran through each stage of the operation, tallying what had gone right, what had nearly gone wrong, and what debris signatures Russian authorities would soon find. He did not need to see the blast to know the weapons had struck. The turbulence patterns, radar silence, and sudden change in Russian transmissions already told the story. Russian emergency teams arrived at the dam's lower access road minutes later, encountering damaged vehicles lodged against uprooted trees. Communications officers at higher headquarters attempted to re-establish direct links with the hub, but received only static. Redundant channels failed in succession as flooded equipment short-circuited. Satellite relay nodes detected abrupt gaps in routine data transmissions. Analysts piecing together the timeline noted that decoy activity from the northeast and northwest preceded the loss of the hub by a narrow window. It became clear that what seemed like an attempted mass air raid had masked a single precision strike. A layered defense system designed to counter sophisticated aerial threats had been forced to expend missiles worth tens of thousands of dollars apiece on lightweight distractors. When the real threat arrived, the system had minimal resources left to respond. Downstream, the breach in the embankment expanded gradually through continued erosion. Sediment carried by the flood settled along low-lying areas, forming new channels and altering the terrain. Rail engineers surveying the damage reported that entire segments of track required reconstruction, not repair. Supply teams rerouted convoys over secondary roads, adding days to delivery schedules. Units that depended on hydropower for communication amplification and equipment charging shifted to field generators, reducing operational endurance. Satellite observation taken after dawn revealed the full scope of the damage. A wide plume of sediment extended from the breach point into surrounding valleys. The hydropower control structures, once visible as a geometric complex of concrete and steel, appeared submerged beneath murky water. Armored vehicles lay scattered along irregular paths carved by the surge. One Panzer vehicle was found overturned, its radar dish embedded into the ground at an angle suggesting it had been pushed rather than driven there. For investigators reviewing the incident, the conclusion was unavoidable. The strike did not rely on overwhelming force, but on timing, misdirection, and an understanding of how automated systems respond under saturation. Every stage of the operation, from the cheap decoys broadcasting oversized signatures, to the second wave of smaller drones, to the single aircraft using terrain to mask its climb, contributed to overloading an air defense crew already reacting at high tempo. The hydropower command hub was not simply hit, it was isolated, blinded, and deprived of support before the weapons arrived. March 20th, 2023, 10:47 p.m. Jankoy, Crimea. The night sky lit up, not like fireworks, not like a lightning strike. This was different. A massive fireball rose hundreds of feet into the air, visible from miles away. People filming on their phones from across town caught the whole thing. The explosion was so big, so bright, that for a moment night turned to day. What just happened? And more importantly, how did Ukraine pull this off? To understand this story, we need to go back a few weeks. Because what looked like a single explosion was actually the end result of a careful, calculated intelligence operation. And it all started with Russia making one critical mistake. They got comfortable. March 1st, 2023, Ukrainian military intelligence headquarters. Intelligence officers were doing what they do every day, monitoring Russian communications, checking satellite photos, talking to sources inside occupied Crimea. Then something interesting showed up. Rail schedules were being changed. Security protocols were being updated. Something big was moving. The analysts started connecting the dots. Reports from people on the ground in Crimea, intercepted phone calls between Russian logistics officers, satellite images showing activity at the naval base in Sebastopol, and slowly, the picture became clear. Russia was moving Kaliber cruise missiles, multiple missiles, high-value weapons, and they were moving them by train. The Caliber cruise missile is basically Russia's version of the American Tomahawk. These aren't cheap rockets you fire and hope for the best. These are sophisticated weapons that cost between $6.5 million and $13 million each. Some estimates go as high as $20 million for the advanced versions. Think about that for a second. One missile costs more than most people will earn in their entire lifetime. These missiles can fly up to 1,500 or even 2,500 kilometers. When they get close to their target, some versions can suddenly accelerate to over 2,200 miles per hour in the final approach. Each one carries about 990 pounds of explosives. They use GPS and satellite navigation, so they're accurate within a few meters. These are precision instruments designed to put a massive warhead exactly where Russia wants it. Russia has been using these missiles throughout the war, launching them from ships in the Black Sea, firing them at Ukrainian cities. And here's the dark reality. Russia has used these expensive precision weapons to hit apartment buildings, shopping centers, and civilian infrastructure. So when Ukrainian intelligence found out that Russia was moving a bunch of these missiles through Crimea, the response wasn't just military, it was personal. If you look at a map of Crimea, Jankoy doesn't jump out at you. It's not the famous naval base at Sevastopol. It's just a town of about 38,000 people in northern Crimea. But here's the thing, Jankoy is where all the roads and rail lines meet. Ukraine had been watching Jankoy since day one of the war, but striking it effectively needed three things: good intelligence on what's there, weapons that can reach it, and the right timing. On March 20th, 2023, high-value missiles being loaded onto a train at Sevastopol, heading north through Jankoy. For this strike, Ukraine likely used drones carrying up to 600 kilograms. That's about 1,320 pounds of explosives. Each drone is essentially a precision-guided flying bomb. The exact type is classified, but they're probably Ukrainian-built platforms with some Western guidance components. The important part, they work. And they're relatively cheap compared to what they can destroy. Cost of one drone, maybe $20,000 to $200,000 depending on how sophisticated it is. Cost of the missiles they were about to destroy, $90 million minimum. That's the kind of math. The drone sat on an improvised runway, really just a cleared field, hidden under camouflage netting. Multiple drones prepared for launch. If Russian air defenses shot down one, the others would continue to the target. The operators ran their final checks. Navigation systems working, GPS calibrated, target coordinates locked in, warheads armed, everything green. These weren't amateur operators. These were trained specialists, many of them trained by Western military advisors. They knew how to program complex flight paths. They knew how to avoid Russian air defenses. They knew how to time a strike for maximum effect. Final authorization came through encrypted channels. Mission approved. Launch authorized. The drones took off into the darkness. At around 8:15 p.m., Russian soldiers were supervising the loading operation. The Kaliber missiles, each in a protective container, were being carefully transferred from transport containers onto a military freight train. This required precision. These missiles are sensitive equipment. Rough handling can damage the guidance systems. The soldiers were bored. This was routine. They'd done it before. Load the weapons, secure them, send the train north. Standard procedure. None of them knew that Ukrainian drones were already in the air, heading their way. By 10:30 p.m., Russian operators watched their screens. Normal patrol patterns. A few commercial aircraft in the distance. Nothing unusual. The operators were tired. The kind of monitoring where the hardest part is staying awake. No one expected an attack. After all, this was Crimea. This was supposed to be Russian territory. This was supposed to be safe. The drones climbed slightly, acquiring the target through their onboard cameras. The rail junction was lit up by work lights. Russian soldiers were still loading missiles onto the freight cars. Perfect visibility, perfect target. Final navigation corrections made automatically. Warheads armed and ready. The drones entered their terminal approach, diving toward the target. Multiple drones hit the rail junction within seconds of each other. Each 600-kilogram warhead detonated with massive force. The explosives were designed to maximize damage, with the blast focused downward and outward. But the drone warheads were just the beginning. Each caliber missile on that train carried 450 kilograms of high-grade military explosives. When the drone strikes ruptured the missile containers and damaged the missiles themselves, those warheads started detonating. One caliber exploded. The shockwave set off the next one, then another, a chain reaction rippling through the entire cargo in under 2 seconds. The combined explosion of multiple caliber missiles, plus the drone warheads, plus the solid rocket fuel in the missiles' booster stages, created a fireball visible for miles. The explosion was so powerful that satellites in orbit detected it. The shockwave shattered windows in Jankoy, several kilometers away. Car alarms went off across the town. A mushroom cloud of smoke rose into the night sky, lit from below by fires consuming what was left of the rail junction. The freight cars were destroyed. The missiles were reduced to scattered wreckage. The rail infrastructure was demolished. Russian soldiers near the impact point didn't have time to react. It was devastation on a scale Russia hadn't expected and couldn't hide. By 10:52 p.m., Sergei Aksyonov, the Russian-installed head of Crimea, got woken up by frantic phone calls. Massive explosions in Jankoy, unknown attack, casualties unknown. Aksyonov had a problem, admitting the truth that Ukraine just destroyed tens of millions of dollars worth of missiles deep inside Russian territory would be a propaganda disaster. It would show that Crimea isn't safe. It would embarrass the military. It would undermine everything Russia had been saying about security. So he lied. His official statement: air defense activated, 1 person injured, 2 buildings damaged. The videos posted online by local residents told a completely different story. Massive fireballs, huge secondary explosions, mushroom clouds. This wasn't minor damage. This was catastrophic. Western intelligence agencies monitoring the strike via satellite noted the explosion signature was consistent with major ammunition detonation. This was a strategic success. Something just went wrong. Chinese intelligence would have their own reports within hours. She would know that Putin just suffered an embarrassing setback at the worst possible time. The message to China: is this really the military ally you want to rely on? On March 21st, 2023, Ukraine's defense ministry didn't directly claim responsibility. That would be too legally complicated. Instead, they released a statement noting that explosions had occurred in Jankoy and that such incidents help demilitarize Russia and prepare the Crimean Peninsula for deoccupation. That word matters. Deoccupation. Not conquest, not invasion, deoccupation. Ukraine's position has been consistent. Crimea is Ukrainian territory that Russia illegally occupied in 2014. Ukraine isn't taking foreign land. Ukraine is liberating its own territory. President Zelensky has said it clearly. The war isn't over until all Ukrainian territory, including Crimea, is liberated. No negotiations that leave Crimea in Russian hands. This strike was a step toward that goal. The immediate damage is obvious. Roughly $90 million worth of missiles destroyed, but the real impact goes much deeper. Russia doesn't have unlimited caliber missiles. Before the war, they were producing maybe 100 to 150 per year. Under sanctions, with limited access to Western electronics, current production is estimated at 50 to 70 per year at best. Russia has been using these missiles heavily, sometimes 10 to 20 per week during major strike campaigns. Their stockpile was already under pressure. The Jankoy strike removed a significant chunk that Russia desperately needed. Now Russian planners face hard choices. Keep using calibers at the current rate and risk running out? Reduce usage and give Ukrainian air defenses a break. Try to substitute other weapons that might be less effective. None of these options are good. If Ukraine can hit a defended rail junction in Crimea with this kind of precision, Russia's entire logistics network is vulnerable. Every ammunition shipment, every fuel convoy, everything is potentially being watched. Russia's options all have costs. Put more air defenses along rail lines? That pulls them away from protecting Moscow or frontline positions. Change routes? Crimea's geography limits options, and alternate routes are less efficient. Smaller shipments? That's much less efficient and requires more resources. Every change costs Russia time, money, and efficiency.
It started quietly on March 3rd, over the industrial sprawl of Yenikhiv, a city tucked inside Donetsk. The morning began like many others. Smoke on the horizon, distant rumble of artillery, and a few residents filming the sky because, well, in Ukraine, that's become a national reflex. Then came the sound. A low roar like thunder with an attitude. Witnesses looked up just in time to see a Russian Su-34 fighter bomber slicing across the clouds, until it didn't. In seconds, that roar turned into a streak, the streak into a flame, and the flame into an unmistakable downward spiral. The jet's final moments were caught in shaky vertical videos that somehow managed to outlive everything, including the aircraft itself. Ukrainian media quickly claimed the Su-34 had been downed by air defense fire, while Russian sources insisted it had suffered technical issues. A convenient phrase, really. It covers everything from a missile strike. Then came May, and with it, an aerial mystery that had both nations' telegram channels foaming like a cappuccino. May 13, 2023, 11 a.m., Bryansk region, just across the border from Ukraine. Russian social media suddenly flooded with videos showing not one, not two, but several aircraft and helicopters falling from the sky. The cast list was impressive: a Su-34, a Su-35, and at least two Mi-8 helicopters. Each went down within minutes of each other, all in roughly the same area. Reuters later verified several of the videos, showing a fireball blooming mid-air and debris spiraling toward farmland below. It looked like someone had hit delete on a squadron. But who, or what, had done the deleting? Ukraine's Air Force wasted no time hinting at an answer. The word Patriot began making rounds faster than a meme. Patriot, the Western-supplied missile system so hyped that even its radar dish could probably get its own Netflix series. According to Kiev, this was the system's grand debut, and it had apparently scored a perfect kill streak. Western analysts jumped in, trying to trace missile trajectories and blast patterns from grainy TikTok footage. A few pointed out that the spacing of the crashes suggested a coordinated ambush, that perhaps a newly deployed Patriot battery somewhere near Chernihiv or Sumy had picked up the Russian formation as they entered their usual bomb-run corridor and decided to make history. Russian officials, meanwhile, were less enthusiastic about that version. The Defense Ministry's statement was as dry as burnt toast. An aviation incident occurred in the Bryansk region. No mention of Patriot missiles, no mention of Ukraine, just incident. To outsiders, it sounded like they'd misplaced a couple of jets, the way one might misplace car keys. Unofficial Russian channels floated the friendly fire theory that perhaps their own air defenses, in a tragic moment of overzealous patriotism, lowercase p, had taken out the aircraft. Others blamed mechanical failure, cosmic rays, or gremlins. Anything but a Ukrainian system hitting targets 50 kilometers inside Russian airspace. Still, the circumstantial evidence piled up like wreckage. Satellite imagery showed the impact sites. Locals uploaded photos of twisted metal marked with unmistakable Su-34 tailcodes. And Ukrainian memes flooded the internet. Two burning jets labeled "Before and After Meeting Democracy." By nightfall, one thing was clear. Something extraordinary had happened in Bryansk that day. Whether it was a precision Patriot strike or a spectacular case of self-inflicted misfortune, Russia had just lost a small Air Force's worth of aircraft in a single afternoon. Reuters, in its trademark caution, noted that it could not independently verify the cause of the downings, but the footage and timeline were undeniable. Multiple Russian aircraft destroyed, almost simultaneously under mysterious circumstances. Reuters, May 13, 2023. For Ukraine, the event became a symbol, proof that the Patriot wasn't just a Western showpiece, but a real game changer. For Russia, it became an awkward silence filled with smoke trails. And for everyone else watching from afar, it was a reminder that in modern warfare, truth often crashes harder than any jet. Because in an age where every explosion is filmed, replayed, and debated frame by frame, No one can ever be completely sure what really happened, but they'll argue about it anyway. The word Patriot has always sounded friendly, like a 4th of July parade with hot dogs and brass bands. But in Eastern Europe, it's become the kind of word that makes pilots check their mirrors twice. When Ukraine unveiled its newly acquired MIM-104 Patriot system, the skies above the front line developed a new kind of tension. The quiet, invisible kind that hums at Mach 5. Let's get one thing straight. The Patriot is not just a missile launcher. It's an entire air defense ecosystem. Radar, command center, launcher trucks, generator units, and probably one stressed-out crew that hasn't slept in 48 hours. Picture it like a high-tech orchestra. The radar plays the strings, the command unit conducts, and the missiles do percussion, very loud percussion. Developed by the U.S. and first fielded in the 1980s, the Patriot started life as a Cold War teenager, designed to smack down aircraft and later taught to intercept ballistic missiles. Over time, it evolved into a family of overachievers, the PAC-2 and the PAC-3. Think of them as siblings, one old-school heavy hitter, one modern minimalist. The PAC-2, the veteran, carries an interceptor that weighs roughly 900 kilograms, the kind of mass that could ruin anyone's day. It doesn't hit the target directly. It gets close and then detonates, shredding the target with a blast of metal fragments, a flying confetti cannon of doom. Then there's the PAC-3, the younger, sleeker one, about 1/3 the weight, with smaller interceptors that don't explode near the target. They simply slam into it. It's the touchgrass version of missile defense, only the grass happens to be a supersonic jet or ballistic warhead. Now, imagine what that looks like on radar. Somewhere deep in the control shelter, a circular sweep of green light flickers, showing dots that move too fast for comfort. The system's radar, the AN/MPQ-65, detects, tracks, and categorizes everything with clinical precision: friend, foe, or unidentified flying problem. Once a hostile track enters the engagement zone, the operator authorizes the shot, and then physics takes over. The missile launches vertically with a deafening cough of fire, arcs upward, and then pivots mid-air like it suddenly remembered an appointment. Within seconds, it's a blur, screaming through the stratosphere, guided by radar and sheer national determination. When a Patriot does its job right, there's almost nothing to see, just a distant flash, a faint plume, and a very confused pilot, if he's still around to be confused. On the radar, it looks like a digital vanishing act. One blip, then nothing. So when those Russian Su-34 and Su-35 jets started dropping from the sky in May 2023, observers didn't need a PhD to suspect what had happened. Ukraine had just received its first Patriot batteries from the United States and Germany weeks earlier. The timing was almost too cinematic. Analysts from Missile Threat, CSIS, pointed out that the Patriot's engagement range and radar coverage could, in theory, reach across parts of Russia if positioned strategically in northern Ukraine. Add that to the sudden cluster of mid-air explosions in the Bryansk region, and you can see why everyone's eyebrows collectively hit orbit. Even the patterns of the crashes, multiple aircraft, close in time and location, fit the Patriot's calling card: a coordinated, high-altitude ambush, not random accidents. Ukrainian officials, with an understandable hint of pride, praised their modern Western air defense. They didn't name the system outright, but they didn't have to. The Patriot doesn't need introductions. It announces itself with a flash and a crater. Of course, Russia denied everything because acknowledging that your $50 million jets were outsmarted by a NATO-trained crew and a 910-kilogram missile isn't great for morale. Their official explanation: mechanical malfunction, which, in Kremlin speak, roughly translates to, "We prefer not to talk about it." But whether the Patriots fired those particular shots or not, the message was already in the air. Literally, the Patriot had arrived, and every Russian pilot within 150 kilometers knew it. In war, some weapons make noise. Others change the entire soundscape. The Patriot does both, loudly, elegantly, and with just enough American flair to make even gravity look patriotic. The aftermath of the Bryansk spectacle was less of a news event and more of an international guessing game, part CSEI, dogfight, part Twitter Olympics. The only certainty was that several Russian aircraft had fallen spectacularly, and nobody agreed on who to thank or blame for that sudden display of gravity-assisted performance art. First out of the gate were the Ukrainians, and honestly, who could blame them? When two of your biggest enemy's aircraft spontaneously explode in the sky, you don't wait for peer review. The Ukrainian Air Force hinted, with all the subtlety of a fireworks show, that this was the moment their newly arrived Patriot system had finally spoken. In an interview quoted by the Kyiv Independent, Air Force spokesperson Yuri Ikhnat didn't outright say, "Yes, that was us with our shiny new Patriot battery," but his grin practically did. He praised Ukraine's modern Western air defenses and spoke of unprecedented effectiveness. To Ukrainian audiences, that sounded like a diplomatic way of saying, "We just turned a $100 million formation into confetti." The Forbes Defense column followed with its own analysis, connecting the dots between the Patriot's debut and the May 13th incident. The timing, they argued, was too perfect. Patriots had only been deployed a few weeks earlier, with American and German training teams helping Ukrainian operators integrate them into local defense grids. Then, bam, 3 Russian aircraft and 2 helicopters down within minutes, in an area previously considered relatively safe. Forbes described it as the most successful air defense ambush of the war so far, and speculated that Ukraine had cleverly positioned the battery near Chernihiv or Sumy, just far enough to poke into Russian airspace, but not close enough to get smacked by return fire. According to the piece, it was a tactical masterstroke: bait the Russian strike group, then wipe it from the sky before it even crossed the border. Of course, this made the Russian Ministry of Defense sound like a magician, explaining why his dove exploded during the act. Their official statement was minimalist. An aviation incident occurred in the Bryansk region. That's it. No mention of Ukraine, no mention of Patriots, just an incident, as if the planes had all simultaneously forgotten how to fly. Unofficial Russian channels on Telegram filled the vacuum with increasingly wild theories. One claimed it was a friendly fire disaster, that Russian air defenses, jumpy after months of Ukrainian drone raids, had mistaken their own jets for incoming missiles. Another insisted it was a coordinated Ukrainian ambush using US-made missiles, which, ironically, was the version that made Russia look slightly better. At least that one implied a worthy opponent, not just self-inflicted chaos. But then came the videos, shaky, pixelated, and filmed vertically, because, of course, they were. Multiple clips showed an aircraft turning into a fireball midair, another trailing smoke before disappearing behind a hill, and 2 distinct explosions lighting up the landscape. Reuters reviewed several of them and confirmed they were genuine, showing real aircraft going down over Bryansk that day. What Reuters couldn't confirm, however, was the cause. That's where the story gets murky and a bit funny. You see, a flaming Su-34 looks the same whether it's hit by a Patriot missile or a friendly SAM operator who sneezed at the wrong time. There's no handy subtitle popping up in the footage saying, "Brought to you by Raytheon Technologies." The Kyiv Independent noted this ambiguity too. They reported Ukraine's claims, but added that independent verification remains limited, a polite journalistic way of saying, "We'd love to believe this, but we're not staking our careers on Telegram clips." Still, the circumstantial evidence was compelling. The spacing of the shootdowns, the simultaneity, and the distances involved all matched what a long-range surface-to-air system like the Patriot could achieve. No shoulder-launched Stinger or mid-range book could hit that deep, that fast, or that precisely. It was either a Patriot, or Russia's luck had decided to pack up and leave. On social media, Ukrainian humorists had a field day. Memes appeared showing a Patriot launcher wearing aviator sunglasses with captions like "Patriot, because gravity needs a little help." One popular edit used footage of the crashes with an added soundtrack of Kenny Loggins' Danger Zone. Subtlety has never been the internet's strong suit. Meanwhile, Russian commentators tried to downplay the event. One pro-Kremlin analyst claimed the aircraft were ambushed using deceptive radar signals, as if the jets had been hypnotized into self-destruction. Another insisted it was an electronic warfare test gone wrong, which translated from propagandese roughly means, "Don't ask questions." Western analysts weren't entirely convinced either way. Forbes noted that the Patriot's maximum range could theoretically reach the edge of the Bryansk region if Ukraine had deployed it in the northernmost possible position. That would have been a bold move, considering Russian counterstrikes are the kind of boldness that explodes. Still, the possibility remained on the table. Others pointed out that Ukraine had every reason to keep details vague. Revealing the exact location or success rate of their Patriot systems would be like giving Russia the coordinates for their next airstrike. So Kyiv's public silence wasn't denial. It was strategy. In the end, the debate split the internet into three camps. Camp 1, Patriots did it, case closed. Camp 2, Russia accidentally shot itself. Camp 3, nobody knows, but the videos are awesome. Reuters' final word on the matter? We cannot independently verify the cause of the downings, which in journalistic terms means we saw the fireworks, but we're not picking sides in this barbecue. And so, the mystery of May 13th became part of the war's mythology, an event replayed in endless Twitter threads and YouTube explainers. Whether it was a Patriot strike or a spectacular coincidence, it served its purpose. Russian pilots began to fly lower, further, and less often. Ukrainian morale soared. The truth, as always, was up there, somewhere between the clouds, the missile trails, and the memes. And until someone digs up wreckage stamped "Made in America," the skies over Bryansk will remain the world's most expensive whodunit. By the time the smoke trails over Donetsk had faded, the headlines were already writing themselves. $100 million of Russian air power meets its match. It had everything a modern war story craves: drama, explosions, and a price tag large enough to make taxpayers choke on their cereal. Two Su-34s, worth roughly $50 million apiece, allegedly turned into expensive confetti by Patriot missiles, costing a few million each. On paper, that's a bad business deal for Russia and a great meme for Ukraine. But war, as usual, doesn't balance its books so neatly. Tactically, if the Patriots really were behind the shootdowns, the implications were massive. The Su-34 wasn't some old museum piece. It was Russia's primary workhorse for precision strikes, a beast meant to operate comfortably behind front lines, dropping glide bombs and air-launched missiles from relative safety. Its strength was range and altitude, the illusion that it could fly close enough to strike, yet far enough to stay untouchable. But the moment those missiles went streaking skyward, that illusion cracked. The Patriot had extended Ukraine's defensive reach deep into contested airspace. Suddenly, even safe zones for Russian aircraft didn't feel so safe. For Ukrainian ground forces, the psychological ripple was instant. Every Patriot launch isn't just an interception, it's a promise that the sky might, for once, belong to them. And for Russian pilots, it's a chilling reminder that invisible radar locks can become billion-dollar fireballs in seconds. In a war defined by drones and attrition, a single successful, high-value intercept becomes a statement. The game board has changed. Politically, the impact was just as sharp. Kyiv used the alleged Patriot strikes to show Western backers that their aid wasn't just symbolic, it was reshaping the battlefield. The Patriot, once seen as too precious to risk, had become a frontline performer. Every successful intercept validated months of negotiations, logistics, and training. For Ukraine, it wasn't merely a defense system, it was a diplomatic weapon that screamed, "Your investment works." Moscow, of course, told a different story. To them, this was just another propaganda stunt. Technical malfunctions, exaggerated claims, Western smoke and mirrors. Yet even that denial spoke volumes, because in war, when you start explaining what didn't happen, you've already lost part of the narrative. Then came the internet accountants, eager to tally the value for money scorecard. One $5 million missile versus a $50 million jet. What a bargain. It made for great viral math, but it missed the real currency of warfare: fear, morale, and momentum. The loss of a Su-34 isn't just hardware. It's the loss of a trained crew, the blow to operational confidence, and the propaganda gift wrapped neatly for the enemy. In the end, whether or not the Patriots truly claimed those kills almost mattered less than what people believed. The story itself became a weapon, a legend of David launching $1 million stone at Goliath's $100 million helmet. And in this war of drones, disinformation, and data-driven destruction, maybe that's the real price tag that counts. Not what was shot down, but how loudly the world heard it fall. Here's where the cinematic lighting fades, and the narrator adjusts his glasses. Because as thrilling as Patriots versus Su-34 sounds, the fog of war doesn't come with a fact-check button. Reuters, ever the party pooper of sensational headlines, explicitly stated it could not independently verify Ukraine's claims. The videos floating around online, and the ones showing a distant flash and a plummeting fireball, do confirm that something exploded midair. But what exactly? That's where things get murky. Was it a Su-34, two Su-34s, a bird strike with a dramatic flare? Nobody can say with certainty. No credible open-source group has yet matched serial numbers from wreckage to aircraft lost that day, nor have missile fragments bearing Patriot identifiers been photographed or recovered publicly. Radar logs, the digital fingerprints of such an engagement, remain locked away in military servers. And while eyewitnesses describe loud bangs and bright streaks, that's hardly conclusive science. Fireworks and fighter jets both tend to produce those. To add another layer of mystery, the Donetsk region is contested territory, meaning even journalists with helmets and flak jackets can't safely stroll in to collect debris samples. Every side, meanwhile, has its own cinematic edit of the truth. Kyiv's version has Patriots saving the day, Moscow's has gravity doing the dirty work. So for now, the story remains in limbo, a Schrodinger's dogfight where the Su-34s are both shot down and malfunctioned until proven otherwise. The only confirmed fact? Someone, somewhere, lost an awfully expensive piece of flying metal that morning. And in modern warfare, that's sometimes all it takes to win the news cycle. When the smoke clears and the hashtags fade, the battlefield always leaves one truth behind. Metal can be replaced, people can't. Those two Su-34s, if they truly fell, weren't just price tags with wings. They carried crews, each trained for years, now reduced to numbers on opposing spreadsheets of losses and kills. Somewhere, families on both sides are staring at silent phones, waiting for calls that won't come. For civilians below, it's another day of ducking the sky. Every boom, every contrail, every interception feels like a coin toss between survival and disaster. The modern battlefield isn't just about who hits what, it's about who can sleep through the night while the radar hums in the distance. Air defense systems like the Patriot have redrawn the rules of warfare. What used to be a battle of armies is now a duel of machines, one side launching, the other calculating, both praying the math works in their favor. The operators, tucked in their bunkers, might never see the pilots they shoot at, but they'll see the blip vanish from the screen. That moment, a small green dot blinking out, is the modern face of victory. Cold, precise, remote. And yet, for all the sophistication, one thing remains stubbornly human: confusion. The fog of war hasn't cleared, it's just gone digital. Missiles may now think for themselves, but truth still struggles to find a landing strip. In this age of high-tech cat and mouse, every explosion writes two stories, one of power and one of loss. And between them, the world squints at the sky, still unsure who really pulled the trigger.
October 4th, 2025, 4:31 a.m., Lake Onega, Republic of Karelia. It was supposed to be the safest place in Russia, an inland lake hundreds of kilometers from any front line, where war felt like a distant rumor. Yet, as the sun set over Lake Onega, a ship worth nearly $180 million rested quietly at anchor, unaware that it was being watched. The Grad, a missile corvette armed with long-range cruise missiles, had slipped into these calm northern waters, believing it was untouchable. It was a symbol of Russian naval confidence, protected by geography, distance, and the illusion of safety. But Ukraine had been waiting, patiently, precisely, for this moment. What happened next would rewrite every assumption about where war can reach. Before dawn, the still surface of Lake Onega reflected the faint lights of the corvette one last time. In the darkness beyond, something was moving, small, silent, and invisible to radar. What followed wasn't just another strike. It was the moment modern warfare crossed a new line, proving that even Russia's deepest heartland could become a battlefield. The ship was the Grad, a small missile corvette configured as a mobile launcher for long-range cruise missiles. On paper, it was a compact threat with outsized reach, a platform that could project force while hiding in plain sight among inland waterways. Its displacement sat under 1,000 tons, its value measured in well over $180 million, its purpose to wait, to survive, and to fire when called. Tonight, it did only one of those. Lake Onega is more than a body of water. It is a segment of a logistics vein that ties the Baltic to the White Sea through canals and locks that were engineered generations ago. The route had long been considered a quiet artery, out of sight, out of range, and out of mind. That assumption created a new map in planners' heads, a map where blue water turned into sanctuary. The Grad's anchor dropped into that illusion and held. The northern night carried the low hum of auxiliary generators and the distant clank of lock machinery settling after a late passage. Watch officers traced arcs with eyes trained for predictable threats from predictable directions. The idea that danger might rise inside the perimeter, born from silence, did not fit doctrine, it fit the coming hour. The first sign did not blink on a radar tube, it whispered through spectrum, far to the south and east. Analysts monitoring fragments of encrypted chatter saw a pattern repeat in an unexpected place. A frequency family associated with Naval Command relayed messages that should have belonged to a coastal fleet but appeared in the northwestern interior. An anomaly becomes a lead when it repeats. This one repeated enough. Over several days, teams correlated emissions with commercial imagery. Vessels along the canal were tagged, sorted, and eliminated until one silhouette remained. A compact warship anchored off regular traffic. Thermal frames taken hours apart showed a warm core and a sleeping perimeter. The profile matched open sources and prior reconnaissance. A name was unnecessary. The capability was the point. Local sources added texture without knowing their part. A contractor mentioned spare parts routed by rail to a lakeside facility. A driver noted a convoy that crossed at night with armed escort. Small facts, insignificant alone, aligned into a composite. They suggested a vessel at low readiness, crew dispersed, defenses idling to conserve wear and powers. In war, idling creates opportunity. Direct assault by conventional missiles was impractical. High-altitude routes would be seen. Mid-altitude routes would be tracked. Even low-altitude profiles would risk early detection by overlapping radars tied into a broader air defense lattice. The only workable path was not to avoid the lattice, but to trick it into watching the wrong sky at the right time. Planners built a plan around timing and perception. The defense in depth relied on cues, on hierarchies, on sensors supporting other sensors. When those cues are fed noise, the tree hesitates. When it hesitates, a window opens that lasts seconds yet matters more than hours. Those seconds became the target, not the ship itself. The ship would follow. The strike package was lean. A long-range attack drone with a compact, high-explosive payload would do the damage. Two smaller decoy drones configured with modular jamming suites would behave like loud intruders. The path to the lake traced ravines, forests, and low-rising ground, obeying contours more than waypoints. Altitude mattered more than speed. Guidance mattered most of all. Navigation could not depend on a single crutch. Inertial guidance traced the line, even if signals were lost. A terrain reference routine compared stored contours to measured altitude and slid the aircraft along valleys invisible to long-range search beams. In the terminal phase, an electro-optical seeker would compare what it saw with what it expected and close the loop without radio. The decoys climbed purposely into view where watch stations were most confident. They presented as neat targets with sharp returns that fit a mental template for incoming threats. Their transmitters did not flood the spectrum. They pricked it at specific frequencies that stitched together the local picture into something slightly wrong. Slightly wrong is harder to trust than clearly false. Operators responded as training demanded. Batteries near infrastructure tracked the louder contacts and allocated engagement cycles. The command layer reviewed conflicting cues and requested confirmation from neighboring sectors. Confirmation takes time. Time is what the quiet intruder required. As the dialogue rose, the drone below the conversation kept its own counsel and advanced. Fog draped the water in sheets when the strike drone reached the lake's edge. Its seeker switched to a tighter frame, hunting for heat signatures consistent with a ship whose machinery had been running at idle. The outline that emerged was small compared to ocean combatants, but large against the empty water. The algorithm assigned it confidence and recalculated the path to a point low and aft. On board the corvette, operators tried to clear residual clutter left over from earlier interference. Cross-checks with adjacent nodes were delayed by congestion. Local sensors remained in standby on reduced power, a routine economy when threat levels are assessed as minimal. Anomalous returns at low altitude appeared and faded in a band often discounted as surface noise. Surface noise became signal too late. The impact angle was chosen to punch through thin plating near machinery spaces rather than reinforced magazines. The object that mattered most was the generator cluster that fed not only propulsion, but pumps, stabilizers, and firefighting. A hit that kills electricity also kills the tools meant to survive the hit. Redundancy delays failure. It does not guarantee escape. The detonation was not the largest of the war, but it was brutally efficient. The blast forced burning fuel and hot fragments through compartments designed for peacetime maintenance, not wartime punishment. Doors intended to slow fire faced heat they were not built to withstand. Flame paths that were theoretical on paper became visible lines drawn up ladders and along cable runs. Damage control teams acted with professionalism born of drills, yet drills presuppose systems that answer. With power gone, pumps did not start when switches were thrown. With lines cut, comms distorted orders into noise. With smoke filling passages, routes mapped during daylight turned into instinct and touch. Training meets friction. Friction usually wins the first round. Shore stations registered the failure before the crew understood the full extent. A transponder winked out. A voice channel went dead mid-sentence. A thermal bloom climbed rapidly and then steadied at a temperature associated with hydrocarbon fire. In a control room far away, someone drew a line through a unit symbol and wrote a single word next to it. The word meant unavailable. The cost accounting began in parallel with the smoke. The platform's price was counted in hundreds of millions of dollars. The munitions price was counted in a small fraction of that. The ratio did not require spreadsheets to be understood. In modern conflict, asymmetry is achieved when precision is affordable and defense is expensive, when the defense must be always right and the offense must be right once. Strategically, the strike reached beyond the ship. It telegraphed that inland water was no longer a sanctuary defined by geography. Maps that once guided allocation of scarce air defense assets had to be redrawn. Commanders faced a choice between thickening the perimeter around cities and routes deep inside the country, or preserving density near fronts already stressed by daily attrition. Either choice weakened something. Psychologically, the event compressed distance. Citizens in northern cities who treated war as a southern headline saw images of a burning ship on a lake they knew from summer maps. The abstract turned concrete. Assurances that layered defenses could filter every threat no longer felt absolute. Absolute promises are brittle under stress. Brittle things break loudly. Doctrinally, the night exposed a lag between threat evolution and procedure. Air defense networks are extraordinary machines when the opponent plays inside old assumptions. They are less certain when adversaries split their salvos into quiet and loud, when noise is weaponized to make speed irrelevant. The system worked as designed. The design met a problem it did not anticipate. For the attackers, the lessons were as valuable as the damage. The coordination between decoy timing and penetration altitude proved repeatable. The Seeker's terminal logic handled reflections from a calm lake without false locks. The inertial drift over a long flight stayed inside the tolerance required to put the final turn within sight of the target. Every green light in testing mattered in combat. For the defenders, the checklist grew longer. More radar pickets, more overlapping angles, upper immobile short-range guns on alert near infrastructure, more power redundancy on moored units, more skepticism toward conveniently loud targets. Each addition consumes budget, personnel, and attention. The offense's central advantage is choosing when and where to pay its price. The defense pays continuously. The geography of the canal system once suggested safety. Now it suggests routes. Long stretches of forested banks and low shorelines allow low-altitude ingress paths that can curve and fold under coverage lobes. Locks, once only civil engineering, become timing gates for reconnaissance. Bridges cast radar shadows. Every structure built for commerce offers traits a planner can use. The ship itself told a cautionary tale about readiness, peacetime conservation practices like limiting wear on sensors and keeping close-in systems unpowered at anchor, save hours on maintenance logs, and extend service life. In wartime, those saved hours can become seconds lost when alarms demand immediate activation. The balance between longevity and responsiveness is not static. It tilts with threat. The aftermath on the water lasted hours. Fireboats arrived from shore, their pumps audible long before lights cut the fog. By then, the core blaze had eaten through key spaces and softened metal into shapes engineers study later to map heat flow. The hull settled by degrees, not with a dramatic rush. Catastrophe is often a slow physics class, conducted in smoke and steam. Imagery collected after sunrise showed scorch marks radiating from vents near the stern and a discoloration pattern along the deck that traced the path of the fire. The ship's profile sagged where support had failed. Around it, the lake returned to quiet, with the indifference only nature sustains. Ripples erased a night of tactics, as if it were a skipped stone. In command posts, staff rebuilt status boards and reassigned tasks once handled by the lost platform. Another vessel would be asked to cover a gap. Another escort would be pulled from a different mission to protect a different route. The ripple inside the order of battle spread wider than a single lake. Even a small corvette can anchor a plan. Removal forces improvisation. Long-term impacts reach budgets and calendars. Replacement timelines measured in months for machinery and in years for hulls are poor fits for weeks of operational demand. Sanctions and supply constraints add wait time that cannot be compressed by urgency. Training pipelines cannot conjure experienced crews on short notice. Strategic depth exists in factories and classrooms more than on maps. The strike fit an emerging pattern in which persistence and ingenuity outvalue size. Drones with modest warheads leverage precision to deliver effects out of proportion to weight. Electronic warfare applies pressure at the seams rather than at the strongest links. Intelligence fuses civilian and military sources into a picture detailed enough to steer a single airframe through a continent's worth of sensors. Countermeasures will adapt. Defenders will add passive sensors, deploy more optical posts, push for autonomous guns that wake in seconds, and write new rules that reduce latency and authorization. Offense will respond by splitting signatures further, by using terrain smarter, by building cheaper. The cycle is older than aviation. What is new is how fast it turns and how far it reaches. The human dimension remains constant beneath the systems. Sailors moved toward heat with extinguishers and masks because training told them to run toward the problem. Operators sifted clutter for meaning until meaning arrived as a bright blue where a friendly symbol had been. Analysts compared before and after frames, knowing that pixels can describe lives. War reduces to tasks. Tasks add up to consequence. By mid-morning, smoke thinned into a pale sheet above the lake. Recovery crews measured hazards, photographed compartments, and logged serial numbers for forms that track loss more than they track blame. The facts on those forms are dry. The implications are not. A ship believed to be safe inside a country's interior was struck by a weapon launched far away and guided by math and patience. The message did not end at a shoreline. It traveled along planning tables and through procurement offices where priorities are written in the columns. Protecting what was once assumed safe will cost money and men and time. Leaving it unprotected will cost more later. Choices like these define campaigns even when no headlines attach themselves to the decisions. The Grad was not the first loss of the war, and it will not be the last. It is, however, a clear sentence in a long report. 4:31 a.m. became a shorthand for a turning point on a quiet lake where the idea of safety had stood unchallenged. Minutes later, the idea burned. In the days that followed, maps were redrawn with thicker lines around places that once merited thin ones. The lake remained dark and cold and beautiful. The war, indifferent to beauty, adjusted and moved on. By afternoon, assessments converge on the same conclusion. The loss reshaped allocation across the entire theater. Groups that once guarded coastal corridors were retasked to inland nodes. Convoy schedules were rewritten, refueling plans adjusted, Patrol orbits stretched thinner. Every adjustment carried second-order effects that planners would feel for weeks. The paradox of defense repeated itself again. Protecting everything equally meant protecting nothing well. In technical circles, the strike became a case study. Engineers mapped failure cascades from a single penetration to total systems collapse, then listed mitigations that sounded simple and proved hard. Hardened cabling routes, automatic fire curtains, independent emergency pumps with mechanical starts, optical watch posts that do not depend on contested spectrum. None were novel. All demanded discipline, resources, and habits that must hold at 4 a.m. when routine feels safe. Operational thinkers sketched new playbooks. They emphasized silent ingress, orchestrated distraction, patient confirmation, and terminal guidance that does not beg for permission from distant signals. They also emphasized counters, more passive sensors, shorter command chains for point defense, realistic drills where alarms erupt from the least likely bearing. The lesson was not that defense fails, but that defense must evolve as quickly as the threat that tests it. The sailors who fought the fire and the operators who pieced together the night's picture will carry different memories, none of them cinematic. For them, the strike was weight, heat, noise, and the stubbornness of systems that would not answer. For analysts and commanders, it was a data point that forced hard choices. For the wider world, it was proof that the interior is not immune, that reach now outpaces borders cut by hand on old maps. Night returned to Lake Oneg with a quiet that did not restore what was lost. The channel markers blinked in their steady rhythm, indifferent to lessons learned ashore. The coordinates where steel softened into shapes had already faded beneath a skin of ripples. If there was a single sentence left by the event, it was this: distance no longer decides. November 14th, 2023, 1:47 local time. Yevpatoria, Western Crimea. The S-400 Triumph air defense battery sat in the darkness, its radar arrays slowly rotating, scanning the night sky for threats. This wasn't just any air defense system. This was Russia's pride, the most advanced surface-to-air missile system in their arsenal. Worth roughly $500 million for a complete battery, capable of tracking 300 targets simultaneously at ranges up to 400 kilometers. That's nearly 20 miles. This system was supposed to make Crimea untouchable, an invisible dome of protection that would shoot down anything Ukraine dared to send. The Russian operators manning the system had no idea they were being watched, had no idea that Ukrainian intelligence had been studying their routines for weeks, had no idea that their radar signatures, their shift changes, their response times, all of it had been catalogued, analyzed, and turned into a targeting package. And they had absolutely no idea that in approximately 3 minutes, their $500 million defense system was about to become the world's most expensive pile of scrap metal. Before we talk about how Ukraine destroyed this thing, we need to understand what makes the S-400 such a prized target. The S-400 Triumph, NATO designation SA-21 Growler, is Russia's latest generation of long-range air defense. Think of it as a bubble of protection that can reach out and swat aircraft, cruise missiles, and even some ballistic missiles out of the sky from incredible distances. A complete S-400 battery isn't just one vehicle. It's a system of systems. You've got the command post, the brain that coordinates everything. You've got the radar units, the eyes that find targets. And you've got the launcher vehicles, each carrying 4 massive missiles ready to fire. The missiles themselves come in different varieties, some designed for extreme range, up to 400 kilometers. Others optimized for hitting fast, maneuvering targets. The most advanced versions can engage ballistic missiles traveling at several times the speed of sound. Russia has positioned these systems throughout occupied Crimea precisely because they're supposed to be untouchable. Their long range means they can sit safely behind the front lines and still shoot down Ukrainian aircraft, operating deep in Ukrainian-controlled territory. Their sophisticated radars can track dozens of targets simultaneously. Their command systems can prioritize threats and engage them automatically. In theory, the S-400 is nearly impossible to destroy, You can't get close enough with aircraft. It'll shoot you down first. You can't use cruise missiles. It's designed to intercept exactly that kind of threat. In theory. But Ukraine was about to demonstrate that theory and practice are very different things. The attack on September 14th didn't start that night. It started weeks earlier with patient, methodical intelligence gathering. Ukrainian reconnaissance drones, small, cheap, commercial-style quadcopters modified for military use, had been flying careful surveillance missions over western Crimea. Flying low, staying quiet, mapping Russian positions. Each flight collected data, radar signatures from the S-400 system when it powered up, thermal imagery showing the layout of the battery, where the command post sat, where the launchers were positioned, where the radar units were located. Electronic intelligence recording the frequencies the system used for communication. Ukrainian intelligence built a complete picture of this S-400 battery. They knew its location down to the meter. Most importantly, they knew its weakness. Every air defense system has a critical vulnerability. It has to turn on its radar to see targets. And the moment that radar activates, it broadcasts its position to anyone listening. It's like turning on a flashlight in a dark room. Sure, now you can see, but everyone can also see you. Ukrainian intelligence had sophisticated electronic warfare equipment positioned to detect the exact moment this S-400 battery's radar went active. When it did, they'd have a narrow window, maybe just minutes, when they'd know the battery's exact position and status. They just needed to wait for the right moment. September 13th, 2023. The night before the main attack, Ukrainian forces conducted a different operation. A strike on the Sevastopol shipyard using cruise missiles. They hit a Russian submarine and a landing ship undergoing repairs. Massive explosions, significant damage, the kind of attack that makes headlines. But here's what the Russians didn't realize. That attack wasn't just about destroying ships, it was bait. Because when those missiles approached Sevastopol, every Russian air defense system in western Crimea went to high alert. Radars powered up, crews scrambled to combat stations, defense systems activated, including the S-400 battery near Yevpatoria. Ukrainian electronic warfare operators watched their screens as the S-400's distinctive radar signature lit up. There, now they had confirmation. The battery was active, fully operational, and its exact position was locked in. The trap was set. 01:44 a.m., 3 minutes before impact. Ukrainian aerial combat drones approached from the northwest, flying low over the Black Sea. These weren't the massive American Predator drones you see in movies. These were smaller Ukrainian design systems, each carrying modest warheads, maybe 20 to 30 kilograms of explosives. Their target wasn't the S-400's missile launchers. Not yet. Their target was the system's eyes, the radar and antenna arrays. You see, destroying an S-400 battery requires a specific sequence. If you go after the launchers first while the radar is still operational, the system can defend itself, using its own missiles to shoot down your incoming attack. But if you blind it first by destroying the radar, the launchers become useless. They can't track targets, can't calculate firing solutions. They're just very expensive trucks sitting in a field. The drones closed in. The Russian operators saw them coming, small contacts on the edge of their radar screens. But they were focused on the bigger picture, watching for cruise missiles, watching for aircraft. These small drones seemed like a minor nuisance. That assessment was about to prove catastrophic. 01:47 a.m. First strike. The Ukrainian drones dove on the S-400's radar and antenna systems. Multiple drones, multiple angles, making it impossible for Russian point defenses to engage them all. The warheads detonated with precise timing. Not massive explosions, these were surgical strikes, but they didn't need to be massive. The S-400's radar arrays are sophisticated, sensitive equipment. They don't handle explosives well. The primary search radar that provides long-range detection took a direct hit. Its antenna array, a massive structure designed to scan hundreds of kilometers of airspace, shattered. The fire control radar, the 92N6E gravestone that actually guides missiles to their targets, was hit seconds later. This radar is even more sensitive, using precision tracking to calculate where to send missiles. The explosion didn't just damage it, it obliterated it. In less than 30 seconds, the S-400 battery went from Russia's most advanced air defense system to an expensive collection of blind, deaf hardware. But the Ukrainian attack wasn't finished, not even close. The Neptune's launch. Approximately 250 kilometers away, 2 Neptune anti-ship cruise missiles fired from their mobile launchers. These missiles were originally designed to sink warships. They carry 150-kilogram warheads specifically built to punch through armored hulls. But tonight, they weren't hunting ships. They were hunting the now defenseless S-400 launchers. The Neptune is a subsonic cruise missile, 900 kilometers per hour, roughly 560 miles per hour. At that speed, covering 250 kilometers takes about 16 minutes, but the missiles didn't fly a straight path. They flew low, hugging the terrain and water, using their navigation systems to follow a pre-programmed route that avoided known Russian radar positions. The Russian crew at the S-400 battery knew something was wrong. Their radars were dead. Communications were disrupted. They could hear explosions, but couldn't see what was happening. Some crew members probably started running, maybe towards backup equipment, maybe just away from the obvious target area. Others might have tried frantically to restore systems, rebooting computers, checking connections. None of it mattered. Ukraine has demonstrated repeatedly that they can strike high-value targets in Crimea, naval bases, airfields. Now even the sophisticated air defense systems that were supposed to make such strikes impossible. Every successful attack undermines Russian morale and bolsters Ukrainian confidence. Every burning facility is visible proof that Ukraine hasn't given up on Crimea, has the capability to make Russian occupation painful. The war in Ukraine has been grinding forward with mixed results for both sides. Ukrainian counteroffensives in the south and east have been slowed by extensive Russian minefields and defensive lines. Progress is measured in meters, not kilometers. But in Crimea and the Black Sea, Ukraine is increasingly dominant. Naval drones harass Russian warships. Cruise missiles strike military facilities. Air defense systems that were supposed to be untouchable are being systematically destroyed. This creates a strategic imbalance. Russia may be holding territory on the mainland, but their position in Crimea is degrading. The logistics hub that was supposed to support Russian operations is becoming a liability that requires resources to defend. On the night of September, Ukraine executed a nearly perfect multi-domain strike. Aerial drones blinded the target. Cruise missiles delivered the killing blow. Intelligence work identified the vulnerability. Electronic warfare confirmed the target's status. Operational planning sequenced the attack for maximum effectiveness. Cost to Ukraine, approximately $3 million. Cost to Russia, approximately $500 million in destroyed hardware, plus the strategic loss of air defense coverage over Western Crimea, plus the psychological impact of losing supposedly invincible systems, plus the operational necessity of redeploying other air defenses to fill the gap. The asymmetry is devastating. And this is the war Ukraine is winning. Not necessarily the grinding infantry battles on the front lines, but the technological and strategic contest that will ultimately determine whether Russia can sustain its occupation of Ukrainian territory. September 14th, the S-400 battery burns. Russia's most advanced air defense system, reduced to smoking wreckage by a carefully orchestrated Ukrainian strike, sent a message visible across the Black Sea region. Russian air defenses can be defeated. Russian military infrastructure can be struck. Russian control over occupied Crimea is not permanent. For Ukrainian forces planning future operations, this strike opened possibilities that didn't exist before. A gap in air defense coverage, a weakness to exploit, their most advanced systems being systematically destroyed by an opponent they'd expected to defeat quickly. The war isn't over, but the balance is shifting. One destroyed S-400 battery at a time. September 15th, 2023, at 0530 local time, a Russian Bayan-M missile corvette in the Sea of Azov adjusted course to begin its firing sequence. 8 caliber cruise missiles sat armed inside their vertical tubes, each one destined for Ukrainian cities if the ship completed its checklist. For nearly 1 hour, the patrol had been quiet, the morning air still, the crew unaware that Soyuz would not survive the next few minutes. Unknown to them, Ukrainian operators had already released a hunting pack of precision drones. 7 airframes, each designed for speed, low-altitude flight, and the ability to slip through the fractured electromagnetic landscape that hung over the coast before sunrise. The lead drone pushed to more than 400 kilometers per hour as it converged on the first Russian checkpoint guarding the coastline. The operator watched muzzle flashes erupt without warning. Tracers rose through the dim light, each glowing arc a reminder that one wrong maneuver meant instant destruction. The checkpoint gunner could not see the drone. He could only hear the thin, metallic whine of its electric motor echoing between concrete walls. He fired at sound alone, adjusting his aim with every rising pitch. The drone slid left in a tight jink as 23mm shells cracked the air around it. Each detonation threw shards of steel across the path it had occupied only fractions of a second earlier. The drone accelerated again, climbing past 430 kilometers per hour, cutting through the engagement zone before the gunner could swing the barrel back. But the escape came with a cost. The eruption of gunfire carried through the valley, reaching Russian posts long before formal radio messages did. Within minutes, alerts spread across private messaging channels that Russian soldiers relied on, far more than their assigned communication systems. The element of surprise dissolved into scattered digital warnings as the drone continued its run. The operator's feed flashed with static. The camera shook. Power lines emerged from darkness only when they filled the entire image. The drone's altimeter dropped sharply as the operator hauled the airframe upward, missing 110,000-volt cables by barely 2 meters. Every onboard system glitched. The compass spun. The image stuttered. For 3 seconds, it flew nearly blind. When the feed steadied, a radio tower filled the left side of the screen. The operator rolled the drone away from the guy wires, clearing them by what felt like a single breath. 2 more drones followed the lead, spaced roughly half a minute apart, apart, using the distraction to pass unnoticed. These were specialized variants, lighter, tuned for electronic attack. Their job was not to strike the ship, but to blind it long enough for the heavier warheads behind them to land decisive blows. 4 slower drones, carrying 250-kilogram charges each, took a northern approach, trading speed for destructive power. These were the precision hammers meant to finish the mission if the Vanguard survived. But those scattered warnings had consequences. At the next checkpoint, a jammer waited. Its operator activated a repellent-class system that broadcast several hundred watts of electromagnetic interference across known control bands. The lead heavy drone lost signal instantly. The operator's monitor went black, but the airframe did not fall. It shifted automatically into autonomous mode, using stored waypoints, accelerometer readings, and optical landmarks to navigate through the invisible storm. After 3 long minutes, the video returned. The drone had held its course perfectly. A BTR-82 armored vehicle blocked the highway ahead, its machine gun already cycling in a sweeping pattern learned from earlier encounters. The operator dipped the drone into an industrial district, using narrow alleys and sheet metal roofs as shields. But those same structures sheltered Russian soldiers jolted awake by the motor's echo. They spilled out in clusters, firing at scattered noise and fleeting shadows. The drone held just 10 meters altitude, low enough that distant radar systems lost sight of it due to curvature and ground clutter. What radar could not see, rifles tried to compensate for. Eventually, a coordinated volley connected. The third reconnaissance drone spiraled down into a parking lot, its warhead detonating on impact. 2 of the lighter drones and 2 heavy airframes remained. The margin for error grew thinner with each kilometer. When the lead scout crested the final ridge, the operator froze for half a second. The briefing had missed a key detail. A Panzer ME launcher waited directly in the drone's path, already turning, already tracking. 6 missiles erupted in staggered sequence. These were newer anti-drone interceptors, built specifically after earlier failures against small quadcopters. Each missile carried a fragmentation sleeve designed to throw hundreds of tungsten spheres outward at nearly 2,000 meters per second, creating expanding rings of lethal metal. The operator knew the missiles had a mandatory arming delay, more than 1 second after launch. At the drone's current speed, it would cross over 140 meters in that time. The moment he saw ignition flares, he dove nearly straight toward the launcher. The missiles streaked overhead unarmed, passing close enough that the drone's camera flared white from their exhaust. By the time they armed, the drone sat below their lethal envelope, gliding beneath them like a needle slipping under a closing fist. The operator leveled the drone at roughly 5 meters altitude, angling directly toward the podlet radar, feeding tracking data to every system within 200 kilometers. Automatic cannons on the launcher fired in rigid patterns, attempting to build predictive boxes of fire. But their solution lagged by more than 3 seconds, while the drone changed direction. The drone slammed into the radar's antenna assembly, its shaped charge collapsing a copper cone into a hypersonic jet that punched through the array, the processing core, and out the rear wall before dispersing. The second scout dove for an older early warning radar. Dawn's temperature inversion distorted thermal signatures, turning the drone into a faint cold speck that vanished whenever it crossed cooler ground. The gunner occurred in spiraling patterns, exhausting thousands of rounds without a hit. When the shaped charge detonated against the radar housing, more than 200 kilometers of early warning coverage blinked out. The Bayern corvette, 4 kilometers offshore, was suddenly isolated, forced to rely on its own systems with dramatically shorter detection range. The heavy drones advanced. The ship's radar struggled to separate low-flying drones from waves rising 2 meters high. Ghost contacts appeared and vanished with each sweep. Algorithms meant to filter sea clutter removed real targets instead. The corvette brought its close-in weapons online, twin 30mm cannons cycling thousands of rounds per minute. Their targeting system tried to predict the drone's paths through Kalman filtering, but the random course changes fed bad data into every calculation. Predictions collapsed into noise. The ship launched chaff next, filling the air with metallic clouds that would confuse radar-guided missiles. But the Ukrainian drones did not rely on radar. Operators watched through their onboard cameras, ignoring the floating debris as it glittered in the rising sun. The Bayan M activated its TK-95E electronic countermeasure suite, sending out 200 watts across the spectrum, from 20 MHz to 40 GHz. Against conventional drones, the signal would have severed control instantly, but the Ukrainian drones hopped between 128 channels per second in a pseudo-random sequence known only to their operators. The operator adapted, gliding over the rising waves as the sun broke through thin clouds. The captain ordered evasive S-turns at full speed. The vessel, 949 tons, required roughly 15 seconds to pivot 30 degrees. The drone, meanwhile, reacted in milliseconds. The operator timed the approach to exploit steady segments between the turns. At 500 meters, manual control took over. The radar mast filled the screen, 6 meters of concentrated electronics. The cannons could not depress below -5 degrees. Trigonometry dictated the strike. At 3 meters altitude, the drone was effectively invisible to automated defenses. Crewmen manned PKM machine guns, firing instinctively, but each round moved too slowly. The drone crossed their field of view in 0.8 of a second. By the time the first bullet left the barrel, the drone was 100 meters away. The lead-heavy drone struck precisely at the mast, its shaped charge primed for maximum effect. Inside the electronics hub, circuits vaporized, sensors melted, communications went silent. The captain shouted for emergency missile launch, but the launch sequence required 2 minutes for gyroscopes, validation, and warm-up. Those minutes did not exist. 2 additional heavy drones closed the port and starboard sides. The second targeted the missile magazine, angled at 30 degrees to hit the junction of reinforced bulkheads. The operator compensated for the ship's drift, its 3-degree list from hard maneuvering, and the estimated motion of the 8 armed calibers. The copper cone inside the shaped charge focused explosive force into a hypersonic jet traveling 7,000 meters per second. Steel plating resisted briefly, then yielded as if it were papers. The corvette remained afloat, its superstructure blackened, its hallways charred, smoke rising intermittently from hidden compartments. The operators of the drones, hundreds of kilometers away, had neutralized a $500 million warship, using components sourced from commercial suppliers. The ship's radar now detected only intermittent ghost contacts at distances below 4 kilometers. Waves 2 meters high returned radar signals indistinguishable from drones flying at 3 meters. Doppler filtering failed. The control computer, designed to predict linear trajectories, struggled with erratic course changes between 80 and 120 knots. Every third sweep eliminated the drones entirely, judging them to be false returns. Yet the operators ignored the algorithms, relying on visual confirmation through the onboard camera systems. Twin AK-630 duet cannons spun up, firing 10,000 rounds per minute. Chaff clouds loomed across radar screens, hundreds of false echoes stretching 50 kilometers from the corvette. Operators guided their airframes visually, slipping between false returns and electromagnetic interference. Even as the corvette's close-in weapons continued firing, the drones approached their final targets, exploiting gaps created by rapid environmental changes and unpredictable vessel motion. One drone ascended slightly to line up the Podlet K-1 radar, the system supplying targeting data for the network of Russian launchers across the region. The shaped charge struck precisely, collapsing the array into molten metal streams. Within moments, the radar feed ceased. Redundant backup systems did not activate. The drone remained nearly invisible, a faint cold speck against the sea's warming surface. The second drone angled toward the P-18's spoon rest radar. It faced automatic thermal imaging. The operator timed the approach to coincide with the peak of the inversion, ensuring the aircraft blended into the background. Gunner fire escalated, but the drone shifted unpredictably. Each pivot evaded high-speed rounds. After detonation, more than 200 kilometers of early warning coverage vanished. The Bayan M, now isolated from its support radars, relied entirely on onboard sensors with a maximum effective range of roughly 40 kilometers. The remaining heavy drones entered the corvette's immediate proximity. Ghost contacts flared and vanished with every radar sweep. The crew attempted to track targets manually, but the speed and erratic motion of the drones made human reaction insufficient. The corvette captain attempted maximum evasive maneuvers, zigzagging at 8 knots per turn, but each course correction took seconds. The drones required mere milliseconds to adjust. By the time the first missile could intercept, the drone had passed below its minimum engagement angle. The lead heavy drone executed its final approach at 3 meters altitude. The operator adjusted for hull pitch, list, and wave interference. A last-moment course correction ensured the shaped charge struck the radar hub at a perfect 90-degree angle. Explosive energy focused, metal yielded, electronics melted. Communication, targeting, and control arrays failed simultaneously. The corvette, previously a threat capable of launching 8 cruise missiles, now lacked functioning radar, data links, and early warning capacity. In less than 10 minutes, the airframes neutralized the vessel's offensive and defensive capabilities entirely. The remaining 2 drones now advanced through the chaos of smoke and debris. Waves reflected sunlight in intermittent flashes, disguising their approach. The corvette's crew, overwhelmed by multiple simultaneous failures, struggled to identify real targets. Every automated system was offline or feeding false data. The drones adjusted to account for shifting hull angles and wind gusts. Sensors meant to detect metal signatures became unreliable, as the operators had optimized flight paths to mimic natural reflections off the water's surface. One drone angled directly at the portside missile cells, its electric motors producing barely a 10-degree rise above ambient heat. The thermal imaging system attempted to compensate for a low morning sun and a thin layer of fog rising from the Sea of Azov, but the drone remained a near-perfect cold spot. Operators on the bridge fired personal weapons and small automatic systems, but every round struck nothing. The operator timed the strike for the exact moment when thermal inversion provided optimal concealment. Smoke filled the bridge as systems failed, alarms ceased, and the ship became an island of isolated crew struggling to comprehend the extent of the destruction. The Buyanem's radar, its heart for tracking and early warning, remained blind. Waves, normally insignificant, now merged with the low-flying drones to create an almost invisible battlefield. Every radar sweep produced confusing echoes, multiple ghost targets, and false returns. Mechanical turrets fired continuously, but the drones altered course before the fire control computer could even predict the next position. Human reaction compounded the inefficiency. Eyes could not follow, reflexes failed, and the operators remained reliant on systems now made ineffective by months of Ukrainian testing and adaptation. The portside missile cells, the very instruments meant to launch 8 calibers, became inert. 100% of the offensive capability of the vessel was neutralized without a single missile leaving its tubes. Drones maintained positions nearby to ensure no human intervention could restore partial functionality before all systems were permanently damaged. Each maneuver accounted for the corvette's exact heading, tilt, and environmental conditions. Calculated risks paid off in real time, delivering absolute precision strikes on key systems while avoiding unnecessary losses. As the smoke cleared and the morning fog lifted, the Buyan-M drifted, unable to process threats or respond. Its hull intact, yet effectively blind, deaf, and mute to the surrounding environment. Crews scrambled, but every remaining system failed to provide actionable data. Early warning, targeting, communications, radar, missile guidance, all neutralized. The corvette could no longer pose a threat to Ukrainian territory or forces. The 8 caliber missiles, each a $100 million weapon, remained in their cells, unlaunched, inert, and useless. Operators monitored the scene for the final phase. One drone circled above, ensuring no backup systems could be restored. When the final assessments were completed, the drones disengaged. They returned to pre-planned recovery points, some landing safely on nearby coastal zones, others entering autonomous return trajectories. The mission, meticulously planned and executed, left no room for chance. The Buyanem, valued at $500 million, had been neutralized using commercially sourced components and careful observation. Every tactical advantage leveraged by Ukrainian operators ensured maximum impact with minimal risk. Within hours, Intelligence analysts confirmed the strategic implications. The loss of the corvette's radar and control systems meant Russian operations along the Sea of Azov would be delayed. A single, precisely executed drone operation had rewritten the operational calculus, leaving the Buyan M blind, silent and unable to threaten the coastline it once dominated. The drones, unassuming in size yet monumental in impact, had changed the outcome before human eyes on the ship could react. In the span of one engagement, precision, environmental mastery, and innovative thinking had achieved what conventional power projection could not. The mission concluded. The threat neutralized. The message unmistakable. Even the most advanced warship could be defeated by a combination of intelligence, observation, and unmanned ingenuity. 2:15 a.m. The Dnipro River Bridge, eastern Ukraine. The convoy stretched for 5 miles, over 500 vehicles crawling bumper to bumper across a steel bridge that wasn't built to handle this kind of traffic. Ammunition trucks, fuel tankers, command vehicles packed with communications equipment. All of it heading south to resupply 2,000 Russian troops holding positions near Melitopol and Tokmak. The Russian convoy commanders weren't worried. They had Panzer S-1 air defense systems positioned along the route. Their 30mm autocannons and 57 E-6 missiles ready to swat anything out of the sky. Overhead, a Nebo-M radar swept the airspace every 3 seconds, capable of tracking objects the size of a baseball from 200 yards away. The Russians believed they were safe, covered from every angle. They had no idea that directly beneath their wheels, clamped to the steel beams of the bridge they were crossing, 12 Ukrainian FPV drones had been waiting for 72 hours. And they were about to wake up. 72 hours earlier, Ukrainian special operations teams had infiltrated the area around the Dnipro River Bridge under cover of darkness. Their mission wasn't to blow the bridge immediately, it was to set a trap so perfect that when it sprung, it would cripple an entire Russian division. The drones they carried weren't expensive military hardware. Each one cost about $600, basically consumer-grade quadcopters modified with military-grade warheads. Specifically, PG-7 BL-shaped charges, the same warheads used in RPG-7 rocket launchers. Each warhead could pierce 12 inches of reinforced concrete or punch through most armored vehicles. But here's what made these drones special. They didn't rely on GPS. Ukrainian engineers had programmed them with onboard LiDAR, basically laser-based mapping that lets the drone see its surroundings and navigate using pre-loaded 3D maps of the bridge structure. No GPS signals to jam, no radio communications to intercept, no human pilot required once activated. The operators carefully attached each drone to the underside of the bridge using magnetic clamps. Then they activated sleep mode. The drones would sit there, completely inert, drawing minimal power from their batteries, waiting for a single encrypted wake-up command. All they needed now was the right target, and Ukrainian intelligence had been tracking Russian logistics patterns for weeks. They knew a major resupply convoy was coming. They knew the route. They knew the timing. Now it was just a matter of patience. 2:13 a.m. The convoy slowed to a crawl. A bottleneck had formed on the bridge, too many vehicles trying to cross too quickly. And here's where Russian logistics bit them hard. Cheap truck tires. You see, due to Western sanctions and corruption in military procurement, many Russian military trucks were running on substandard tires. Some were civilian models never designed for heavy military loads, and those tires were failing. A blown tire here, an overheating engine there. Small problems that in normal circumstances would be minor annoyances. But on a narrow bridge with 500 vehicles packed together, small problems become catastrophic bottlenecks. The convoy ground to a near standstill. Vehicles bunched up. Fuel tankers sat next to ammunition trucks. Command vehicles were trapped in the middle of the pack with no room to maneuver. It was the perfect kill zone. In a hidden Ukrainian command post several kilometers away, an intelligence officer watched the real-time feed from a reconnaissance drone circling high above. He could see the entire convoy stretched across the bridge, the thermal signatures of fuel tankers glowing hot, the distinctive shapes of ammunition carriers, the electronic emissions from command vehicles. He picked up his encrypted communicator and sent a single message. Target in position. Execute. 2:15 a.m. Each FPV drone received the encrypted wake command simultaneously. Internal computers booted up, motors initialized, onboard LiDAR systems activated, mapping the bridge structure and confirming position. The magnetic clamps released. 12 drones dropped 3 feet before their brushless motors spun up with a low-pitched hum that was completely drowned out by the noise of 500 idling truck engines overhead. The drones didn't immediately attack. Their programming was more sophisticated than that. They flew in tight formation, hugging the concrete support columns to avoid visual and radar detection. Their onboard AI systems armed the PG-7 VL warheads, setting them to detonate 1.1 seconds after impact, just enough delay to penetrate the target before exploding. The drones divided into 3 groups: 6 targeted ammunition trucks, 4 locked onto fuel tankers, the final 2 aligned with the convoy's lead command vehicles. And then something unexpected happened. A Russian lieutenant sitting in a Panzer S-1 command vehicle noticed slight electronic interference on his displays. Nothing dramatic, just a flicker, a minor anomaly in the radar returns. Standard procedure would be to ignore it, chalk it up to atmospheric conditions or interference from all the vehicles. But this lieutenant had survived 2 years of war by being paranoid. He switched the Panzer system from passive to active radar mode, flooding the area with radio waves to get a clearer picture. And that's when the system detected something. A small heat signature below the bridge, moving. The automated targeting system locked on a 57 E-6 missile launched from its tube with a flash of flame and a roar that echoed across the river. The missile streaked downward, accelerating to over 1,800 miles per hour in seconds. It struck a Ukrainian decoy drone that had activated exactly for this purpose, to draw fire and reveal Russian defensive positions. The explosion lit up the night. A fireball rose 30 feet into the air. Debris scattered across the riverbank, and on the bridge, absolute chaos erupted. Drivers slammed on brakes, engines stalled, trucks jackknifed, horns blared. A 5-mile line of orderly convoy collapsed into confusion. Radio chatter exploded, drivers shouting coordinates, officers demanding status reports, air defense operators scanning frantically for more targets. Red warning lights flashed in Panzer dashboards. A Tor M2 mobile air defense system tried to acquire target locks, but the steel structure of the bridge created so much radar clutter that the system was seeing false returns everywhere. And here's what the Russians didn't realize. The explosion did something far more valuable than destroying one cheap decoy drone. It confirmed to the Ukrainian operators that Russian air defenses were active, alert, and exactly where intelligence had predicted. Trap was working perfectly. Instead of pressing the attack, the remaining 11 drones executed evasive protocol. Their onboard AI recognized the change in battlefield status, air defenses active, convoy alerted, and adapted. They slipped back under the bridge supports, using the steel structure to mask their signatures. One drone, Drone 3, activated its onboard X-band jammer. It's a small electronic warfare device that floods specific radar frequencies with noise. The Panzer radar screens went from fuzzy to complete white static. The operators couldn't see anything. 40 miles north, a Russian Buryev, a 50 radar aircraft, essentially a flying command center with massive radar arrays, was circling at 30,000 feet. Its Shmel-M radar system picked up unusual heat patterns over the bridge, small moving objects at low altitude. The A-50 transmitted a top-down targeting feed directly to ground units. Suddenly, the Panzer's radar cleared. A targeting reticle locked back onto Drone 9. A Tor M2 system received the same data and fired a 9M338 missile. This missile is specifically designed to hit small, fast-moving targets. It raced toward the drone at 1,850 miles per hour, over twice the speed of sound. Drone 9's AI immediately deployed its countermeasure. From its underside, a 100-foot-long fiber optic cable unspooled. At the end, an AN-AL-50 decoy activated, a small device that sends back amplified radar reflections, making the system think it's tracking something much larger. The Tor missile veered sharply, chasing the false signature. 3 seconds later, it detonated in mid-air, destroying the decoy. The real drone survived. Every Russian radar operator in a 50-mile radius was looking at the bridge. They knew something was happening, they just didn't know what. And that's when the Ukrainian command operator sent the final signal. Execute. 11 drones powered back on, but this time they weren't hiding. They launched straight up at full throttle, their motors screaming at 18,000 revolutions per minute, covering the final 200 yards in under 6 seconds. The kill phase had begun. Drone 1 reached the underside of the bridge deck, directly below an ammunition truck carrying 120mm mortar shells and 122mm artillery rounds. Its PG-7VL warhead struck reinforced concrete and detonated after the programmed 1.1-second delay. The shaped charge worked exactly as designed. It focused explosive energy into a narrow jet capable of piercing 12 inches of reinforced concrete. The explosion punched through the bridge deck and into the ammunition truck above. The secondary explosion was catastrophic. Mortar shells and artillery rounds detonated in a chain reaction. The fireball reached 70 feet high. But here's where Ukrainian planning showed its brilliance. The explosion echoed downward, reflecting off the river surface 30 feet below. Water is incompressible, so the blast wave bounced back up, creating a compression effect that multiplied the force against the bridge's support structures. The concrete support column, designed to bear vertical weight from traffic, was suddenly hit by massive lateral force. Steel rebar inside snapped instantly. The bridge shook, and 7 more drones struck within the next 1.3 seconds. Drone 2 hit beneath a second ammunition cluster. Another massive secondary explosion. Drone 3 detonated under a tanker carrying JP-8 jet fuel. The tank ruptured, fuel ignited, flames rolled across broken asphalt. Drones 4 and 5 hit simultaneously beneath 2 more fuel vehicles. Each explosion fed into the next, creating an expanding inferno. Drone 6 targeted a mobile command post, a specialized vehicle housing communications equipment and tactical computers. The shaped charge punched through the vehicle's floor and detonated inside. Every officer in that vehicle died instantly. Command and control for the entire convoy gone. The final 4 drones struck support columns in synchronized succession. Each warhead added more lateral force to structures already weakened by the initial blasts. At 2:17 a.m., just 2 minutes after the first drone activated, the southern half of the bridge gave way. 40 Russian vehicles dropped into the kill zone. The first to fall was a Ural truck carrying 82mm mortar shells. It landed nose first on top of the initial blast crater. The impact triggered every shell in the cargo bed simultaneously. The detonation was massive. A sympathetic explosion that ignited 2 adjacent trucks, each carrying a mix of 122mm and 152mm artillery rounds stacked in wooden crates. Explosion punched through the bridge deck and into the ammunition truck above. Air defense systems can track the approach. Electronic warfare can jam signals. The element of surprise is limited, but Ukraine's approach was completely different. They pre-positioned the drones days in advance. No flight time means no approach to detect. No active signals means nothing to jam. The drones simply waited, invisible and inert, until the perfect target presented itself. The Russians were scanning the skies for threats. They never thought to check under their wheels. It's brilliant in its simplicity, and it fundamentally changes how we think about drone warfare. The threat isn't something approaching from the distance. The threat is already there, sleeping beneath your feet, waiting for the perfect moment. The technology, Simple but devastatingly effective. The drones themselves weren't cutting-edge military technology. They were modified commercial quadcopters, the kind of platform you could build from components available online. The PG-7 warheads are old Soviet-era technology from the 1970s, designed for RPG-7 launchers. Reliable, effective, and critically, cheap and widely available. The LiDAR navigation is basically the same technology used in robot vacuum cleaners. Laser-based mapping that 3D picture of the environment. None of this technology is exotic. None of it requires advanced manufacturing or rare materials. But combined cleverly, with good intelligence and perfect timing, it becomes devastatingly effective. This is asymmetric warfare at its finest. Using simple, inexpensive tools to destroy expensive, sophisticated targets. Not by matching the enemy's capabilities, but by finding weaknesses in their doctrine and exploiting them ruthlessly. The Dnipro bridge strike represents something larger than a single successful operation. It's a glimpse into the future of warfare. Traditional military thinking focuses on firepower, armor, and maneuver. Tanks, aircraft, artillery, big, expensive systems operated by highly trained personnel. But modern warfare is increasingly about information, timing, and precision. Small drones, AI algorithms, pre-positioned assets, asymmetric attacks that achieve strategic effects with minimal resources. The most dangerous weapon isn't the one with the loudest blast. It's the one you never see coming. Not the missile, but the algorithm. Not the tank, but the code. Not the firepower, but the patience to wait 72 hours for the perfect moment. Russia prepared for a conventional war. They deployed traditional air defenses. They followed standard convoy procedures. They assumed that quantity, 500 vehicles, multiple air defense systems, overhead radar coverage would provide security. They were fighting yesterday's war with yesterday's tactics. Ukraine is fighting tomorrow's war and winning. Lost in the technical discussion are the Ukrainian special operations personnel who set this trap. Think about what that mission required. Infiltrating behind enemy lines to plant drones under a bridge, waiting 72 hours, 3 full days for the target to arrive, maintaining operational security, trusting that the intelligence about convoy timing was accurate, betting everything on a plan that required perfect execution. One mistake, one Russian patrol discovering the drones, one premature activation, one technical failure, and the entire operation collapses. But they executed flawlessly. The drones were positioned perfectly. The timing was exact. The targeting was precise. Every element of the plan worked. That's not luck. That's professionalism, training, and nerve. This strike sent a clear message that Russian military planners can't ignore. Your logistics are vulnerable. Your convoys are targets. Your bridges are death traps. Every supply run is a risk. Every choke point is a potential ambush. Every routine mission could end in catastrophic failure. Russia can't defend everything, can't check every bridge for hidden threats, can't guarantee safe passage for critical supplies. And that uncertainty is corrosive. It slows operations, forces resource diversion, creates hesitation, makes commanders second-guess routine decisions. Warfare isn't just about destroying the enemy. It's about making them afraid, making them hesitate, making them doubt. And after Dnipro, Russian logistics officers are definitely doubting. 2:15 a.m. on the morning of the attack, the Dnipro River Bridge was a critical logistics artery for Russian forces in October 30th, 0200 hours, eastern Ukraine. The night sky over the capital was a thin blue glass, quiet. And then suddenly, it wasn't. Russia fired a barrage of Kinja hypersonic missiles valued at roughly $200 million, a demonstration of speed and reach meant to blister defenses and crush morale. One of those missiles struck a maternity hospital. 14 civilians died. Kiev did not answer in kind. Silence was a choice, and silence became a plan. The decision was not about vengeance. It was about hydraulics and logistics, the pressure lines that feed an army. Intelligence officers had isolated the weak seam in the Russian war economy, a fuel artery known as the Koltsoy pipeline, a trunk line capable of pushing 7 million tons at peak load. The moment was predictable because physics is predictable. When the tanks and pumps peaked, stress peaked. Pressure can be exploited. The operation had a name chosen to frame the objective: Serpent's Head. The concept was simple and brutal. Make the opponent's stored energy their own undoing. The budget was almost nothing. A dozen first-person view drones. Total hardware cost in the low thousands of dollars. The risk calculus was asymmetrical. If even one asset reached the valve cluster, the damage curve would explode upward. If none did, the loss was measured in scrap and time. 0 to 01 hours. A covered military truck parked under a stand of trees. Its roof retracted, and 12 FPV drones rose into the air with a mechanical whine. The swarm did not fly as one block. It split on cue. 8 ascended and spread, broadcasting decoy signatures tuned to mimic heavier drones. 4 dropped low, hugging contour lines and ditch edges, navigating by preloaded terrain profiles and inertial references. The decoys were not expected to survive. Their function was signal shaping and cognitive overmatch. Russian air defense templates prioritize mass, energy, and altitude. Give the operators the picture they are trained to fear: high, loud, obvious. While the picture draws eyes upward, the threat proceeds at knee height. The foundation of the plan was not only electronic warfare, it was psychology under time pressure. A Pantsir battery reacted first. Tracers stitched the air like a zipper. One decoy was erased by cannon fire, a second by a short-range missile. On Russian screens, 2 threats vanished. In the Ukrainian truck, 2 new icons appeared on a side panel, firing signatures that mapped directly to coordinates. Every defensive reaction broadcast the very position of the defender, because physics is indifferent to secrecy. The S-400 radar picture registered the low flyers intermittently, but the false target classification stack was working against the humans. The AI filters were trained to discard small, erratic returns as birds or wind-blown clutter. The low group never presented as a continuous track. The algorithm did exactly what it was built to do. It cleaned the picture. It cleaned away the attack. The operator in the truck watched a dual view. High group getting chewed, low group slipping under the floor. The team had trained for the moment when the first unforced error would appear. It came from below, not above. One shredded decoy fell burning into a dry field. Black smoke poured across the route of a low flyer. The pilot nudged altitude to preserve visibility. For a heartbeat, the aircraft crested the radio horizon. A gap-filler radar farther down the chain saw it. Not the S-400, but the Podlet K-1, a low-altitude specialist designed to catch exactly this category of threat. The emitter hit the corridor with a broad-spectrum barrow. It was not elegant jamming. It was a hammer. 2 video feeds died to snow. Control links severed. A third drone, momentarily lit against the smoke, took a missile and vanished. 3 of 4 low flyers were gone. The entire weight of the operation settled on one small airframe with a camera the size of a coin. The pilot switched mediums. A micro reel beneath the drone spun out fiber optic filament thinner than hair. A beam through glass cannot be jammed by radio energy. The feed snapped back into clarity. Latency dropped. The drone became a wire-guided projectile. The drone fell into the crop line and ran between stalks. Wind shear vanished. The world narrowed to a corridor of stems and dust. The guidance package blended inertial cues, optical flow, and a preloaded model of the target geometry. Not the pipe itself, the valve assembly. Metal pressure points are not equal. The intention was not to knock, it was to wedge. 0 to 05 hours. The command truck vibrated as the driver punched onto a dirt track. Headlamps cut the dark behind them. A Pantsir unit accelerated across an access road, hunting the truck's last reported position. A small form-factor spoofer in the truck pulsed a falsified signal. On Russian dashboards, the target appeared to veer toward a city far to the south. In the trees, the truck fishtailed and kept going. At the target site, a handful of guards finally looked down instead of up. The S-400 farther off continued to rake the sky, throwing expensive metal at thermal ghosts. The last drone cleared the crop and shot toward the valve cluster, a lattice of steel and flanges trembling under load. The pilot slowed input and let the inertial model carry the line. The camera drew the circle, meters to centimeters to millimeters. Impact was not designed as blunt trauma. It was designed as incision. The shaped charge on the nose was small and precise, tuned to perforate the outer barrier and couple energy to the pressure column inside. The detonation delay was a fraction of a second to allow the jet to form and penetrate. The physics that moves fuel can also propagate shock. A wave inside a pipe reflects, adds, and breaks things apart. The valve shattered. Welds tore in lines. The ground heaved. A geyser of atomized hydrocarbon flashed. The power and sensor lines beneath the site melted into glassy streaks. In the truck, the feed cut to black and then to telemetry numbers that flattened as the electronics died. In the distance, a rising orange dome wrote the outcome into the sky. The human cost nearby was immediate. Perimeter posts were erased. Response units converged into a corridor of heat and choking smoke. At the control center farther away, gauges fell to zero in cascading order. 7 million tons of fuel capacity went from moving to missing. The distribution grid became a map of hollow nodes. Pilots scheduled for dawn sorties were told to stand down. The order was not framed as shortage, but as maintenance. In the armored brigades, dispatchers rewrote routes for convoys that could not be filled. 1,000 tanks turned into hard-parked silhouettes, while planners rebalanced reserves. The first reaction is always to patch. The second is to conserve. Both consume time measured in hours, not minutes. The psychological effect propagated faster than the logistics math. Fuel prices inside the country ticked upward in double digits overnight, a visible signal in daily life that a war input had been disturbed. The Kremlin's public posture stayed rigid, but the procurement staff reached for checklists that assumed redundancies no longer available under sanctions constraints. Replacing complex components takes seasons, not days. Inside Ukraine, the readout was narrow and unsentimental. The strike landed. The window opened. Reconnaissance teams watched for redeployments of air defenses toward the gap, counting truck shadows at dawn and heat signatures after dark. Every movement to protect the pipeline corridor meant something else went unprotected. The campaign logic held. Impose trade-offs, then exploit the spaces those trade-offs create. This was not the first attempt to strangle supply. Tank farms had burned before, rail nodes had been severed before, but a trunk pipeline under peak load offers a particular vulnerability because stored energy cooperates with the attacker. When pressure is highest, failure spreads. When failure spreads, discretion vanishes. You cannot hide a fire that tall. It is tempting to focus on the glamour of hypersonic missiles with hypersonic price tags, but the equilibrium of modern conflict is bending toward cheaper systems when paired with precise intelligence. A swarm of drones costing less than a family car can unlock effects once reserved for cruise missiles costing millions of dollars each. The ratio between input and outcome becomes a weapon. The Russian layered defense is sophisticated on paper, and the hardware is not trivial, but systems are built around assumptions. Algorithms are trained on patterns. If attackers can make themselves look like noise, they become something that the system is incentivized to ignore. That is not a failure of electronics. It is a failure of doctrine adapting too slowly to a moving problem. The guards who stood by the pipeline were not villains in a narrative. They were men with routines and checklists, taught to scan the sky, not the furrows. They were trained for the wrong axis of attack because their adversary shifted plane. Technology shifted with it. The drones had flight controllers sourced from commercial ecosystems, but the tactics binding them were bespoke. The economic arithmetic after the blast was stark. A strike package priced in the thousands of dollars destroyed assets and throughput worth orders of magnitude more, and the knock-on effects touched aircraft. armor, and civilian markets. The precise return on investment is debated, but the asymmetry is obvious. Material that is cheap to mass produce can deplete material that is expensive to replace. Russian planners moved to plug the gap with road fuel convoys and alternate valves. The geography resisted. Pipelines are efficient because they amortize friction over distance. Trucks do not. You can surge drivers for a day. You cannot surge infrastructure that needs welding, inspection, and dry runs. Every improvised fix introduces a new scene. Ukraine's planners did not declare a victory. They drew a short horizontal line on a larger chart. The goal was not spectacle. It was erosion. Cut here, probe there, map the reaction, then a repeat. From the first launch of a decoy at low cost to the last change in a price index far from the battlefield, the line was visible. Energy is the bloodstream. Interfere with the flow, and you interfere with the fight. In the Russian defense network, the data logged that night will be studied. Filters will be retuned. Human factors training will be updated to include low-altitude clutter that is not clutter. Hardware will be repositioned closer to trunk lines. Those responses will shift risk to other assets. Defending everything is a mathematical impossibility when the attacker can choose time and angle with small tools. The strike also exposed the virtue of redundancy on the attacking side. Losing 3 of 4 low flyers did not kill the plan, because the plan allowed for attrition. Wire guidance was not glamorous, but it was decisive in a jamming environment. The lesson scales upward. Combine media, complicate the defender's targeting cycle, and keep your cost base low enough to iterate fast. In Kiev, the aftermath was quiet. Analysts compared predicted damage cones to satellite thermal signatures and reconciled equations against images. Ground teams retrieved nothing. The drone and the fiber were gone, as designed. The only residue that mattered was the absence recorded on gauges hundreds of kilometers away. Fuel that should have reached airfields and depots did not. On military radio nets, traffic patterns changed. Patrol durations shortened, training flights postponed. Ground commanders recalculated fuel priority, pushing reserves to artillery formations while rationing scouting vehicles. None of these choices appear in a headline. Their cumulative weight changes how a campaign moves, where it hesitates, and when it risks. The Kinja barrage that began this sequence showcased velocity and expense. The response showcased timing and thrift. Neither side is operating in a vacuum. Every adaptation prompts a counter. The question becomes which side can afford the tempo, not only in money, but in industrial depth and trained personnel. A drone airframe can be built in days. A new pipeline valve takes longer. In Moscow, analysts reconstructed the radar tapes. The frames showed the low flyers briefly as specks that never matured into tracks. The review boards did not dwell on the fiber optic handover because nothing in the spectrum hinted at it. What they did see was a familiar error path, jamming applied broadly instead of surgically, filters that were too proud of their own cleanliness, and human attention dragged by high-altitude noise. The corrections drafted on whiteboards were soon and insufficient. The Ukrainian side ran a parallel autopsy. The smoke column that forced the ascent was flagged as a non-combat hazard that behaved like an adversary. Countermeasures were updated to include smoke LiDAR estimation and automatic lateral deviations within the low corridor. The swarm scripts were modified to assign a sacrificial scout to burn a parallel lane through any obstructive plume. Losing airframes was acceptable. Losing the last airframe at the finish line was not. Within Ukrainian planning cells, a secondary objective matured in the days that followed. The primary strike on the Koltsoy pipeline had demonstrated that precision did not require volume. The next step was to observe the cascade of compensations. Every rerouted convoy, every temporary storage field, every emergency valve site that sprang up to keep fuel moving. Each of these was a new pressure point. Analysts began mapping them as if they were arteries in a living body, noting pulse, temperature, and flow. The true value of Operation Serpent's Head was not only in what it destroyed, but in what it revealed. The circulatory map of an empire under strain. Satellite surveillance confirmed that Russian engineers had set up mobile pumping stations near the damaged corridor, transferring fuel manually through a patchwork of temporary lines. The improvisation was visible from orbit. No amount of camouflage could hide the heat signatures of diesel engines running continuously in a field. Ukraine's command staff quietly noted the coordinates. The war was moving into a new phase where the battles were not defined by territory, but by thermodynamics and patience. As the fire at the pipeline finally subsided, the full scale of the destruction became measurable. The crater spanned more than 100 meters across. Metal twisted into black sculpture, and the surrounding forest burned to a line, visible for miles. Russian recovery crews worked through the night, their lights flickering across broken steel. What they could not repair was the psychological wound. The idea of invulnerability had been punctured as thoroughly as the pipe itself. A system designed to withstand the sky had been undone from the weeds. Inside the Kremlin, the mood turned brittle. Reports conflicted. Some advisors argued that the blast was accidental, a maintenance fault, a relief valve failure. Others demanded retaliation, convinced it was a coordinated act of sabotage. The security apparatus tightened, arrests multiplied, but suspicion is not a repair. The silence that followed the outburst was louder than the explosion. Behind closed doors, the realization spread that a war fought on predictable terms was being rewritten by opponents who no longer fought by scale. In Kiev, the team responsible for the operation disbanded quietly, their trucks stripped and melted down for scrap. No footage was released, no names were acknowledged. Only a sequence of numbers in a classified report told the story. Fuel capacity before, capacity after, duration of blackout, days of logistical paralysis. The data was cold, but it carried a quiet heat, the satisfaction of precision executed with discipline. For them, it was not revenge. It was balance restored by mathematics. Weeks later, commercial satellites photographed the region again. The crater had been partially filled, the Earth leveled, a new valve structure rising from the ashes of the old. But beneath the surface, engineers had rerouted the flow through temporary pipes that rattled with unstable pressure. The fix was fragile, and they knew it. What had once been a seamless artery was now a wounded scar that needed constant attention. Each weld was a reminder of vulnerability, each pump a symbol of fragility masked by steel. Then came the quiet echo, the action ending that completed the circle. In the early hours of a gray morning, far from the first blast, a maintenance crew at one of the makeshift pumping stations reported a sudden pressure spike. Before they could react, a chain reaction raced through the untested connectors. A second explosion rolled across the plain, smaller but unmistakable. The fuel still wanted to move, and energy still obeyed physics. The serpent had grown a second head, and it too had been severed. Operation Serpent's Head was complete. October 22nd, 2025, 2:03 a.m. Saransk, Mordovia, Russia. 48 Ukrainian drones were closing in on their target. This was the Saransk mechanical plant, the factory building the very mines that had turned eastern Ukraine into a death trap. The mines that killed Ukrainian soldiers trying to advance. And inside that factory, right now, 150,000 fully assembled mines sat in warehouses, ready to ship to the front lines. The drones pushed forward through the darkness. Then, exactly as Ukrainian intelligence knew it would, Russia's Krasuka 4 electronic warfare system roared to life. 500 watts of jamming energy flooded every GPS frequency. For any normal drone relying on satellite navigation, this would be the end. The drones would lose their guidance, drift off course, maybe crash. But these weren't normal drones. Ukrainian engineers had installed custom software that did something clever. The moment GPS signals disappeared, the drones didn't panic. They switched to a backup system that used onboard cameras to compare what they were seeing below against preloaded satellite maps. Think of it like your phone's Maps app, but instead of GPS telling you where you are, the drone figures it out by recognizing roads. All 48 drones kept flying, completely unbothered by Russia's electronic warfare. They hugged the terrain at just 40 feet altitude, staying below long-range radar coverage. And they were about to show Russia that expensive defensive systems have a fatal weakness: limited ammunition. Of those 48 drones, Only 4 carried the real warheads meant to destroy the factory. The other 44 were decoys, cheaper drones designed to look threatening but carrying minimal explosives. Their job wasn't to destroy anything. Their job was to make Russia waste ammunition. Before we begin, make sure to hit like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. At 2:06 a.m., the decoy drones suddenly climbed from 40 feet to 1,000 feet altitude. They lit up on Russian radar screens like a Christmas tree. The Panzer S-1 air defense system operator stared at his screen. 44 contacts. Incoming fast. This was exactly the kind of mass drone attack Russia had been preparing for. But here's the problem. The Panzer system can track dozens of targets, but it can only engage 4 at a time, and it carries just 12 ready-to-fire missiles before it needs to reload. The operator did what he was trained to do. He started shooting. 5 seconds later, 12 missiles screamed into the sky, each accelerating to Mach 3.5, over 2,600 miles per hour. 12 explosions, a perfect 100% kill rate. The operator probably felt pretty good about that. Ukraine wasn't attacking the Panzer's radar or its missiles. They were attacking its limited ammunition capacity. They were forcing Russia to spend expensive missiles shooting down cheap decoys. After a frantic reload, the Panzer fired again at 2:06:27 a.m. Another 12 missiles, another 12 decoys destroyed. The Panzer had now fired 24 missiles and destroyed 24 targets. The problem? It had just used half its total ammunition to destroy about $720,000 worth of plywood frames and basic electronics. And then the system's screen showed the message Ukrainian planners had been counting on. Ammunition depleted. Reload cycle initiated. A 60-second pause. 60 seconds where the Panzer couldn't shoot anything. During that minute, the remaining drones, including the 4 real attackers carrying actual warheads, closed the distance to just 5 miles. The Panzer was out of the fight, but you might be wondering, how did those 4 real drones stay hidden while the decoys were getting shot down? This is where the operation gets really clever. Ukrainian intelligence hadn't just been watching the Saransk factory, they'd been studying it for weeks, monitoring radio frequencies, learning call signs, tracking daily routines, and most importantly, they'd figured out that every night at 2 a.m., a supply truck arrived for the shift change. So Ukraine timed their drone attack to coincide with that truck's arrival. And here's the genius part. The 4 real attack drones flew directly behind and below that truck, using its radar and heat signature to hide their own. To Russian sensors, it just looked like the usual supply truck. Nothing unusual, nothing threatening. The truck approached the factory's main gate, completely unaware it was being used as a shield for 4 drones carrying enough explosives to level the facility. At 2:08 a.m., the swarm reached the factory's physical defenses. This wasn't just a fence. This was a sophisticated anti-drone system combining steel netting with electronic sensors. And on the night of October 22nd, thick fog rolled across Saransk. This wasn't luck. This was patience. The 20 remaining decoy drones charged at the factory perimeter from multiple directions. Russian guards opened fire with everything they had: machine guns, shoulder-fired missiles. Complete chaos. Every guard was looking up at the aerial swarm, convinced that was the main attack. The 4 real AQ-400 drones, still perfectly masked by the truck's signature, slipped through the gap. They were inside. At 2:10 a.m., Russian rapid response teams screamed onto the scene. 3 armored vehicles and a Zu-23-2 anti-aircraft cannon mounted on a truck. They were exactly 30 seconds too late. The gunner on the Zu-23-2 spun his turret, desperately looking for targets. His weapon was a Soviet-era anti-aircraft gun, designed in the 1960s to shoot down helicopters. It's effective, but it needs about 10 seconds to aim its heavy barrels, calculate where to shoot, and fire. The 4 Ukrainian drones were already inside the perimeter, their onboard AI systems using thermal imaging to lock onto the main target. The drones weren't flying straight, they were diving, accelerating, adjusting their path in real time, based on the warehouse's glowing heat signature. The gunner managed to track the fourth drone for a fraction of a second and fired. The explosive shells walked across the sky just behind the drone's tail. A near miss. The first Scythe drone slammed into the northwestern corner of Building 7, the final assembly and main storage hall. The drone's 25-pound warhead wasn't designed for a simple explosion. It was a surgical tool. Before the main explosive detonated inside the building, what happened next was catastrophic. The initial blast created a supersonic pressure wave, a physical wall of force moving at 300 pounds per square inch. Intense heat superheated the explosive material inside those mines, pushing them past their safety threshold. The result wasn't a slow chain reaction. It was near instantaneous sympathetic detonation. One mine exploded, setting off the next, which set off the next, all in under 2 seconds. The entire northern half of the warehouse erupted in a single massive blast. 3 seconds later, the second drone hit Building 4, the fuse and igniter assembly line. This wasn't about creating a big explosion. This was about destroying Russia's ability to produce more mines. Volatile chemical precursors ignited, turning the precision workshop into a chemical inferno. This production line would be offline for years. Then the third and fourth drones executed the bitter, most brutal step. They flew into the already burning southern section of Building 7. These weren't redundant strikes. They were designed to feed the fire. The impacts ripped open the structure, allowing a massive influx of oxygen that turned the fire into a self-sustaining firestorm, a convective engine of destruction that no fire department on Earth could approach. The factory wasn't just damaged, it was destroyed. Russian generals who were carpet bombing the front lines with mines now have to ration them. They're forced to make hard choices about which sectors are valuable enough to defend with minefields. Ukrainian forces are already reporting reduced mining activity in certain sectors. Areas that would have been impassable last month are now potential breakthrough points. Russia's defensive advantage is eroding. This single attack created an impossible dilemma for Russian commanders. For 2 years, they'd prioritized protecting frontline forces with dense air defense coverage. The Saransk strike proved that doctrine was obsolete. The rear was now a battleground. Moscow was forced to choose: protect the troops or protect the factories that supply them. They chose the factories. An estimated 50 Panzer systems were pulled from frontline positions to guard critical infrastructure hundreds of miles from the fighting. In doing so, they created gaps in battlefield air defense. Formal invitations for Ukrainian strike aircraft and long-range missiles to start dismantling Russian command posts and artillery positions. Let's do the math. Ukraine spent approximately $1.4 million on 48 drones. In return, they inflicted $100 million in direct damages, crippled a critical supply line for 6 months, shattered Kremlin propaganda narratives, and forced Russia to weaken its own front line. That's a 7,000% return on investment, the kind of numbers that would make Wall Street hedge fund managers weep with envy. But wait, there was a second strike. While Saransk burned, another Ukrainian operation was underway 500 miles southeast in Makhachkala, the capital of Dagestan. 2 Lutai long-range attack drones took a completely different approach. While the Scythes flew low, the Lutai flew high, cruising at 30,000 feet over the Caspian Sea using a flight path that kept them below the radar horizon for 90% of their journey, functionally invisible until the final minutes. Their target: a single 200-foot catalytic cracking tower at a refinery. The irreplaceable piece of equipment that turns crude oil into high-grade naval fuel for Russia's Black Sea fleet. Armed with specialized thermobaric warheads, the drones didn't just punch holes. They turned the entire tower into a massive fuel air bomb, creating an inferno that ruptured nearby storage tanks. These weren't 2 separate attacks. This was a single, brilliantly coordinated operation. A boxer's combination designed to hit 2 different parts of Russia's war machine simultaneously. Saransk was the body blow, attacking Russia's future capability to produce mines. Makhachkala was the knockout to the head. attacking Russia's present capability to fuel the fleet that's actively firing missiles. One strike suffocates the supply chain. The other suffocates the trigger puller. On the night of October the 22nd, 2025, Ukraine proved something terrifying for Russia. The myth of impenetrable air defenses is dead. The vaunted S-400 systems, the Panzer Point defenses, the electronic warfare systems, all of them were either bypassed, depleted, or simply arrived too late. Ukraine didn't just pierce Russia's defensive bubble, they proved it doesn't exist. The strategic calculation has shifted. Russia can no longer assume its rear areas are safe. Every factory, every refinery, every critical piece of infrastructure is now a potential target, and defending everything is impossible. Ukraine is forcing Russia to make brutal choices. Protect the front or protect the factories. Maintain offensive operations or rebuild defensive coverage. Every decision comes with costs. October 22nd, 2025, 2:11 a.m. Saransk burns. 150,000 mines that would have killed Ukrainian soldiers advancing toward their own territory were consumed in fire before they ever reached the front. The factory that produced Russia's most effective defensive weapon is a smoking ruin. Russian commanders are scrambling to reroute supply chains, redeploy air defenses, and explain to soldiers why the impenetrable homeland just exploded. And Ukrainian operators are already planning the next strike, because this operation proved a fundamental truth. In modern warfare, the side that innovates faster wins. And right now, Ukraine is setting the pace. Russia built defenses designed to stop the last war. Ukraine is fighting the next one. The fires in Saransk will eventually burn out. But the strategic damage, the broken supply chains, the shattered morale, the forced redeployment of critical defenses, that will burn for months. One night, 48 drones, $100 million in damage, and a clear message to Moscow: nowhere is safe. Nothing is untouchable. The war you brought to Ukraine is coming home. That's not just tactical success, that's strategic dominance. October 31st, 2025, 11:47 p.m. Moscow time. Ramenskoye District, Moscow region. 3 massive explosions ripped through the night. Flames shot hundreds of meters into the air, turning the darkness into an inferno. This was a sabotage operation deep inside Russia, and the people who pulled it off were already gone. The target, the Koltsovoy pipeline system, the ring pipeline that feeds fuel to Moscow and Russian military operations across the Western Front. Russian authorities scrambled. Power went out in nearby districts. Emergency services rushed to the scene, but the damage was already done. Millions of tons of fuel capacity gone in 3 coordinated blasts. And here's what makes this even more remarkable. This wasn't a drone strike. This was boots on the ground. Ukrainian saboteurs had infiltrated the Moscow region, planted explosives on 3 pipelines simultaneously, and disappeared before anyone knew what happened. But to understand how Ukraine pulled off this operation and why it matters so much, we need to travel 700 kilometers south to a small industrial town that's become the center of the most intense fighting in the entire war. November 1st, 2025, Pokrovsk, Donetsk region, the town Russia wants most. Pokrovsk doesn't look like much on a map. A town of about 60,000 people before the war. Railway junction, industrial area, quiet residential neighborhoods. The kind of place most people outside Ukraine had never heard of. But in military terms, Pokrovsk is everything. And Russian forces get a direct route to larger cities like Kramatorsk and Kostiantynivka, the industrial heartland of eastern Ukraine. Russian forces have been trying to take Pokrovsk for months, slowly grinding forward, taking casualties that would break most armies, sending wave after wave of assaults. And in recent weeks, they'd started achieving what Ukrainian commanders had been dreading. Approximately 200 Russian soldiers had infiltrated Pokrovsk, not surrounding it from outside, inside, in the streets, in the buildings, fighting house to house. The last resupply routes into the town were under direct Russian fire. The noose was tightening, This was the situation when Ukrainian special forces decided to do something bombastic. Before we begin, make sure to hit like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. October 28th, 2025, 2:35 p.m. local time. Somewhere near Pokrovsk, the rhythmic thump of rotor blades echoed across the autumn sky. Inside the UH-60 Black Hawk, 11 Ukrainian Special Forces operators sat in tense silence. These were Ukraine's best, the kind of operators you don't see on the evening news, the kind trained in close-quarters combat, advanced tactics, and operations that don't make it into official reports. Their gear was top-tier: Western optics, suppressors, encrypted communications, and they were being sent into Pokrovsk for one reason. The situation had gone from bad to worse, and someone needed to stop the bleeding. Through the open doors, they could see Pokrovsk's outskirts approaching, smoke rising from the town, the scars of artillery strikes across the landscape, and somewhere down there, far too close for comfort, Russian forces waiting. The pilots knew the math. Every second on the ground was a second for Russian mortars to range in, for machine guns to open up, for the operation to go catastrophically wrong. Faster, the Black Hawk flared hard, nose up, bleeding speed. The operators felt their stomachs drop as the helicopter descended rapidly toward a field on the northwestern edge of town. Weapons ready, they poured out in practiced movements. No hesitation, boots hit ground. Weapons up, eyes scanning, sectors of fire established in seconds. The helicopter's turbines screamed as it lifted off immediately, leaving them in sudden, ringing silence. Russian reconnaissance drones captured everything. What happened next? The drone's eye view showed it all. The Black Hawk touching down, Ukrainian operators dispersing from the aircraft, the helicopter climbing away into the sky. And the Russian Defense Ministry wasted no time spinning their narrative. 11 Ukrainian special forces eliminated. Mission failed. Elite troops destroyed before they could make a difference. Look, Ukraine's best forces are being slaughtered. Pokrovsk is falling. The end is near. Victory is inevitable. But then something interesting happened. Ukrainian sources started pushing back. Not with denials exactly, more like whispers that things weren't what they seemed. A source inside Ukrainian military intelligence spoke to CNN, and their message was blunt. The Russian claim was bullshit. Not only had the mission succeeded, but Kirilo Budanov, the legendarily secretive head of Ukraine's defense intelligence, was personally overseeing stabilization operations in Pokrovsk. The operators were alive. The mission was ongoing. Then came the official statement from Ukraine's 7th Aerial Assault Corps. Professional, measured, almost boring in its bureaucratic language. It was a complex operation that required synchronized actions of various units, but the implications were clear. Ukrainian forces had improved their tactical positions in several districts of Pokrovsk. They were increasing assault group numbers in the city. And oh, by the way, in the past week alone, they'd killed 85 Russian soldiers in close quarters fighting. So who was telling the truth? Had Ukraine's elite operators been wiped out in a disastrous helicopter insertion? Or had they successfully infiltrated the besieged town and turned the tactical situation around? The answer was buried somewhere between propaganda and reality, in the fog of a war where both sides claim victory and both sides lie when it suits them. Welcome to modern warfare, where the battle for information is as important as the battle on the ground. Here's what we actually know from verified sources and geolocated footage. Russian forces have penetrated Pokrovsk. Videos show small Russian groups moving through the southern part of town. The railway station area has seen heavy fighting. Russian units are attempting to cut the last supply routes into the city, but Ukrainian forces are still there, still fighting, conducting operations. General Oleksandr Syrsky, Ukraine's military commander, visited the area personally on November 1st to coordinate the defense. His statement was clear: Pokrovsk and neighboring Mirnohrad are not surrounded or blocked, and we are doing everything to maintain logistics. Syrsky described a comprehensive operation to destroy and dislodge enemy forces from Pokrovsk. Ukrainian units had even managed small counterattacks. advancing marginally north of the town according to the Institute for the Study of War. If Pokrovsk falls, it would be the largest urban area captured by Russian forces since they took Bakhmut in May 2023. But Pokrovsk is more valuable than Bakhmut ever was. Bakhmut was symbolically important, but strategically limited. Pokrovsk is a genuine logistics hub. Ukrainian forces across southern Donetsk region depend on supplies flowing through Pokrovsk. Take Pokrovsk, and Russian forces can push toward Kramatorsk and Kostiantynivka. Reported that Russian forces gained 267 square kilometers of Ukrainian territory. While fighting raged in Pokrovsk, Ukrainian operatives were executing an entirely different kind of mission 700 kilometers away. Map. The Koltsovoy pipeline system forms a ring around Moscow, fed by multiple refineries. It supplies military bases, airports, and civilian infrastructure across the Moscow region. It's the kind of target that's supposed to be impossible to hit with sabotage. It's deep inside Russia. It's protected. There are security patrols. There's supposed to be surveillance. And after previous Ukrainian drone strikes on Russian infrastructure, the Russians had installed anti-drone netting over critical sections. The netting would stop drones. It wouldn't stop people. October 31st, 2025. Timeline of a sabotage operation. We don't know exactly when the Ukrainian team entered the area. We don't know how they got there. Ukrainian defense intelligence isn't sharing those details, and for good reason. They'll want to use the same methods again. 3 separate pipeline sections near Ramenskoye, south of Moscow. Anti-drone netting installed over each one, and under that netting, explosive charges being carefully positioned. This wasn't random destruction. This was precision sabotage. The charges were placed to maximize damage to the pipeline infrastructure while creating spectacular secondary effects. The devices were set to detonate simultaneously. Maximum impact. Maximum disruption. 3 massive explosions. The anti-drone netting, designed to stop aerial threats, did absolutely nothing against charges planted directly on the pipelines. The blasts ruptured all 3 lines simultaneously. Power went out in parts of Zhukovsky district. Whether from damage to electrical infrastructure or emergency shutdowns isn't clear, and here's what the Russians couldn't hide. This happened in the Moscow region, not in some distant border area where they could claim it was a military target, far from civilians. This was in the capital's surrounding region. This was Russia's heartland. The message was unmistakable. Ukraine can reach you anywhere. The official statement from Ukrainian Defense Intelligence was matter of fact. The Koltsovoy oil pipeline, which supplied the Russian occupation army, was disabled on Friday in a special operation. All 3 lines used by the aggressor to transport gasoline, diesel, and aviation fuel were successfully and simultaneously blown up. They wanted everyone to know this wasn't a lucky hit. This was a planned operation. We got in. We planted the charges. We destroyed the target. We got out. No word from Russian authorities about casualties among the sabotage team. No claims of capturing anyone. No arrests announced, which suggests the team got away clean. This pipeline attack wasn't isolated. It's part of a systematic campaign that's been intensifying for months. Long-range drones striking refineries. Missiles hitting pumping stations. Sabotage teams destroying pipelines. The goal: strangle Russia's ability to fuel its war machine. Our strikes have had more impact than the sanctions. We have caused much greater damage to the Russian Federation through direct action than any economic levers of influence that have been introduced so far. Multiple Russian regions reported fuel shortages. Russia started importing more fuel from Belarus to compensate, which means they're spending money and resources to replace capacity that Ukraine keeps destroying. Ukraine can't match Russia's overall military size. But Ukraine can make it incredibly expensive for Russia to keep fighting. Every refinery struck is one that can't produce fuel for Russian tanks. Every pipeline destroyed is one that can't supply Russian air bases. Ukraine is hitting Russian energy infrastructure because it degrades Russia's ability to sustain operations. Less fuel means fewer sorties by Russian aircraft, fewer tank movements, reduced logistics capacity, more money spent on repairs instead of ammunition. It's a race. Can Russia achieve territorial objectives before Ukraine degrades their capacity to sustain operations? Right now, the answer isn't clear. Russian forces are advancing in Pokrovsk, but slowly and at enormous cost. Ukrainian strikes on Russian infrastructure are having measurable effects. Fuel shortages, production disruptions, resource diversion. But Russia's a big country with substantial reserves. They can absorb damage that would cripple smaller nations. So the grinding continues. In Pokrovsk, Ukrainian soldiers are defending their positions against overwhelming Russian assaults. Artillery barrages, infantry attacks, urban combat where every building is a potential death trap. They're fighting not just for territory, but for time. Time for Ukraine to build defenses elsewhere. Time for Western support to arrive. Time for Russian resources to run out. Russian soldiers, many of them conscripts with minimal training, are being sent into meat grinder assaults. And in the Moscow region, ordinary Russians living near the Koltsovoy pipeline woke up to explosions and wondered if the war they'd been told was far away and going well was actually much closer and going much worse. The fighting in Pokrovsk will continue. Russian forces will keep pushing. Ukrainian forces will keep defending. Small tactical victories will be claimed by both sides. The real question is whether Ukraine can hold long enough for Russian logistics to break, or for international support to shift the balance. But they're fighting the same war, and that war is far from over. The flames shooting into the Moscow sky sent a message that every Russian could understand. This war has consequences. It's not happening in some distant province you never think about. It's here. Your infrastructure is vulnerable. Your security isn't guaranteed. For Ukrainians, the message was different. We're not just defending, we're attacking. We're making Russia pay for every kilometer they advance. We're hitting them where it hurts. The strategic question remains, can Ukraine sustain this kind of two-front approach, defending critical towns like Pokrovsk while conducting deep strikes inside Russia, long enough for Russian capacity to break? The answer will determine how this war ends. But for now, in early November 2025, what's clear is this: Ukraine is fighting on its own terms. Not just reacting to Russian moves, but forcing Russia to react to Ukrainian initiatives. Not just defending territory, but destroying Russian capacity to take territory. The soldier in Pokrovsk checking his rifle knows his mission. Hold this town, deny Russia this victory, make them pay for every meter. The saboteur who placed charges on the Moscow pipeline knew his mission too. Make this war expensive, make it unsustainable, make Russia question whether the cost is worth it. Two different missions, two different methods, one unified strategy. Survive long enough to win. The fires are still burning near Moscow. The fighting still rages in Pokrovsk. And the war grinds on. But Ukraine is still in the fight, still striking back, still refusing to surrender. That's not just resistance. That's a nation fighting for its survival with every tool it has. September 14, 2025 in Russia. Way up north in a region called Leningrad Oblast. In this place, there's a town called Kirishi. Kirishi isn't famous for its beaches or its fancy museums. It's famous for one thing and one thing only: a building. It's called the Kirishi Nefteorg Refinery. Let's be honest, that's a mouthful. It sounds like something a cat would cough up. So the cool kids, they just call it Kinef. Now, when I say Kinef is a building, I'm not being fair. Kinef is not a building. Kinef is a monster. It's a gigantic, sprawling city made of metal pipes, tall towers that touch the clouds, and huge round tanks that look like giant metallic onions. It stretches for as far as you can see, humming and buzzing and steaming day and night. Think of Kinef as a giant, industrial-sized smoothie machine. But instead of fruits and yogurt, it drinks oil. Gross, black, gooey crude oil. And it drinks a lot of it. Every single day, this monster gets thirsty for 400,000 barrels of oil. A barrel is about the size of a really big trash can. So we're talking 400,000 big trash cans full of oil. Every single day. That's enough to fill over 1,500 swimming pools. And what does it do with all this goop? It churns it and burns it and cooks it, and through some crazy science magic, it spits out all the stuff that makes the modern world go round. We're talking gasoline for cars, diesel for trucks and trains, and most importantly for our story, jet fuel for fighter jets and tanks. This refinery, Crimea, is one of the two biggest and most important oil smoothie machines in all of Russia. Crimea wasn't just making fuel, it was making money. Piles and piles of money that the Russian government was using to pay for its war in Ukraine. And because it was so important, you'd think it would be super safe, right? Well, it thought so too. It was located almost 500 miles away from the fighting in Ukraine. That's like being in New York and worrying about a water balloon fight in Ohio. Crimea felt safe. It felt smug. It sat there in the chilly northern air. A big, fat, happy, untouchable giant. It was about to have a very, very bad day, because while the giant was snoozing and dreaming of its next oil smoothie, something was happening far, far to the south. In Ukraine, a few brave engineers had been cooking up a plan, a beautifully simple and wonderfully cheeky plan. You see, the Russian military is like a giant, grumpy bear. It's huge, it's powerful, and it has very expensive, very sharp claws called missiles and jets. Ukraine, in this story, is like a tiny, clever, and incredibly annoying chihuahua. The chihuahua knows it can't win a wrestling match with the bear. That would be silly, but what it can do is sneak up and nip the bear on its big, sensitive nose, over and over and over again. The chihuahua's teeth, in this case, were drones. Now, these aren't your fancy billion-dollar military drones you see in movies. No, these were more like lawnmowers that learned how to fly. They were put together with whatever parts that they could find, weighed about as much as a large German shepherd, and had a small engine that went buzz, buzz, buzz. But here's the important part. They packed these flying lawnmowers with explosives. They were basically angry, flying pizzas of doom, programmed with one simple instruction: fly a very long way and deliver a very spicy surprise to a very specific address. Their journey was an adventure in itself. They had to fly 500 miles across Russia, a country that supposedly had the best air defense system in the world. They had all these fancy gadgets with names like S-400 and Panzer, designed to shoot anything out of the sky. These systems are like the fanciest laser security grid in a museum, meant to stop a cool super spy in a tuxedo. But our little drones weren't super spies. They were mice. They flew low to the ground, scurrying along in the dark, too small and too sneaky for the big, clumsy laser grid to notice. They just kept buzzing along, little dots of determination crossing a vast and hostile landscape, getting closer and closer. Back at the Crimea refinery, the night shift workers were probably on their third cup of coffee. The control rooms were filled with the gentle glow of computer screens showing that everything was fine. The giant was sleeping peacefully. Then a few people living near the refinery heard it, a faint, weird buzzing sound. It got louder and louder, like an angry mosquito the size of a car was heading right for them. And then, kablamo! A flash of brilliant white light lit up the entire countryside, followed a heartbeat later by a deep, chest-thumping boom that shook houses for miles around. The night sky, which should have been dark, suddenly looked like the sun had decided to rise 3 hours early, but in the wrong spot, and in a very, very bad mood. A monstrous ball of orange flame erupted from the center of the refinery, a terrifying flower of fire climbing into the air, painting the clouds orange and red. Of course, the local governor, a man named Alexander Drozdenko, immediately jumped on his phone to tell everyone that everything was fine. His message was hilarious. He said, "Our heroic air defense shot down 3 drones. Hooray for us." Then he added, almost as if he'd forgotten, "Oh, and a little bit of wreckage from one of the drones. Well, it sort of tripped and fell onto the refinery and started a teensy-weensy fire. But don't worry, we put it out with a bucket of water. No one was hurt. Nothing to see here, people. Go back to sleep." A teensy-weensy fire. Right, because at the exact same time he was typing that, Videos were popping up all over the internet from people who lived nearby, and their videos didn't show a teensy-weensy fire. They showed an inferno, a raging, roaring monster of a fire that looked like a volcano had just erupted in the middle of the refinery. And then you won't believe what happened next. The real story started to leak out. A news agency called Reuters talked to a couple of people who actually worked inside the Russian oil industry. These were the guys who knew what was really going on. And they weren't talking about a small fire. They said that the little flying lawnmower hadn't just tripped and fell. It had flown with pinpoint, laser-like accuracy and slammed directly into one of the most important parts of the entire refinery. It hit what's called a primary oil processing unit. Think about our smoothie machine analogy. The primary processing unit is the main blender. It's the part that takes the gross, raw oil and does the first, most important step of turning it into useful stuff. Hitting it is like taking a sledgehammer to the main oven in a giant pizza restaurant. You can still toss salads in the back, but you can't make any pizzas. And this one unit, this one main blender, was responsible for almost 40% of everything the Crimea refinery did. In one fiery instant, with one 250-kilogram package of bad news, nearly half of the giant's power had been switched off. The damage was bad, really bad. The furnace inside the unit was wrecked. The whole thing had to be shut down completely. Governor Drozdenko's "nothing to see here" was actually a holy moly, our giant money-making machine is broken catastrophe. The experts who talked to Reuters gave their first guess on how long it would take to fix it. 1 month. A whole month where one of Russia's biggest and baddest refineries would be operating like a grumpy old man with a broken hip, limping along at just over half power. A whole month where millions and millions of barrels of gasoline and diesel would simply not get made. This one little chihuahua bite was causing the big Russian bear a very big, very painful headache. And the headache was about to get worse, because this wasn't just about one refinery. The Ukrainian drone campaign had been going on for months. They were hitting refineries all over Russia, and it was working. Suddenly, Russia, a country that sells oil and gas to the whole world, was running out of gas for its own people. Imagine a donut shop that has no more donuts, or a water park with no more water. It was that embarrassing. Farmers in the south couldn't get enough diesel for their tractors to harvest the crops. Truck drivers were stuck in long lines at gas stations. The government in Moscow started to panic. In a move that showed just how scared they were, they did something crazy. They banned the export of their own gasoline and diesel. They put a giant "closed for business" sign on their international gas station, just so they could keep enough fuel for themselves. It was a giant, flashing sign to the world that said, "Help! The Chihuahuas are nipping us, and it really, really hurts." So, back at our poor, wounded giant, Crimea, a massive, frantic repair operation began. Picture it. Guys in hard hats running around with blueprints, yelling into phones, sparks flying from welding torches. They were in a race against time. The bosses in Moscow were screaming at them to get the refinery fixed, and fast. They had 1 month. The clock was ticking. They worked day and night under the harsh glare of temporary floodlights. The calm, productive hum of the refinery had been replaced by the chaotic noise of construction and repair. They were trying to perform emergency surgery on a billion-dollar patient. They were so focused on fixing the old damage, they never imagined the enemy was already planning a sequel. Fast forward to October 4th, been less than a month. The repair crews were still hard at work, covered in grease and stress. They were probably starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe, just maybe, they could get the main blender working again soon. Then, on another dark and quiet night, they heard it again. That sound. That horrible familiar buzz, buzz, buzz. But this time, it wasn't just one, it was a whole swarm. Drozdenko must have just sighed and slumped over his desk before writing his next message. This time, he announced that the city of Crimea had been targeted by 7 drones. And once again, he tried to be sneaky about it, saying a fire had started in an industrial zone. An industrial zone. That's like saying a whale just splashed in a body of water. He just couldn't bring himself to say the name of the refinery again. But Ukraine's military didn't have a problem with it. They posted a very simple, very clear message on social media for the whole world to see. It said, "We hit the Kirishi oil refinery again. It went boom. We're checking the results." Results are being checked. It's such a calm, cool phrase. But it was absolutely terrifying for Russia. It was the ultimate schoolyard taunt. It was like they were saying, "Hey, remember that giant, expensive thing you were fixing? Well, we broke it again. Let us know how the new repairs go. We've got plenty more of these flying lawnmowers, and we're getting really good at aiming them." This second attack was the punchline to a very, very expensive joke. It wasn't just about breaking the machine anymore. It was about breaking the spirit of the people trying to fix it. Imagine being a worker at Kyiv now. Every time you hear a lawnmower start up in the distance, you probably jump out of your skin. The message was crystal clear. This place is not safe. We can hit you whenever we want. You can repair it, and we will just come back and break it again. The story of the Kirishi refinery is the story of the whole war in a nutshell. It's the story of a big, arrogant giant who thought it was invincible, getting completely outsmarted by a small, clever underdog with a brilliant plan. It proves that in a fight, it's not always about having the biggest muscles or the most expensive toys. Sometimes, all you need is a bit of ingenuity, a lot of courage, and a few angry flying pizzas of doom. The once proud Kyiv, the giant that drank 400,000 barrels of oil a day, was left broken, burning, and constantly looking over its shoulder, forever listening for that dreaded buzz, buzz, buzz in the night sky. At 00:15 hours on November 14th, 2025, the waters of the Novorossiysk Gulf were calm, almost deceptive in their stillness. On the shores, Russian sentries patrolled as usual, their routines familiar and predictable. They had no idea the coming hours would redefine the notion of untouchable. Hidden among the shadows of the port infrastructure, Ukrainian operators prepared for a strike that had been months in planning. The target was monumental, Novorossiysk, the linchpin of Russia's Black Sea operations, valued at more than $10 billion. In the Odessa region, 600 kilometers away, a camouflaged transporter waited beneath the cover of pine trees. Its cargo was 4 long Neptune cruise missiles, each armed with 249 kilograms of explosives. They sat in vertical launch tubes, sleek and silent, like instruments of impending chaos. Engineers ran final simulations on wind, humidity, and sea temperature, mapping the trajectory across the Black Sea. Each coordinate, each approach vector, was calculated to exploit blind spots in the port's air defenses. At 00:20 hours, the first launch sequence began. A deep rumble shook the vehicle as the first missile rose vertically, boosters igniting in a fiery column. Seconds later, the second missile followed, then the third and fourth. Each missile rapidly tilted toward the sea, subsonic speed carrying them just meters above the water. To any distant observer, these were invisible streaks in the night. Yet every meter mattered. The Neptune's flight profile was designed to slip below the radar horizon, turning physics into a tactical advantage. The first target was the Kuban S-400 cluster overlooking Novorossiysk. From their hilltop positions, the Russian radar operators noticed anomalies on the screens, hundreds of small blips at varying altitudes, converging on the port. Initially, they assumed civilian or routine naval traffic until the dots multiplied and formed arcs, flowing from multiple vectors. Confusion spread in the command shelters. Drone swarms, FP-1 and FP-2 units had been deployed to coincide with the missile strike, deliberately cluttering radar screens and forcing operators to choose between decoys and reality. The S-400s fired. White streaks pierced the night sky, interceptors exploding mid-air, illuminating the sea in flashes of fire and smoke. Russian operators noted hits, and yet the true danger was below their tracking threshold. The Neptune missiles continued their low-altitude glide, hugging the wave crests, invisible to radars designed for high and medium-altitude threats. Each missile adjusted in real time, minor corrections ensuring it stayed within a corridor invisible to detection systems. The chaos on the screens allowed Ukraine's operators to maintain control over the approach, synchronizing drone decoys with precision timing. By 0035 hours, the first Hong Neptune reached its S-400 target. A slight nose adjustment, a brief vertical rise, and it plunged directly into the heart of the radar cluster. The explosion was immediate and catastrophic. Fragments shredded surrounding equipment, setting off chain reactions within the launchers. Subsequent Neptune missiles hit remaining S-400 batteries and support infrastructure. Columns of fire erupted on multiple hillsides, the night illuminated by bursts that turned surveillance cameras' feeds into a panorama of destruction. By 0045 hours, at least 4 S-400 launchers were obliterated, their radars rendered blind, their myth of invulnerability shattered. With the air defenses incapacitated, attention shifted to the port itself. The Shashari's terminal, a sprawling complex of pumps, tanks, and container yards, became the next focus. Neptune missiles targeted heat signatures from command centers and storage tanks. Explosions cascaded, sending fire spiraling through pipelines and tank clusters. Automated emergency systems struggled to respond. Many were offline due to prior hits. Drone swarms maneuvered overhead, surveying, confirming hits, and searching for intact infrastructure. Some UAVs even landed atop key facilities, triggering localized demolitions or secondary fires. As dawn approached, Russian forces scrambled to regain control. FP-1 and FP-2 drone swarms remained airborne, constantly adjusting formations, dropping decoy signals, and exploiting sensor limitations. Russian Pantsir and Tor batteries fired repeatedly, but with the main threat already having passed, most shots were misdirected, hitting MTC or expendable decoys. Fuel and ammunition depletion became a strategic problem. The Neptune missiles and drones had done their work efficiently, leaving minimal resistance for the next phase of operations. Meanwhile, inside the port command centers, confusion turned to panic. Operators misidentified targets, miscalculated distances, and struggled to track the remaining drones. Infrared imagery, normally reliable, was overwhelmed by smoke, fire, and heat from multiple explosions. Russian narratives of control dissolved into chaos as emergency protocols failed to contain cascading failures. Thermal and radar sensors, once trusted, had become a trap. Every delay allowed more drones and missiles to approach unopposed, further eroding defensive capacity. By 0500 hours, the first Neptune had already struck its final target at the Shashari's pump station, detonating directly above the main manifold. The shockwave destroyed the control room, damaged power distribution, and sent pipelines into critical failure. Secondary explosions consumed adjacent tanks, flames reflecting across the Gulf, visible for kilometers. The fourth missile completed the terminal strike seconds later, targeting full storage tanks, igniting fires that would continue for hours. At this point, Novorossiysk was effectively crippled, its multi-billion-dollar infrastructure under fire from multiple vectors. The chaos spread deeper into the port. Container yards, warehouses, and logistics centers became the focus of precision drone strikes. FP-1 units moved in low and fast, evading visual and radar detection, landing small explosive charges on critical cranes and supply nodes. The combination of missile strikes and UAVs created overlapping waves of destruction. Russian personnel struggled to differentiate real targets from decoys, their radars cluttered, thermal cameras confused by fire and smoke rising from multiple points simultaneously. The fog over the Gulf, already thick in the early morning, amplified the confusion. Thermal sensors, relying on temperature contrasts, began misidentifying heat sources. Drone operators exploited this, deliberately creating false hotspots with small incendiary devices on empty docks. Smoke, fire, and mirrors of heat created an artificial battlefield, forcing Russian operators to react reflexively rather than strategically. By 0530 hours, most S-400 and short-range batteries were firing at phantom targets, wasting precious ammunition and time. From the southern approaches, 2 additional long Neptune missiles were launched to complete the disruption of the port's core facilities. These missiles carried identical payloads of 249 kilograms, intended for the remaining critical infrastructure. One targeted the central power distribution hub, the other, the main fuel pumping station. Both flew at a few meters above the water, following pre-calculated wave-skimming trajectories that avoided radar detection until the final seconds. Russian operators only glimpsed them as faint blips when they were within 20 kilometers of the coast. The central power hub was hit at 0547 hours. Explosions erupted, knocking out electricity across the northern and western sections of the port. Automated cranes stopped mid-operation, lighting systems failed, and surveillance cameras went dark. Novorossiysk was no longer merely vulnerable, it was temporarily incapacitated. During this window, FP-2 drones executed coordinated reconnaissance. Some were programmed to simulate additional attack vectors, flying in arcs that suggested simultaneous strikes elsewhere. Russian defensive operators, still attempting to assess the situation, were misled into over-prioritizing the wrong targets, allowing the main strikes to proceed unhindered. At 0600 hours, Russian naval patrols attempted to respond. Patrol boats accelerated towards suspected targets, but the coordinated timing of drone and missile strikes ensured they were already misaligned. FP-1 decoys emitted radar signatures similar to armed drones, luring vessels away from real threat vectors. Helicopters launched late, only to encounter false signatures and expend their limited fuel-chasing decoy formations. Every tactical move by the Russians was anticipated, planned for, and neutralized by Ukrainian operators, monitoring in real time. The Shashari's terminals suffered fire and structural damage across multiple facilities. Even with partial emergency protocols activated, firefighting and containment teams were overwhelmed, hampered by limited visibility and ongoing drone harassment. Meanwhile, the remaining Neptune missiles continued to fly across the Black Sea. Subsonic, sea-skimming, and guided by a combination of inertial navigation and preloaded visual waypoints, they avoided Russian jamming efforts. The atmospheric conditions, including a slight temperature inversion over the Gulf, caused radar beams to bend upward, further concealing the incoming missiles. Operators at Novorossiysk could not rely solely on electronic tracking. Each second that passed allowed the missiles to approach the port with minimal interference. At 0630 hours, the third long Neptune reached the northern fuel storage cluster. Its infrared seeker identified the hottest points, scanning for operational tanks. In the final moments of its descent, the missile adjusted its course and plunged into the largest storage tank. Thermal images captured by Ukrainian drones showed the fuel spreading in bright ribbons across the port, feeding the growing inferno. Firefighting systems were either offline or overwhelmed. The fourth Neptune was no less devastating. Targeting the southern pumping station, it descended at a steep angle and detonated directly above the manifold. Pipelines ruptured instantly, control systems were destroyed, and flames leapt into the early morning sky. Smoke obscured the surrounding infrastructure, reducing visibility for Russian countermeasures and forcing operators to rely on incomplete sensor data. Every second of confusion ensured that follow-up drone and missile waves would face minimal resistance. Novorossiysk was effectively neutralized. The S-400 batteries were destroyed or blind, power and fuel distribution networks were crippled, and container yards were on fire. Drone swarms continued to survey and engage secondary targets, confirming the destruction and searching for untouched assets. FP-1 and FP-2 units moved unpredictably, some landing small charges on secondary infrastructure, others simulating additional attacks, maintaining the psychological and operational pressure on Russian forces. Russian attempts at organized retaliation were largely ineffective. Patrol boats were misdirected by decoys, helicopters exhausted fuel chasing phantom targets, and radar systems were overwhelmed by a combination of environmental conditions and deliberate drone interference. By 0700 hours, any coordinated defense had effectively ceased. The Neptune missiles and accompanying UAV strikes had completed their objectives with precision, demonstrating that even the most heavily fortified port in the region could be penetrated under the right conditions and timing. At 0715 hours, the aftermath was still unfolding. FP-1 drones continued low-level reconnaissance, recording damage and transmitting live telemetry back to Ukrainian operators. The port was paralyzed, every access point either engulfed in fire or blocked by wreckage. Amid the chaos, Russian personnel scrambled to identify what had happened. Communications were degraded, radar systems partially disabled, and thermal imaging sensors confused by smoke and heat. Emergency protocols were initiated, but without guidance from operational radar and S-400 coverage, responses were fragmented and ineffective. Every delay allowed Ukrainian forces to maintain control of the operational tempo. Secondary explosions erupted across container yards. FP-2 drones had deliberately triggered charges on crane structures, fueling structural collapses that prevented rapid salvage or movement of cargo. The coordinated timing meant that fire crews could not isolate one section without risking additional detonations elsewhere. Russian attempts to contain the fires were further delayed by the continued presence of low-flying drones, which created a psychological barrier to ground intervention. Ukrainian operators exploited environmental factors to full advantage. Morning fog and residual smoke reduced visibility to less than 500 meters in some areas. Missiles and drones that remained in operation were virtually undetectable until they were in close proximity, ensuring that final strikes could be executed without interference. By 07:45 hours, reports indicated that the fuel and power sectors were completely inoperative. Fires raged across multiple locations, with secondary explosions continuing to punctuate the landscape. Drone swarms moved in predictable patterns to maximize coverage, while some units simulated additional attack vectors, creating uncertainty about the number of operational threats. Russian command structures struggled to prioritize targets, as decoy UAVs deliberately emitted radar and infrared signatures mimicking fully armed drones. FP-1 units performed final sweeps, ensuring that any remaining operational facilities were identified and targeted with small, precise charges. Satellite imagery from this time would later confirm widespread devastation, revealing structural damage consistent with multiple simultaneous strikes rather than isolated incidents. The strategic impact was immediate. Novorossiysk's operational capabilities were neutralized for hours, with key storage and transfer points destroyed. Russian naval forces, deprived of air cover and early warning data, were unable to respond effectively. The decoy drones had succeeded in luring patrols and helicopters away, while Neptune missiles delivered concentrated destructive power at precise location. By exploiting radar limitations, environmental conditions, and the coordinated timing of UAVs, Ukraine achieved a high-value strike without exposing personnel to direct counterattack. Russian attempts to regain control were largely symbolic. Patrol boats had returned to Novorossiysk, but they were unable to navigate safely through debris-laden waters. Firefighting units faced continuous explosions from residual fuel fires, while command centers operated with severely degraded communications. Drone swarms maintained overwatch, deterring re-entry into key sections of the port and preventing rapid restoration. Throughout the operation, Ukrainian precision had exploited multiple layers of Russian defense simultaneously. Missile strikes at S-400 batteries eliminated early warning capacity. Low-flying, wave-skimming trajectories avoided radar detection. FP-1 and FP-2 drones created visual, thermal, and radar clutter. By 0830 hours, the port remained engulfed in fire and smoke. Nearest defensive positions were misaligned due to decoy operations. Patrols were fatigued, and remaining helicopters were low on fuel. Novorossiysk, valued at over $10 billion, had effectively been neutralized for several hours, demonstrating the capability of coordinated drone and missile operations to penetrate heavily fortified targets. Initial assessments of damage became clear. 4 S-400 launchers destroyed, radar arrays neutralized, fuel distribution networks incapacitated, and container yard infrastructure extensively damaged. Neptune missiles had successfully hit priority targets with minimal deviation. Smoke, fire, and explosions continued to dominate the landscape, while drone swarms maintained unpredictable movement patterns overhead. Russian countermeasures were ineffective due to depleted fuel, misaligned assets, and a failure to anticipate the coordination between missile and drone strikes. By 0930 hours, the operation had achieved full strategic impact. Novorossiysk, previously considered one of the most secure ports in the region, was neutralized. The port's incapacitation demonstrated the potential of integrated drone and missile tactics against high-value targets. FP-1 and FP-2 UAVs ensured continuous pressure, preventing immediate restoration, while Neptune missiles executed high-damage strikes on S-400 batteries and critical fuel and power infrastructure. Russian forces, despite numerical and technological superiority, were unable to counter the operation effectively due to misdirected responses, radar overload, and environmental factors. November 27, 2024. At the edge of the Donetsk fight, Russia believed it had a straightforward script: squeeze Pokrovsk, seal off escape routes, and let a tightening pincer finish the job. The plan looked tidy on maps and in briefings: two converging columns, fresh reserves funneled forward, supply lines pushing like clockwork. Yet the reality on the ground was far messier, messy enough for Ukraine to bend that momentum into a liability. What unfolded was not desperation, but a layered deception that turned Russian confidence into exposure, buying time and room where neither seemed available. Ukraine's answer was deliberate, built on observation and timing rather than mass. The focus appeared to drift away from Pokrovsk, not as retreat, but as bait. Dobrapilya and the sector north of Mirnorad became the chosen stage. There, Ukrainian commanders produced convincing signs of a coming assault: visible convoys, purposeful radio traffic, and repositioned units. The logic was uncompromising: make Russian surveillance believe a fresh axis was opening and force their redeployment. Each shift of an enemy formation creates an opening somewhere else. The first decisive strike came near Rodinska, a town Russia counted on as a stepping stone toward Pokrovsk. Reconnaissance identified an improvised drone hub beside an old mine. Ukrainian aviation responded with a single precision weapon, a guided bomb in the class of the GBU-62, a device that turns a simple iron bomb into a pinpoint instrument. One blast crushed the operator's base. A second followed minutes later, erasing nearby fortifications and eliminating local commanders. The shock was outsized, blinding Russian eyes in the sector and tightening Ukraine's grip on how the enemy interpreted the next movements. Fog became a quiet accomplice. Russian tanks and first-person view drones rely heavily on clean lines of sight and thermal contrast, and a thick morning veil denies both. Ukrainian forces used that window to clear the remaining pockets, drive hostile troops from Rodinska, and unsettle Russia's reconnaissance rhythm. Electronic warfare briefly pushed one guided munition off course, but follow-up strikes corrected the error. The message was unmistakable: Ukraine could strike hard and on demand, and Russian footholds near Rodinska were now fragile and expensive to hold. What Russia saw after that was exactly what Ukraine needed it to see: convincing signs of a looming offensive. Feints escalated: staged columns, controlled radio bursts, reconnaissance probes that mimicked preparation for a large-scale push. The goal was deception by believability, compelling Moscow to reinforce Dobrapilya and its surrounding lines. That created the key advantage. While Russia reacted to the phantom threat, Ukraine moved to restore and strengthen its actual position inside Mirnorad. With Russian units distracted, Ukrainian commanders executed the more consequential task: rotating exhausted defenders and resupplying under pressure. Evacuation vehicles slipped through with electronic masking, carrying wounded soldiers outward and bringing fresh fighters and ammunition inward. What seemed like a fragile gamble was, in truth, a pre-planned maneuver made possible by the enemy's misallocation of attention. For troops who had been depleted and nearly cut off, the arrival of reinforcements and ammunition shifted the emotional and tactical landscape. The tactical reward was measured but critical. Rather than smashing directly against an encirclement, Ukraine used the shape of Russia's own pincer against it. Forces positioned north of Rodinska held Dobrapilya's reserves in place, while Russian command remained fixated on Pokrovsk. Holding the railway line south of Pokrovsk became essential. As long as that artery remained in Ukrainian hands, Mirnorad could be fed and sustained. The deception did not erase danger, it redistributed it in a way that preserved Ukraine's fighting strength. Time was the real objective. The approach of winter offered a natural ally. Ukraine did not need to hold every contested block indefinitely. It needed to survive until deep cold slowed mechanized advances. From mid-November through early March, freezing ground, limited daylight, and logistical strain reshape warfare. By stealing weeks of operational initiative, Ukraine forced Russia to consider a drawn-out winter grind across bleak terrain, the sort of grinding advance that favors entrenched defenders rather than exposed attackers. The human cost behind these maneuvers remained immense. Reports and open-source assessments describe staggering losses around Pokrovsk, with casualties reaching into the tens of thousands over long months of fighting. Some analysts estimated six-figure losses when counting both killed and wounded across the wider campaign. Such numbers alter strategy. Once an attacking side has burned through hundreds of thousands of personnel, each delay becomes a strategic wound, and each misdirection gains disproportionate weight. Russia's operational problems stemmed from overcommitment. By pouring heavy manpower and equipment toward Pokrovsk, Moscow created vulnerabilities everywhere else. Ukraine exploited that concentration, tying down reserves with convincing feints while striking surgically in Rodinska and reinforcing Mirnohrad. The obsession with a single objective created strategic blindness. Resources committed to a narrow front were resources that could not respond to deception, weather, or sudden strikes. This was, in essence, classic military misdirection. Show danger where you are strong, hide strength where the enemy expects weakness, and force a reaction that reshapes the field to your advantage. Yet the success depended not only on deception, but also on logistics, climate, precision aviation, and the timing of each step. A handful of well-placed strikes, an expertly staged illusion, and a quietly executed rotation accomplished what a broader assault could not. This does not guarantee safety for Pokrovsk or Mirnohrad. The reprieve is temporary, the threat ongoing. But Ukraine gained the most precious commodity in an attritional war: time. Time to rotate troops, fortify positions, preserve ammunition, and prepare for the next phase. In a contest measured not only by territory, but by endurance, time itself becomes a weapon. The pause that Ukraine carved out of the chaos did more than refill magazines and rotate exhausted platoons. It altered the psychological geometry of the front. Russian field commanders, deprived of clear intelligence after the Rodinsky strikes, were forced to rely on partial reports, intercepted fragments, and assumptions built on previous patterns. Assumptions are brittle things in war. Once an enemy begins to act on what it expects rather than what it truly sees, deception becomes exponentially more powerful. Ukraine recognized this shift and pressed it carefully, avoiding any action loud enough to break the illusion yet firm enough to guide it. Inside Mirnohrad, reinforced units moved with methodical discipline. Engineers laid out fallback corridors and strengthened inner defensive rings, while infantry companies redistributed heavy weapons. Artillery crews calibrated new barrels, swapping out those worn down by months of relentless fire. Command posts that had grown threadbare during the earlier siege were re-reared, reconnected, and reorganized. The city's defenders, once bracing for collapse, felt the weight of exhaustion give way to something steadier, not optimism, but a hardened readiness. That shift in morale mattered as much as any shipment of ammunition. Meanwhile, the deception continued to unfold beyond the city. Ukraine's operational groups in the Dobrapilya sector maintained the illusion of an impending push. Reconnaissance elements staged deliberate sightings, allowing themselves to be detected by Russian drones at specific intervals. Logistics trucks drove repeated loops along forest roads, giving the impression of a buildup far larger than reality. Even the pace of encrypted communications was modulated to mirror what Russian analysts would typically associate with strike preparations. It was misdirection at every level, subtle enough to avoid it overacting, yet consistent enough to shape enemy expectations. Russian units responded in predictable ways. Battalions were shifted from the Pokrovsk direction toward the false threat, stretching supply lines already strained by mud and distance. One motor rifle regiment repositioned entirely, leaving behind a skeleton force that lacked both armor and artillery support. Field commanders requested reinforcements that headquarters could not provide without weakening other areas. The pincer around Pokrovsk, once advertised as a tightening fist, began to loosen, not by retreat, but by neglect. A pincer that stops tightening becomes, eventually, just two tired arms stuck in place. Ukrainian observers tracked the strain through intercepted calls and traffic analysis. Reports of fuel shortages grew more frequent. Complaints about delayed artillery support increased. Drone operators noted that Russian observation flights became sporadic, almost hesitant, as if they feared another sudden strike like the one that destroyed the Rodinska hub. The fog of war had thickened for both sides, but Ukrainian commanders had engineered it deliberately on the Russian side while clarifying their own picture through triangulated reconnaissance and civilian spotter networks. Inside Pokrovsk itself, the consequences unfolded quietly. Supply convoys reached the outer approaches with greater reliability. Medics moved the severely wounded westward without sudden interruptions. For weeks, every road had felt like a coin toss. Now each passage, while still dangerous, was informed by better timing and coordinated with electronic masking that muddied Russian targeting systems. The fragile lifeline supporting the city stretched into something closer to sustainable arteries. Weather deepened the shift. Ukrainian commanders exploited the resulting hesitation with subtle pressure. Small mechanized groups rotated along concealed lanes, shifting their apparent mass from one axis to another. These movements were deliberately incomplete, large enough to be noticed, small enough to avoid committing to a battle Russia might have hoped to force. Each shift triggered Russian reactions, redeployments, defensive posturing, and artillery repositioning. Constant motion is fuel-intensive, and fuel was one of the commodities Russian formations lacked most acutely in this sector. The cumulative effect was a slow hollowing of the encirclement attempt. The noose remained in place on maps, but on the ground it sagged. Artillery coverage thinned, forward positions were left undermanned. Patrol activity decreased at dusk and nearly vanished in the coldest hours of night. Ukrainian reconnaissance teams, moving with practiced stealth, confirmed these changes through repeated infiltration of the gray zone. What they observed contradicted the earlier sense of imminent collapse. Instead of a tightening grip, they saw an opponent struggling to maintain its posture. The informational dimension of the conflict deepened this shift. Russian narratives had long emphasized steady progress in the Pokrovsk direction, but the destruction of the Rodinski intelligence node fractured that storyline. Without fresh surveillance insights, the reports forwarded to propagandists grew increasingly generic. Assertions of Ukraine. In contrast, Ukrainian military briefings remained cautious but grounded in verifiable developments, reinforcing a perception, both domestically and internationally, of regained stability. Within Mirnorad, the rhythm of defensive preparation continued. New firing sectors were plotted based on updated terrain analysis. Anti-armor teams rehearsed ambush drills in the industrial outskirts where shattered pipelines and collapsed concrete provided natural choke points. Civilians who had not evacuated were moved into structured shelters with improved medical contingencies. Generators were repaired, water points secured, and local networks linked to redundant lines. Every small adjustment added depth to the city's resilience. Night operations grew particularly effective. Ukrainian drone teams deployed fleets of small, low-signature platforms designed for silent observation. These hovered above Russian advance routes, identifying fuel trucks, ammunition haulers, and ad hoc repair yards. Instead of striking immediately, commanders often waited. By tracking movement across days, they identified the precise windows when Russian logistics became most vulnerable. Then, in a single synchronized series of strikes, they disrupted multiple nodes at once. The damage was not spectacular in scale, but strategically potent. A handful of destroyed trucks could delay an entire battalion's advance for days. The psychological impact was equally significant. Russian troops increasingly reported feeling watched. Even in fog or snowfall, even when they believed they were concealed, they sensed unseen observers gathering data for an eventual strike. That kind of pressure corrodes morale. Soldiers sleep less deeply. Officers overestimate threats. Units become prone to misinterpreting noise as attack, shadows as movement, and routine drone flights as imminent bombardment. Ukraine had not simply improved its defenses, it had reshaped the emotional terrain of the front. Ukrainian planners recognized, however, that stabilization alone would not guarantee long-term security. The broader priority was to preserve manpower and equipment while compelling Russia to continue spending heavily on incremental advances that yielded diminishing returns. In that context, the slowdown around Pokrovsk was not merely a local success, but a component of a wider strategic approach, one centered on endurance and selective attrition rather than sweeping offensives. By forcing Russia to expend disproportionate resources for marginal ground, Ukraine restored a form of strategic balance. Weather remained a crucial variable. The deepening cold made large-scale assaults increasingly impractical. Vehicles struggled on frozen ruts. Artillery crews worked in temperatures that stiffened lubricants and slowed hydraulic systems. Drone batteries drained faster, yet cold also introduced predictable phases of fog and low cloud cover, conditions that Ukrainian special reconnaissance teams used masterfully. Under that natural shroud, they mapped new Russian firing positions, marked poorly camouflaged ammo dumps, and installed remote sensors on likely approach corridors. These sensors fed back to artillery units, generating a near real-time map of enemy activity that Russia lacked. The contrast between Ukrainian precision and Russian overextension grew more apparent with each passing week. Several Russian formations attempted to probe the northern approaches of Pokrovsk, hoping to identify weak points. But these probes rarely advanced more than a few hundred meters before being met with coordinated fires. Not overwhelming barrages, but efficient bursts calibrated to break momentum. Ukraine had become adept at delivering just enough resistance to stall each Russian thrust while conserving resources for moments that truly mattered. By mid-month, the encirclement threat had lost its sharpest edge. Russian high command issued new directives urging units to accelerate progress. But acceleration requires reserves, fuel, and high morale, none of which existed in abundance. The orders produced tension rather than results. Officers pressured already exhausted troops. Reinforcements intended for Pokrovsk were diverted to other sectors where unexpected Ukrainian counterstrikes forced Moscow to plug gaps quickly. Ukraine's strategy of inducing misallocation continued to pay dividends. In the broader theater, international observers began noting the recalibration. Reports described Ukraine's defense as adaptive, layered, and increasingly synchronized with electronic warfare measures. They also noted Russia's growing difficulties with coordination between artillery, infantry, and unmanned systems. These assessments, while cautious, reinforced the perception that the front had entered a phase where Ukrainian defensive efficiency could offset Russia's numerical advantages. For the soldiers in trenches and fortified basements, these strategic patterns translated into lived experience. Fewer days with relentless bombardment, more nights where supply lines functioned, and occasional stretches where the enemy seemed uncertain, even hesitant. That change in tempo was subtle yet profound. A defense does not become invulnerable, but it becomes sustainable. And sustainable defenses, when paired with well-timed deception and calibrated attrition, reshape the course of campaigns. As winter settled fully over the contested towns, the front hardened into a shape neither side had originally planned. Ukraine had converted a moment of near collapse into one of deliberate resilience, using deception, rotation, and precise force to blunt Russia's momentum without overextending its own. The reinforced positions in Mirnohrad and the stabilizing lines around Pokrovsk no longer signaled desperation, but disciplined endurance, built on timing and clarity rather than chance. Russia's pincer never closed as intended, and the weeks lost to misdirection became opportunities Ukraine exploited to strengthen logistics, restore unit cohesion, and prepare for the grind in months ahead. What emerged was not a dramatic reversal, but a quiet, calculated shift in control of the tempo. By compelling Russia to spend more for less in worsening conditions, Ukraine transformed a threatened sector into a sustainable front, proving that measured intelligence can outweigh brute pressure when the cold demands patience from every army. At 16:30 hours, a Ukrainian MiG-29 raced along the Dnipro Valley at 150 meters altitude. Its nose pointed toward the Mirivka Dam that Russian forces had converted into a rolling supply corridor. The pilot kept to the lowest folds of terrain, using each ripple of earth like a shield, unaware that 3 Russian radars were already shaping firing solutions. An S-400's gravestone array was painting him from roughly 38 kilometers, a Tor M2 tracked from the south, and a Buk M3 warmed its emitters in the east. It was overlapping coverage designed to turn any aircraft into drifting metal fragments within seconds. The pilot scanned the live reconnaissance feed projected onto his multifunction display. The dam, once a civilian infrastructure artery, now carried lines of Russian cargo trucks driven by pressed Ukrainian civilians. That meant the strike window was measured in minutes, not hours. If he waited for full darkness, the civilian drivers would still be there. If he acted now, the route remained clear. The MiG skimmed the valley at 880 kilometers per hour, the walls on either side masking him from most long-range search radars. But the natural protection would evaporate once the riverbanks leveled out into farmland. Beyond that point stretched 8 kilometers of flat exposure that pilots silently called the gallery, where radar beams had free rein and missiles enjoyed predictable geometry. He listened to the subtle, metronome-like tones of the SPO-15 warning receiver. Each pulse told him who was watching and roughly how far they were. Slow, lazy sweeps meant distant search. Faster, rhythmic pulses meant growing interest. Continuous tone meant launch was likely seconds away. Right now, the S-400's rhythm hovered between mild curiosity and imminent hostility, somewhere between 2 and 3 Mississippi counts. It was the kind of threat level where a pilot stayed low, stayed fast, and prayed the terrain had enough folds to break line of sight. The Hammer glide bomb slung under his centerline ran its quiet diagnostics. The weapon needed altitude and stability during release, conditions currently incompatible with flying just above treetop level, but the pilot locked that thought away. There would be time to solve the delivery problem if he survived these next few minutes. His fuel gauge showed a bit more than 2,400 kilograms, enough for roughly 18 minutes on station before the return leg became a forced march. Every second in afterburner, or every sharp evasive turn would drain that buffer like a cracked tank. At 16:38 hours, the valley walls eased away and radar exposure hit him like opening a door into a furnace. The SPO-15 erupted into a chaotic symphony. What had been sweeping pulses turned into tightly focused beams. The S-400 locked him at 38 kilometers. The tone shifted from warning chirp to solid, unwavering scream. It meant the operator had eyes on him. The computer had solved the intercept, and authorization was all that remained. He rolled knife edge, pulling 7G as he sliced his velocity vector perpendicular to the radar line. Doppler radars relied on detecting relative motion. Zero radial velocity meant the MiG's speed looked identical to the ground's. To the gravestone array, he became moving terrain. The lock snapped, but he bled energy and drifted several degrees off course. In combat aviation, every correction bought survival at the cost of position, and every loss of position meant another threat would fill the vacuum. A Torum 2 to the south activated almost instantly. The system used command guidance, meaning no onboard seeker to jam. The ground station tracked both missile and target, adjusting course through rapid-fire commands. His only option was to break lock by diving into thicker ground clutter. He dropped from 150 meters to 50 in less than 2 seconds. Trees blurred beneath him, their tops flicking past the canopy, as if reaching upward to touch the jet's belly. He punched the chaff release. Aluminum-coated fibers cut to precise lengths for X-band, and K-band dispersion blossomed behind the aircraft, forming a temporary corridor of false echoes. The Tor's radar struggled to maintain a consistent return amid the swirling storm of reflections. Then he thumbed the SPS-141 electronic countermeasure pod alive. It generated a ghost return, a deliberately brighter, artificially stable target that lured the radar's tracking gate away from the real MiG. The Tor operator saw what looked like a steady climb, while the true aircraft vanished back into messy ground clutter. Flying at 50 meters was a loan borrowed from fate, due any moment. He needed altitude for weapon release, but he could not climb without dragging every radar within 80 kilometers onto his back. 4 kilometers remained before his minimum release point. The fuel gauge ticked down past 2,100 kilograms, the number shrinking at a rate he did not like. If he committed to a vertical maneuver, it would need to be perfect. At 16:40 hours, he made the choice. He slammed the throttles into afterburner and pulled straight up. The RD-33 engines erupted into twin spears of orange flame, stretching 6 meters behind the jet. He transformed from a shadow in the folds of the earth into a sky-bright beacon that no radar could ignore. dozens of screens across eastern Ukraine lit with a single climbing contact. Fire control crews scrambled for calculation updates. Operators routed fresh trajectory predictions through their consoles. The MiG shot past 1,000 meters, then 2,000, then climbed toward 5,000 in a vertical helix, as he added a rolling twist designed to scramble intercept math. The opposing fire control computers struggled. None were designed for a target performing a rolling corkscrew with variable climb rate. Predictive algorithms sketched intercept points only for those points to shift every half second. Radar beams chased a moving riddle. 3 systems achieved lock simultaneously, but none held it long enough for a clean launch. At the peak of his climb, 5,000 meters, the pilot rolled inverted. The strike window had arrived. The Hammer's logic board registered stable release parameters. The HUD confirmed green, but his threat receiver was screaming, a solid wall of overlapping tones. Missiles were likely in the air already. He leveled for 2 seconds, exactly 2, and released. The bomb separated cleanly. The moment it did, the MiG shed weight and regained agility. He rolled inverted again and dove, pulling more than 9G. A metallic groan whispered from his left wing root, but the airframe held. He dropped from 5,000 to 500 meters in 8 seconds, shockwaves shuddering across the fuselage as he broke the sound barrier. The S-400 missiles overshot, their seekers losing the jet below minimum depression angle. They self-destructed thousands of meters overhead. Behind him, the hammer ignited and climbed on its own arc. The Buk M3 targeted it, wasting a multi-million-dollar interceptor on a weapon that did not need to survive, only to guide. The bomb rose past 8,000 meters, then tipped nose down, seeker cooling to minus 40 degrees Celsius. Ahead waited the dam that Russian logistics had turned into a lifeline. The Hammer's infrared seeker scanned the dam with precision, detecting a thermal gradient between the sun-warmed concrete at 35 degrees Celsius and the cooler water below at 15. That 20-degree differential painted the structure as clearly as if someone had traced it with fluorescent ink. The onboard processor compared the signature against preloaded templates, confirming the linear form and expected temperature pattern. GPS and inertial navigation cross-checked the position. The bomb was certain of its target within 10 meters. 8 kilometers from the impact point. Every millisecond counted. The MiG threaded through the terrain at 100 meters, using the last valleys as shields. Behind him, radar pulses began sweeping wider, searching for the disappeared jet. Russian operators had seen only fragments, false echoes, and the occasional ground return. The MiG was invisible to them, a ghost slipping under their attention while its payload climbed higher beyond their reach. The Hammer accelerated through 300 meters per second, then 320, then 340. Micro-adjustments of its control surfaces altered its trajectory by centimeters, each fine movement translating into meter-level corrections on the ground. The combination of GPS data and inertial guidance ensured dual redundancy. Any deviation from the calculated path would automatically correct itself, maintaining the precision required to strike a structure engineered to resist such attacks. At 700 meters, the MiG banked sharply, heading for cover behind a fold of terrain. The pilot had to descend quickly to avoid missile reacquisition. 1,000 meters behind, the first waves of radar light swept the airspace, illuminating nothing but dust, trees, and the echo of a ghost aircraft. The MiG had become a shadow, barely distinguishable from the ground clutter, while the Hammer continued its silent climb to impact altitude, immune to the systems hunting the jet itself. The MiG's fuel situation was deteriorating. 2,100 kilograms now, each maneuver and afterburner pulse eroding the margin for a safe return. He calculated trajectories, banking angles, and throttle settings with the same instinct that had been honed through countless flight hours. Survival and mission success depended on precision timing. The result was immediate. Convoys halted, fuel and logistics were delayed by over 47 kilometers, and operational tempo was disrupted in ways planners had not anticipated. Russian forces scrambled to reroute supplies, attempting to navigate new, unplanned obstacles. The MiG, still low, turned for home, threading back through valleys and masking himself against radar sweeps. The aircraft remained undetected, moving from shadow to shadow, each maneuver calculated to buy seconds of safety and preserve fuel. At 16:45 hours, radar teams finally registered a single radar echo of the MiG over farmland. Too late to react. By the time interception systems calculated speed and trajectory, the aircraft had already passed the engagement window and the pilot had extended the margin between threat and survival. The hammer's impact had already rewritten supply calculations. Russian air defense had fired multiple missiles at empty sky, wasting multi-million-dollar interceptors against what was no longer a target. The MiG's return flight relied on every ounce of remaining fuel, 2,000 kilograms now. Each maneuver eaten by terrain following adjustments. Exhaust heat, afterburner consumption, and aerodynamic drag all worked against the aircraft. He passed ridges, crossed rivers, and traced the valleys back to friendly lines, every second measured. The precision of the strike had been absolute, the mission risk high, and the cost of failure catastrophic. The dam now breached. The hammer's thermal and kinetic energy ensured that the infrastructure collapse could not be immediately repaired. Supply chains disrupted, trucks stranded, and logistical planning forced into improvisation. The pilot, having executed extreme evasive maneuvers, approached his base at reduced speed, radar coverage still uncertain. Every creak of the airframe, every pulse of the engine, reminded him that one mistake could be fatal. The pilot crossed the final ridges at 100 meters, each fold of terrain masking him from intermittent radar sweeps. Behind him, the chaos he had sown continued to ripple through Russian command centers. Missiles that had been launched against his Ghost returns detonated harmlessly in farmland, chaff clouds and electronic countermeasures having successfully manipulated targeting algorithms. Every calculation on the opposing consoles had been based on deception, giving the MiG precious minutes to escape without engagement. Descending to lower valleys, he monitored fuel levels. 2,000 kilograms were now approaching 1,800, a thin margin for the remaining 50 kilometers to base. Every meter of altitude gained or lost, every maneuver to dodge radar or avoid terrain collisions, consumed fractions of a percent, measured in kilograms of jet fuel. Precision had been critical in execution. Conservation was equally essential in extraction. Above, the hammer's destruction left debris in the water, concrete chunks spanning tens of meters, still suspended in shock-propelled arcs. Thermal imaging from command centers displayed a stark white scar against the cooling river. Calculations made in seconds predicted supply delays of at least 47 kilometers for Russian convoys, logistics impossible to reroute efficiently without significant delays. Civilian vehicles trapped on the dam's roadway remained unharmed, a testament to the precision targeting enabled by thermal differential and GPS coordination. The MiG crested the last hill and leveled at 70 meters, now nearly invisible to any radar systems still sweeping the area. He rolled gently, using a natural depression to avoid any line-of-sight acquisition. The terrain provided the final layer of defense, and every pulse of radar behind him continued to chase what no longer existed. The aircraft moved as if part of the Earth itself, blending with shadows, riverbanks, and tree lines. A controlled ghost through hostile territory. As he neared friendly airspace, mission metrics flashed through the cockpit. Speed maintained at 880 kilometers per hour. Fuel sufficient for a return leg. All sensors reporting nominal. The hammer's detonation profile and trajectory had executed flawlessly. Thermal imagery confirmed full compliance with preloaded targeting templates. The dam's concrete fractured cleanly. The 60-meter breach stabilized as predicted, and the river's flow now prevented further passage along the former supply corridor. Russian air defense operators were still reacting. Buk M3 systems recalculated tracking envelopes. Tor M2 continued attempts to maintain command guidance, and the S-400 Gravestone radar reinitiated sweeping patterns. Every launch window that had existed before the strike now proved meaningless. Targets were gone, missiles had detonated against terrain or phantom returns, and tracking algorithms were feeding false data. Every calculation, every evasive maneuver, and every decoy had executed exactly as planned. The MiG had survived threats from 3 overlapping radar systems, multiple surface-to-air missile solutions, and extreme aerodynamic stress, returning to base intact. The battlefield impact was immediate and strategic. Russian command structures had to account for both the sudden removal of the dam as a supply conduit and the proven capability of Ukrainian strike aviation to operate in high-threat environments. Convoy reroutes, recalculation of logistical windows, and threat assessments all required immediate attention. The MiG's flight had achieved not only a tactical effect, but also a psychological one, demonstrating the lethality and precision of high-risk strikes in contested airspace. As the aircraft shut down, telemetry indicated final fuel, remaining at just over 1,500 kilograms, a narrow margin of survival carefully preserved by disciplined throttle management. The pilot, breathing heavily, monitored systems for residual heat, vibrations, and hydraulic pressures. Every element of the aircraft was checked, ensuring readiness for subsequent missions. The precision, planning, and execution of this strike would serve as a case study in controlled risk and operational efficiency. In the following hours, imagery from reconnaissance drones confirmed structural collapse and the complete interdiction of the Marivka Dam supply route. Civilian infrastructure remained largely intact beyond the immediate breach, demonstrating the effectiveness of targeted, high-precision ordnance. Russian logistical units faced immediate recalibration, the impact of which would be felt for weeks as alternate routes were prepared under fire. The mission's combination of low-altitude flight, advanced countermeasures, electronic deception, and precision munitions exemplified modern combat aviation tactics. Terrain exploitation, thermal signature analysis, GPS-assisted guidance, and careful energy management converged to allow a single aircraft to execute a strike that disrupted supply lines, inflicted material damage, and avoided civilian harm. The Ukrainian MiG-29's return to base marked the end of a mission that had combined split-second decision-making, technical mastery, and disciplined execution. From approach through egress, every element had been optimized to reduce exposure, maximize weapon effectiveness, and create uncertainty for enemy operators. In the aftermath, Russian forces were left to reconcile both the tactical loss of infrastructure and the proof that highly skilled aviation crews could penetrate even heavily monitored airspace.